travelers and dreamers. You found your way to Fantasy Whisper Stories, a sanctuary where tales of wonder, adventure, and magic come to life. Here, beneath ancient story trees, and beside the flickering flames of imagination, we share journeys to lands beyond ordinary sight, from the cozy hobbit holes of the Shire to the gleaming halls beneath lonely mountains, from enchanted forests to kingdoms long forgotten. Our stories will carry you to worlds where courage is tested, friendships are forged, and even the smallest among us can change the fate of all. Whether you seek the thrill of epic quests, the comfort of magical whispers, or simply an escape from the mundane, you'll find kindred spirits here. Our campfire is always lit, waiting for those who believe that the best adventures begin with once upon a time. So settle in, dear listener. The tale is about to begin, and who knows, perhaps one day your own story will join the whispers that echo through these magical realms. Fantasy Whisper Stories. Every tale leaves footprints in your heart. Lost Crown of Durin. Chapter 1. An uninvited guest again. Morning sun crept slowly over the rolling green hills of Hobbiton, casting long shadows across the dewy grass. Birds sang their cheerful melodies as smoke began to rise from chimneys, signaling the start of first breakfast throughout the Shire. In one particular hobbit hole, the finest on Bagshot Row, with its perfectly round green door, Bilbo Baggins was just settling down with a cup of tea and a plate of scones. Ah, Bilbo sighed contentedly, unfolding his napkin with practiced precision. Nothing like a quiet morning to oneself. It had been nearly 5 years since his unexpected journey with 13 dwarves, and life had finally returned to comfortable routine. The other hobbits had almost, but not quite, stopped whispering about Mad Baggins whenever he passed by in the market. His reputation as peculiar was firmly established, but Bilbo found he didn't mind nearly as much as he once might have. He spread a generous dollop of blackberry jam on a scone, and was just about to take a bite when a faint but distinctive tapping sound reached his ears. Bilbo froze, scone halfway to his mouth, listening intently. It came again, 3 deliberate knocks on his freshly painted front door. Confusticate and bebother whoever that might be, Bilbo muttered, reluctantly setting down his breakfast. At this hour, too, he shuffled to the entrance hall, still in his morning robe and slippers, wondering which of his relatives had decided to call so early. Probably Lobelia Sackville Baggins, come to eye his silver spoons again. However, when Bilbo peeked through the side window, his heart gave a peculiar little jump. Standing on his doorstep was not a hobbit at all, but a tall figure in gray robes, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff. A wide-brimmed pointed hat shadowed the visitor's face, but there was no mistaking the long gray beard. "Oh no," Bilbo whispered, ducking down below the window ledge. "Not again. Not today." He pressed his back against the wall beside the door, scarcely daring to breathe. Perhaps if he remained perfectly silent, Gandalf would assume he was out and leave. Yes, that was the sensible course of action. After all, whenever the wizard appeared, trouble was never far behind. The knocking came again, louder this time. "I know you're in there, Bilbo Baggins," called a familiar voice, tinged with amusement. "I can see your shadow beneath the door." Bilbo looked down in horror at the strip of light coming under his door, where, indeed, his shadow was clearly visible. He quickly sidestepped out of the light, bumping into the umbrella stand with a clatter. "And I can hear you too," Gandalf added. "Your pantry may be well stocked, but your stealth skills remain somewhat lacking." With a defeated sigh, Bilbo straightened his robe, ran a quick hand through his curly hair, and opened the door with as much dignity as he could muster. "Gandalf, what an unexpected surprise," he said, trying to sound delighted rather than apprehensive. "I was just, looking for something I dropped." The wizard's eyes twinkled with mischief beneath bushy eyebrows. "Indeed. How fortunate that I arrived just as you found it then." "Yes, quite fortunate," Bilbo agreed, shifting uncomfortably from one furry-slippered foot to the other. He hadn't seen Gandalf since their return from the Lonely Mountain, and while part of him was genuinely pleased to see his old friend, another part, the respectable, comfort-loving Baggins part, was already worried about what this visit might entail. A moment of awkward silence stretched between them before Bilbo's ingrained hobbit hospitality finally kicked in. "Well, don't just stand there on the doorstep," he said, stepping aside. "I suppose you'd better come in. I was just about to have breakfast. First breakfast, that is. How kind of you to invite me." Gandalf replied with a smile that suggested he had expected nothing less, ducking his head to enter the round doorway. Inside, Bilbo scurried ahead to the kitchen, hastily adding another place setting and putting the kettle back on to boil. "I wasn't expecting company," he explained, moving a stack of books from a chair. "If I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared something more substantial." Gandalf settled himself at the small table, his knees nearly touching his chin in the hobbit-sized chair. "Your scones look delightful, my dear Bilbo. Don't trouble yourself on my account." "No trouble at all," Bilbo insisted, though his frequent glances at his cooling tea suggested otherwise. "It's been quite some time, hasn't it? Almost 5 years, I believe. 5 years, 2 months, and 11 days, to be precise," said Gandalf, accepting a cup of tea. "Though I have kept an eye on you from afar." "Have you indeed?" Bilbo raised an eyebrow, not entirely sure how he felt about being watched. "And what brings you back to the Shire? Surely not just to sample my scones, excellent though they may be." The wizard sipped his tea thoughtfully before answering. "Can an old friend not simply visit without some ulterior motive?" "An old friend, certainly," said Bilbo, buttering another scone with deliberate care. "You, Gandalf, are never simply anything." This drew a hearty laugh from the wizard. "You've grown sharper, Bilbo Baggins. Your adventure has changed you. For the better, I hope," Bilbo said, unable to suppress a small smile. Despite his initial reluctance, he found he was actually enjoying the wizard's company. The familiar banter reminded him of evenings spent around campfires, of starlit conversations, and yes, even of the dangers they had faced together. "Most definitely for the better," Gandalf agreed, his expression turning more serious. "In fact, it is precisely that change which brings me here today." Bilbo's butter knife paused mid-spread. "I knew it," he sighed. "There's always something, isn't there? The world doesn't stop turning simply because one hobbit has returned to his comfortable hole," Gandalf pointed out. "Much has happened in the lands beyond the Shire while you've been enjoying your breakfasts and writing your memoirs." Indeed, Bilbo had been working on an account of his journey, though he found the writing process more challenging than expected. Some experiences seemed to resist being captured in words, and he frequently found himself staring at blank pages, pen in hand, memories swirling unwritten in his mind. "I suppose not," Bilbo conceded, "though one might hope for a few uninterrupted years of peace and quiet after facing a dragon." "A reasonable hope," said Gandalf, helping himself to another scone. "Unfortunately, events rarely arrange themselves according to our hopes, reasonable or otherwise." A familiar sense of foreboding crept over Bilbo. He set down his teacup with a slight clatter. "Gandalf, please tell me you haven't brought 13 more dwarves to empty my pantry." "Nothing of the sort," the wizard assured him, though his eyes held that particular gleam that Bilbo had learned to be wary of. In fact, I come on a matter related to your previous companions. Dwarves, are they well? Has something happened to Thorin's kingdom? Despite his reluctance, Bilbo found himself immediately concerned. He had received several letters from Balin over the years, but correspondence had been sporadic at best. The kingdom under the mountain prospers, Gandalf said, but a matter has arisen, a delicate matter of some historical significance, which requires a certain hobbit touch. Bilbo's eyes narrowed suspiciously. And what exactly does this hobbit touch entail? Before Gandalf could answer, the clock on Bilbo's mantelpiece chimed 9, making both of them start slightly. Perhaps, said the wizard, setting aside his empty cup, this conversation would be better continued after second breakfast. I have much to tell you, and it's a tale that deserves a full stomach and a comfortable pipe. Bilbo hesitated, torn between curiosity and a strong desire to show Gandalf right back out the round green door. But the mention of pipe smoking reminded him of the exceptional leaf he'd been saving for a special occasion. Very well, he agreed reluctantly. But I warn you, Gandalf, I am perfectly content here. I have no desire for any more adventures. Thank you very much. Of course you don't, said Gandalf, with a knowing smile that made Bilbo distinctly uncomfortable. Why would any sensible hobbit? Exactly, Bilbo nodded firmly. I'm glad we understand each other. Even as he began clearing the breakfast dishes, Bilbo couldn't help noticing a familiar flutter in his chest, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. It wasn't fear, exactly, nor was it excitement. Perhaps it was a bit of both, mixed with a dash of that peculiar Tookish longing that had gotten him into trouble once before, as Bilbo busied himself preparing a more substantial second breakfast, adding mushrooms and bacon to the menu. Gandalf wandered through the smile, examining the various souvenirs Bilbo had brought back from his journey. The wizard paused longest before the framed map of the lonely mountain that hung in Bilbo's study, tracing the inked pathways with a thoughtful finger. You've arranged everything quite nicely, Gandalf commented when Bilbo called him back to the dining room. Though I notice your sword is displayed rather prominently for someone so determined to avoid further adventures. Bilbo glanced at Sting, which indeed hung in a place of honor above his fireplace. That's merely decorative, he insisted, though they both knew it wasn't entirely true. He had taken to polishing the blade weekly, and occasionally, when he was certain no one was watching, he would take it down and practice a few of the sword forms Balin had taught him. Decorative? Yes, of course, Gandalf murmured, taking his seat at the table once more. Just as that mithril shirt I glimpsed folded in your chest is simply an unusual fashion choice. Bilbo's ears reddened. One never knows when unexpected guests might arrive, he said pointedly, setting down a platter of crispy bacon. They ate in companionable silence for a while, Bilbo's curiosity growing with each passing minute. Finally, as they moved to the sitting room with their pipes, he could contain himself no longer. Out with it then, Gandalf, he said, settling into his favorite armchair. What's this delicate matter that supposedly requires my particular skills? And why do I have the distinct feeling it will involve leaving my comfortable home, just when my garden is coming along so nicely? Gandalf blew a perfect smoke ring that transformed into a tiny galloping horse before dissipating against the ceiling. Have you ever heard, he asked carefully, of the Crown of Durin? Bilbo furrowed his brow, searching his memory. During the long evenings of their journey, Balin had told many tales of dwarven history, and Bilbo had developed a genuine appreciation for their culture. I believe so. Wasn't it an ancient relic of the dwarves? Something about it being lost ages ago. Precisely, Gandalf nodded approvingly. The crown of Durin the Deathless, first of the 7 fathers of the dwarves. Not merely a symbol of kingship, but an artifact of tremendous power and significance. And let me guess, Bilbo sighed, already seeing where this was heading. It needs finding. More accurately, it needs retrieving, Gandalf corrected. Its location has recently been discovered, or rather, deciphered from ancient texts. But the crown rests in a place that presents unique challenges. Challenges that somehow only I can overcome, Bilbo asked skeptically. Forgive me, Gandalf, but there must be dozens of qualified dwarves eager for such a quest. Why come to me? Wizard leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. Because the crown is not merely lost, Bilbo. It was hidden deliberately in a chamber designed to admit only those of particular qualities. The texts speak of one small in stature, but great in heart, whose footsteps pass unheard, and whose mind prizes riddles. Bilbo nearly choked on his pipe smoke. That could describe any number of beings. It needn't specifically indicate a hobbit. Perhaps not, Gandalf conceded. But when combined with certain other requirements, a resistance to dwarven gold sickness, experience with ancient traps, and familiarity with both elvish and dwarvish customs, the list of candidates grows remarkably short. Surely there are others, Bilbo began, but Gandalf cut him off with a raised hand. There is one more thing, the wizard said quietly. The crown's resting place lies beyond a door that can only be opened by someone who carries no weapon with intent to use it. Ah, said Bilbo, understanding dawning. And most dwarves would consider entering such a sacred place unarmed, unthinkable. Precisely, Gandalf nodded. Even if they agreed in principle, their warrior instincts would betray them. The door would sense their readiness for combat. Bilbo puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. Despite his protests, he felt that traitorous spark of interest growing stronger. And where exactly is this crown hidden? Please don't say Mirkwood. I've had quite enough of those spiders. Not Mirkwood, Gandalf assured him. The crown rests in a forgotten sanctuary deep within the Misty Mountains, not far, ironically, from the very path we took during our journey to Erebor. We passed by it, Bilbo asked, surprised. Within leagues, perhaps, said Gandalf, though none would have noticed the entrance without specific knowledge. It has been sealed and hidden for over an age. And why exactly is this crown so important now? Bilbo asked, his practical side asserting itself. If it's been missing for thousands of years, surely the dwarves have managed without it. At this, Gandalf's expression grew more grave. Times are changing, Bilbo. Shadows stir in places long quiet. The crown's power, the wisdom, and foresight it grants its rightful wielder could prove essential in the days to come. Chill ran down Bilbo's spine at these words, though he couldn't say exactly why. You're being cryptic again, Gandalf. The wizard's eyes twinkled momentarily, before growing serious once more. The simple truth is that the crown is a birthright of Durin's folk, and its return would strengthen not only the kingdom under the mountain, but all the free peoples who stand as allies against the growing darkness. Bilbo set his pipe aside, a familiar conflict warring within him. The Baggins part of him wanted nothing more than to politely, but firmly show Gandalf to the door. But that persistent Tookish streak, the same one that had led him to run out his door without a handkerchief all those years ago, whispered of mountain paths and starlight, of dangers faced and overcome, of a world far wider and more wondrous than the gentle hills of the Shire. I'll need some time to think about this, he said finally. Gandalf leaned back, a satisfied expression crossing his features. Of course, my dear Bilbo. Take all the time you need. tamped down his pipe and gazed innocently at the ceiling. Though I should mention that I've arranged to meet a certain dwarvish scholar at the Prancing Pony in 3 days' time, who has in his possession the only complete translation of the riddles guarding the crown. 3 days, Bilbo exclaimed. That's hardly any time at all, isn't it? It seemed quite reasonable to me, Gandalf replied mildly. Just enough time to pack essentials, arrange for the care of Bag End during your absence, and perhaps finish the chapter you've been struggling with. Bilbo stared at him in disbelief. You're assuming I'll agree to come? My, Gandalf asked, his eyes twinkling with that infuriating mix of innocence and mischief. How presumptuous of me. Outside the window, a butterfly danced past on the summer breeze, golden wings catching the sunlight. Bilbo watched it for a moment, remembering how the world had seemed so large and terrifying when he first ventured into it, and how much smaller the Shire had felt upon his return. This quest, he asked reluctantly, how dangerous would you say it is, on a scale from afternoon picnic to confronting smog? Gandalf considered this carefully. Somewhere between climbing tall trees during a thunderstorm and negotiating with hungry trolls, I should think. That's not particularly reassuring, Bilbo muttered. Adventures rarely come with reassurances, Gandalf pointed out. That's rather the point of them. Bilbo sighed deeply, already knowing he would regret his next words. I suppose I should start packing then. The smile that spread across Gandalf's face was positively triumphant. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, my dear fellow. Don't look so pleased with yourself, Bilbo grumbled, though without real annoyance. I haven't technically agreed yet. Of course not, Gandalf said solemnly, though his eyes still twinkled. You're merely packing for a hypothetical journey that you haven't decided to undertake. Despite himself, Bilbo couldn't help but smile. You are absolutely infuriating. Do you know that? So I've been told, Gandalf replied cheerfully, rising to his feet. By wizards and kings, and one particularly irritable hobbit. As Gandalf gathered his hat and staff, preparing to depart, Bilbo was struck by a sudden thought. Gandalf, you never actually asked me to come along. You just arrived, ate my scones, and assumed I would join this quest of yours. Wizard paused at the door, looking back with a thoughtful expression. Didn't I? How terribly rude of me. He bowed deeply, his beard nearly touching the floor. Bilbo Baggins, would you do me the great honor of accompanying me on an adventure to retrieve the Lost Crown of Durin from its ancient hiding place in the Misty Mountains? Despite everything, Bilbo laughed. When you put it that way, how could any self-respecting hobbit refuse? My thoughts exactly, said Gandalf with a wink, stepping out into the sunshine. I shall return tomorrow to discuss the details. Do try to pack lightly this time, though perhaps bring an extra handkerchief or two. As the wizard's tall figure strode away down the hill, Bilbo remained in his doorway, watching until the pointed hat disappeared from view. Around him, the Shire continued its peaceful existence, gardens being tended, pies being baked, gossip being exchanged over garden fences. Well, Bilbo Baggins, he said to himself, it seems you haven't quite settled down after all. And though he tried his best to look properly put upon, he couldn't quite hide the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth, nor the eager gleam that had sparked to life in his eyes. Chapter 2, Old Tailey's New Problems. Next morning dawned bright and clear, though Bilbo hardly noticed. He had spent most of the night alternating between frantic packing and equally frantic unpacking, his mind changing with each passing hour about whether this adventure was a spectacularly bad idea or merely a moderately terrible one. 6 handkerchiefs should be sufficient, he muttered to himself, carefully folding the embroidered squares, though perhaps a few more wouldn't hurt. And what about waistcoats? The mountains can be quite chilly, even in summer. By the time the sun rose, Bilbo's bedroom resembled the aftermath of a small whirlwind. Clothes were strewn across every available surface. Books lay open at pages describing mountain terrain, and maps spilled from his desk onto the floor. In the center of it all stood Bilbo himself, looking somewhat dazed, with a half-packed rucksack at his feet. "This is madness," he informed his reflection in the mirror. Complete and utter madness. His reflection offered no argument, merely staring back with tired eyes that somehow managed to look both apprehensive and excited. A knock at the door startled him from his reverie. For one wild moment, Bilbo considered diving under the bed to hide, but he quickly dismissed the thought as unworthy of a hobbit who had faced down a dragon. Instead, he straightened his waistcoat, ran a hand through his disheveled hair, and marched to the front door with as much dignity as he could muster. "Good morning," said Gandalf cheerfully, already stepping inside before Bilbo could properly invite him. "I trust you slept well." "About as well as one might expect, given the circumstances," Bilbo replied drily. "Tea, please." As Bilbo busied himself in the kitchen, Gandalf wandered through the hobbit hole, examining the chaos of Bilbo's packing efforts with undisguised amusement. "Planning to bring your entire library, I see," the wizard commented, picking up a hefty tome entitled Comprehensive Flora of the Misty Mountains. "Knowledge is never wasted," Bilbo replied defensively, setting down a steaming teapot. "Besides, who knows what plants we might encounter? Some could be medicinal, or poisonous," Gandalf agreed, taking a seat at the kitchen table. "Though I suspect we'll have more immediate concerns than botanical classification." Bilbo poured the tea with a steady hand, despite the flutter of nervous energy in his chest. "Speaking of concerns, I believe you owe me a more thorough explanation. You've told me what we're seeking and vaguely where, but precious little about why this crown suddenly matters after being lost for an age." Gandalf nodded, his expression growing more serious as he sipped his tea. "That's fair enough. You deserve to know what you're getting into, or at least as much as I myself understand." He set down his cup and leaned forward, lowering his voice as if concerned about being overheard. Despite the fact that they were alone in Bag End, the Crown of Durin is not merely a symbol of kingship, though it is certainly that. It is one of the great artifacts of Middle-earth, crafted in the dawn days when the world was younger, and magic flowed more freely through all things. "Like the Arkenstone?" Bilbo asked, remembering the hypnotic gem that had so bewitched Thorin. "Similar in significance, but different in nature," Gandalf replied. "The Arkenstone was found a gift from the earth itself. The crown was made with purpose and intention. According to dwarven lore, Durin the Deathless himself worked with elven smiths to forge it, in the days before the sundering of their peoples." Bilbo's eyebrows rose. Dwarves and elves working together. That's rather difficult to imagine, given their current relations. "The world was different then," Gandalf said, a distant look in his eyes. "Younger, perhaps more hopeful. The crown represents that lost cooperation, a melding of dwarven craft and elvish enchantment." The wizard paused, drawing his pipe from within his robes. With a subtle gesture, he lit it without using a match, a trick that still impressed Bilbo despite having seen it countless times. "The crown grants its wearer clarity of thought and purpose," Gandalf continued, sending a perfect smoke ring floating toward the ceiling. "Not mere intelligence, but a deeper wisdom, the ability to see patterns in the movements of peoples and nations, to recognize threats before they fully manifest. That sounds potentially dangerous, Bilbo observed. In the wrong hands, I mean. Indeed, Gandalf nodded approvingly. Which is why it was crafted with certain limitations. It can only be worn by one of Durin's line, and even then, it resists those whose hearts harbor darkness, or whose minds bend toward domination. So it's a discerning crown, Bilbo asked, trying to wrap his mind around the concept, in a manner of speaking. More accurately, it amplifies what already exists within the wearer. A just king becomes more just, a wise leader more wise. But one who seeks power for its own sake would find the crown unbearable to wear, physically painful, according to the texts. Bilbo considered this as he refilled their teacups. And why is it important now, specifically? Has something changed? Gandalf's expression darkened slightly. Many things are changing, not all for the better. Shadows grow in places long dormant. Old alliances need strengthening. He fixed Bilbo with a penetrating gaze. The dwarf kingdoms stand divided still, despite Thorin's reclamation of Erebor. The crown could unite them, as nothing else could a symbol of their shared heritage and purpose. You see, said Bilbo, though he suspected Gandalf wasn't telling him everything. The wizard had a habit of revealing information in carefully measured doses. And how exactly did you learn of its location after all these centuries? This, Gandalf looked somewhat smug. An old scroll came into my possession perhaps came into, is not entirely accurate. Let us say I was permitted to study it briefly in the libraries of Minas Tirith. It contained references to other texts, which, when properly interpreted, suggested a specific location in the Misty Mountains. And you're certain it's there? Bilbo pressed. This wouldn't be the first time adventurers have gone chasing after ancient treasures based on cryptic texts. Not entirely certain, no, Gandalf admitted. But the evidence is compelling, and the need is great. Sometimes, Bilbo, we must act on incomplete information, because the cost of inaction is too high. There was something in the wizard's tone that gave Bilbo pause. He had known Gandalf long enough to recognize when the wizard was genuinely concerned. Beneath the twinkling eyes and cryptic statements, there's more to this than uniting the dwarf kingdoms, isn't there? Bilbo asked quietly. Gandalf studied him for a long moment before answering. You've grown perceptive, my friend, he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient trees. Yes, there is more. Rumors reach me from the east, troubling whispers of growing forces. Nothing certain yet, but preparations must be made, alliances strengthened. What kind of forces? Bilbo asked, a chill running down his spine, despite the warm kitchen. That remains to be seen, Gandalf replied, his expression grave. But history teaches us that light must be prepared to meet darkness wherever it arises. A heavy silence fell between them. Outside, birds sang cheerfully in the garden, oblivious to talk of ancient crowns and gathering shadows. The contrast was not lost on Bilbo, who glanced out the window at his neatly tended flower beds and well-stocked garden. It's peaceful here, he said softly. Sometimes I forget that the rest of the world isn't like the Shire. Few places are, Gandalf agreed, which is precisely why the Shire is worth protecting, even if its inhabitants never know the dangers that pass them by. He fixed Bilbo with a meaningful look. That is the burden of those who have seen the wider world, my dear hobbit. We act so that others may remain happily ignorant. Bilbo sighed heavily, knowing that Gandalf had outmaneuvered him once again. Appeals to duty and protection were far more effective than any promise of adventure or treasure could ever be. Very well, he said, straightening his shoulders. Tell me more about this expedition. Who else will be joining us? Please say it isn't another dozen dwarves. My pantry has only just recovered. Gandalf chuckled, the tension in the room easing somewhat. No large company this time. A smaller group is better suited to our purpose, less likely to attract unwanted attention. We'll meet our first companion in Bree, the dwarven scholar I mentioned yesterday. Just one dwarf, Bilbo asked, surprised. To start with, Gandalf said, a twinkle returning to his eye. Though I suspect we may acquire additional companions along the way. Journeys have a way of gathering participants, I've found. How mysterious, and not at all concerning, Bilbo muttered. And how long do you expect this little adventure to take? I should inform my gardener if I'll be absent more than a couple of weeks. A month, perhaps 2, Gandalf estimated, depending on the weather and what obstacles we encounter. Less time than your previous journey, certainly. Well, that's something, at least, Bilbo said, trying to sound optimistic. And the route? I assume we're not going through Goblin Town again. Definitely not, Gandalf assured him. We'll take the east road to Bree, then north along the Greenway, before turning east into the mountains. A longer route, but safer and less vertically challenging. Bilbo nodded, mentally tracing the path on the maps he'd studied. It was a reasonable route, avoiding the most dangerous areas they'd encountered previously. And what exactly is my role in all this? He asked. Beyond being small in stature, but great in heart, as you so poetically put it, ancient sanctuary where the crown rests was designed with specific protections, Gandalf explained. Some magical, others more mechanical in nature. Many of these defenses were calibrated against dwarves and men, the most likely seekers of such a treasure. But a hobbit, he smiled. A hobbit presents an unexpected variable. You mean they didn't bother to guard against creatures they'd never heard of? Bilbo translated drily. Precisely, Gandalf beamed. And your particular talents, your light step, your quick thinking, your experience with riddles make you uniquely qualified. You make me sound positively heroic, Bilbo said, feeling both flattered and somewhat uncomfortable with the description. You survived an encounter with Smaug the Terrible, Gandalf pointed out. I'd say heroic is entirely warranted. I survived by talking in circles and running away, Bilbo protested, which was exactly the right approach, Gandalf countered. Heroism isn't always about standing and fighting, Bilbo. Sometimes it's about knowing when to talk and when to run, and having the courage to do either when necessary. Bilbo had no ready answer to that. He busied himself with clearing away their teacups while he gathered his thoughts. There's one more thing you should know, Gandalf said, his tone becoming serious again. The texts mention a guardian of sorts, a keeper, who was charged with watching over the crown until a worthy heir of Durin came to claim it. What manner of guardian? Bilbo asked warily, remembering all too well the various unpleasant creatures they'd encountered on their previous journey. The accounts are vague, Gandalf admitted. Some suggest a construct of stone and metal, others a being of pure enchantment. Whatever its nature, it has presumably been performing its duty for thousands of years. And you think it will just let us walk in and take the crown? Bilbo asked skeptically. Not without challenges, no, Gandalf said. But the Guardian's purpose is not to prevent the crown's retrieval forever, merely to ensure it passes to the right hands at the right time. And how will it know those hands are the right ones? Bilbo pressed. Gandalf's eyes twinkled. That, my dear Bilbo, is where our dwarven scholar comes in. He has studied the riddles and tests described in the ancient texts. With his knowledge and your quick wits, I believe we stand an excellent chance of success. An excellent chance sounds suspiciously less certain than I might prefer, Bilbo observed. If certainty is what you seek, I suggest remaining in the Shire, Gandalf replied with a small smile. Adventure, by its very nature, involves a degree of uncertainty. Bilbo couldn't argue with that logic, irritating though it was. He sighed, pushing back from the table. I should finish packing if we're to leave tomorrow. Unless you've changed the schedule without informing me. Tomorrow remains the plan, Gandalf confirmed, rising from his seat. I have a few matters to attend to before we depart. Shall I return at first light? Make it after breakfast, if you don't mind, Bilbo requested. No sense starting an adventure on an empty stomach. Wise as always, Gandalf said with a bow. Until tomorrow, then. As the wizard made his way to the door, Bilbo was struck by a sudden thought. Gandalf, you mentioned an extensive dwarven library earlier. Was that true, or merely a ploy to interest me in the journey? Gandalf paused, looking back with an expression of exaggerated innocence. I may have emphasized certain aspects of the expedition that I thought might appeal to you. But yes, there is indeed a library of sorts connected to the sanctuary. Ancient texts preserved through powerful enchantments, if the accounts are to be believed. Books that no one has read for an age, Bilbo mused, unable to hide the spark of genuine interest in his eyes. Precisely, Gandalf nodded, the ghost of a smile playing at his lips. Knowledge lost to time, waiting to be rediscovered. That's actually quite compelling, Bilbo admitted reluctantly. I thought you might find it so, Gandalf replied, looking entirely too pleased with himself as he ducked through the round doorway. After the wizard had departed, Bilbo returned to his bedroom and surveyed the chaos with a more critical eye. With renewed purpose, he began sorting through his belongings, making more practical decisions about what to bring. Right then, he said to himself, as he carefully packed his mithril shirt. Ancient crowns, forgotten libraries, and mysterious guardians. Just another quiet excursion beyond the borders of the Shire. Despite his sarcasm, Bilbo found himself humming a walking song as he packed, an old tune about roads going ever on and on. There was something undeniably stirring about the prospect of discovery, of seeing things few eyes had beheld for thousands of years. Baggins' part of him still protested, of course, reminding him of all the comforts he was leaving behind and the potential dangers ahead. But the Took in his blood sang louder now, whispering of mountain paths and ancient mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Evening, Bilbo had completed his preparations. His pack stood ready by the door, containing only the essentials, though his definition of essential still included 6 handkerchiefs, a small writing kit, and his favorite tea blend. Sting hung at his belt, its elvish blade cleaned and oiled. The mithril shirt was safely tucked at the bottom of his pack, along with a small pouch containing the magic ring he had found in the goblin tunnels. He had arranged for his cousin Drogo to look after Bag End during his absence. A responsibility Drogo had accepted with poorly concealed excitement at the prospect of temporarily living in the finest hobbit hole on the hill. As twilight deepened outside his window, Bilbo sat in his favorite armchair with a cup of tea and his half-written manuscript before him. He dipped his pen and began to write, recording the day's events while they were still fresh in his mind. If he was to have another adventure, he was determined to document it properly this time. Chapter 1, he wrote in his neat, flowing script, in which an uninvited wizard disrupts breakfast and proposes another ridiculous adventure. Bilbo smiled to himself as he continued writing, the scratching of his pen a comfortable counterpoint to the crickets beginning their evening chorus outside. Tomorrow would bring new roads and new challenges, but tonight, in the warm glow of his study lamp, he allowed himself to feel the first genuine stirrings of excitement. After all, how many hobbits could claim to have gone on not just one, but 2 adventures beyond the borders of the Shire? Gandalf was right about one thing, Bilbo murmured, as he added another line to his manuscript. I'm not the same hobbit who ran out without a handkerchief all those years ago, though that made him more prepared for what lay ahead, or simply more aware of the potential dangers, remained to be seen. But as Bilbo finally set aside his writing and prepared for bed, he found himself looking forward to the journey with a curious mixture of trepidation and anticipation, the particular emotional blend that seemed to characterize all the truly worthwhile experiences in his unexpectedly adventurous life. Chapter 3, Preparation for the Journey. Dawn broke over Hobbiton with the cheerful pink glow that heralded a fine traveling day. Bilbo, who had barely slept, was already up and rummaging through his pantry for the 3rd time that morning. Graham is practical, but terribly dull, he muttered to himself, examining a package of the whey bread he'd received as a gift from a passing dwarf merchant. Perhaps a few seed cakes wouldn't go amiss, and some of that smoked ham, and maybe that wheel of cheese from Mitchell Delving. By the time he had finished, Bilbo's dining table was piled high with enough provisions to feed a family of hobbits for a week, which, given a hobbit's appetite, meant enough food to sustain a grown man for nearly a month. This seems reasonable, Bilbo decided, stepping back to survey his work. Then he frowned, reconsidering, though perhaps a few more apples and another jar of honey, was contemplating whether to include a second wheel of cheese when a knock at his garden gate interrupted his deliberations. Peering out the window, Bilbo spotted the round figure of Hamfest Gamgee, his gardener, standing outside with pruning shears in hand. "Morning, Mr. Bilbo," called Hamfest cheerfully as Bilbo opened the door. "Fine day for the garden, isn't it? Thought I'd get an early start on those roses you were worried about." "Ah, Hamfest, excellent timing," said Bilbo, waving him in. "I was just about to seek you out. I'll be leaving on a journey for some weeks, possibly a month or 2. Hamfest's bushy eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. "A journey, you say? Not another one of those adventures?" He whispered the last word as if it were mildly indecent. "I'm afraid so," Bilbo admitted, "though I expect this one to be considerably less dramatic than the last. Just a bit of traveling to see some old friends." "I see," said Hamfest, in a tone that suggested he didn't see at all. His eyes drifted past Bilbo to the mountain of food piled on the dining table. "Planning to feed an army along the way, are you? One can never be too prepared when it comes to meals," Bilbo said primly. "I learned that lesson quite thoroughly last time." "Right you are, Mr. Bilbo," Hamfest nodded, though his expression remained doubtful. "And will you be having, unusual company again? Only, the neighbors are still talking about those dwarves, and they're singing till all hours." "Just a few traveling companions," Bilbo assured him. "Very respectable sorts. Well, mostly respectable." He paused, considering Gandalf's definition of respectable, which differed considerably from that of most hobbits. "At any rate, I've asked Drogo to look after Bag End in my absence. If you wouldn't mind continuing with the garden work, I'd hate to return and find my prized tomatoes have suffered." "Of course, Mr. Bilbo," Hamfest agreed readily. "I'll see to it everything stays just as you like it. Though if you don't mind my asking," he hesitated, twisting his cap in his hands, "is it true that wizard fellow is back? Only, Mrs. Proudfoot says she saw a tall man in gray robes yesterday, and there was quite a bit of talk down at the Green Dragon last night. News travels quickly in the Shire, doesn't it?" Bilbo remarked, not entirely surprised. "Yes, Gandalf is back. And yes, he's the one who's convinced me to go gallivanting off again. I'm beginning to think I should start charging him rent for the disruption. Hamfest chuckled nervously, clearly unsure whether Bilbo was joking. Well, it's not my place to comment, of course, but do take care, Mr. Bilbo. The world out there isn't like the Shire, from what I hear. No, indeed, Bilbo agreed, a distant look coming into his eyes. It's wider and wilder, and far more unpredictable, but also more wondrous than you could imagine, Hamfest. The gardener shifted uncomfortably, as if the very thought of such things made him uneasy. If you say so, sir, I'll just get to those roses then, shall I? After Hamfest departed, Bilbo returned to his packing dilemma. A more critical assessment of his food supplies led him to reluctantly reduce the pile by about a third, though he insisted on keeping all 6 jars of honey. Essential for medicinal purposes, he informed the empty kitchen, not to mention improving the taste of travel rations. Real challenge came when he attempted to fit everything into his pack. What had seemed a reasonable selection of items on his table transformed into an impossible mountain when concentrated into a single container. This worked perfectly well last time, Bilbo grumbled as he struggled to close the bulging pack. With a mighty effort, he managed to secure the final buckle, only to have it immediately pop open again, launching a carefully wrapped bundle of seed cakes across the room. After 3 more failed attempts, Bilbo was forced to concede that further reductions were necessary. With great reluctance, he set aside 2 jars of honey, half the seed cakes, and 1 of his spare waistcoats. At this rate, I'll be traveling practically naked and starving, he complained to no one in particular. He was still grumbling over his packing when a shadow fell across the doorway. Looking up, Bilbo was surprised to see not Gandalf, but a cluster of curious hobbit faces peering in through his open door. "Good morning," Bilbo offered uncertainly. "Is it true you're going off again?" asked Dellar Took without preamble. The young hobbit's eyes were wide, with a mixture of horror and fascination. "Word does travel fast," Bilbo sighed. "Yes, I am going on another journey. A brief one, I expect, with the wizard." This came from Poppy Bracegirdle, who was standing on tiptoe to see over Dellard's shoulder. "Yes, with Gandalf," Bilbo confirmed, resigning himself to the interrogation. "To fight more dragons." This eager question came from young Fosco Boffin, who couldn't have been more than 12 years old. "Certainly not," Bilbo said firmly. "Just a bit of traveling to see some old friends." With a wizard, Poppy persisted skeptically. "And all that food. Wizards eat a surprising amount," Bilbo improvised. "Magical work builds up quite an appetite, you know." Seemed to satisfy the group momentarily, though they continued to hover in his doorway, clearly hopping for more details. Bilbo, recognizing the danger of allowing a hobbit information-gathering session to gain momentum, decided a tactical diversion was in order. "Would anyone care for a seed kick?" he offered. "I seem to have made too many for my journey." The resulting rush nearly knocked him over as the hobbits eagerly accepted his offering. Moments later, his visitors were happily munching away, temporarily distracted from their questioning. "Mr. Bilbo," said Fosco through a mouthful of cake, "will you tell us another story about trolls before you go?" "I'm rather busy packing at the moment," Bilbo began, but the look of disappointment on the young hobbit's face was too much to resist. "Oh, very well. One quick story, mind you." He settled into his armchair, while the hobbits arranged themselves on the floor around him, looking for all the world like eager fawnlings at story time. Despite his busy schedule, Bilbo found himself warming to the task. He launched into a somewhat embellished account of his encounter with the trolls, complete with different voices for each character, and there they remain to this day, turned to stone by the rising sun, Bilbo concluded with a dramatic flourish. A warning to all trolls who stay up too late arguing about cooking techniques. His impromptu audience applauded enthusiastically, demanding more stories. But Bilbo rose from his chair with firm resolve. "That's quite enough for today," he insisted. "I really must finish packing if I'm to leave tomorrow. Can we come watch you go?" asked Fosco eagerly. "I've never seen anyone leave on an adventure before. I'm afraid it will be rather early," Bilbo said, trying to let the lad down gently. "And quite dull, really. Just a hobbit with a pack walking down the road." "The wizard," Poppy reminded him. "And probably dwarves too, I'd wager." "Even so," Bilbo said, firmly guiding his visitors toward the door. "Now, if you'll excuse me," after finally ushering out his guests, who departed with pockets suspiciously bulging with additional seed cakes, Bilbo returned to his packing with renewed determination. This time, he was ruthlessly practical, limiting himself to absolute essentials: 3 changes of clothes, basic toiletries, his writing kit, a compact medical pouch, and food enough for a week. The rest, Gandalf had assured him, could be purchased or foraged along the way. Afternoon passed quickly as Bilbo attended to final preparations. He wrote detailed instructions for Drogo about the care of Bag End, paid several months' worth of accounts in advance, and composed a tactfully worded letter to the Sackville Bagginses explaining his temporary absence, and explicitly nodding that no, they were not to consider his property abandoned, regardless of how long he was gone. As evening approached, Bilbo found himself drawn to his study, where maps and books still lay scattered from his research the previous night. He traced his finger along the planned route, trying to recall details of the landscape from his previous journey. "The misty mountains," he murmured, studying the jagged line on the parchment. So many hidden places, so many secrets. Light tap at the window startled him from his reverie. Looking up, Bilbo was surprised to see a butterfly, unusually large and brilliantly blue, fluttering against the glass. As he watched, it seemed to deliberately tap the window again with its delicate wings. "How odd," Bilbo remarked, crossing to open the window. The butterfly immediately flew in, circled his head once, and then transformed in a flash of blue light into Gandalf, who promptly bumped his head on the low ceiling of the hobbit hole. "Ouch," the wizard exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. "I always forget how confining these hobbit dwellings are. Most visitors use the door," Bilbo pointed out, too astonished to be properly indignant. "And give some warning of their arrival. Doors are overrated," Gandalf declared, stooping to avoid further injury. "Besides, I wanted to avoid another gathering of curious hobbits. Word of our departure seems to have spread rather thoroughly, though I've noticed," Bilbo sighed. "I've had visitors all day, asking the most probing questions. Mrs. Proudfoot is convinced we're off to steal another dragon's treasure, and young Fosco often wanted to know if he could come along as my squire." Gandalf chuckled, carefully settling himself into the room's largest chair. "The Shire never changes. Still, their curiosity may work in our favor. I've arranged a bit of a diversion." "What kind of diversion?" Bilbo asked suspiciously. "Oh, nothing elaborate," Gandalf said airily. "Just a rumor that we're departing via the western road the day after tomorrow. With any luck, the curious will gather there, while we slip away eastward at dawn." "It's honest, but practical," Bilbo conceded, "though I'm not sure it will work. Hobbiton has surprisingly effective surveillance when something interesting is happening. Hence my unconventional entrance," Gandalf said with a smile. "Are your preparations complete?" "Nearly," Bilbo said. gesturing to his much-reduced pack, standing by the study door. Though I've had to make some difficult decisions about provisions. We won't starve, Gandalf assured him. The road to Bree is well-traveled, with several decent inns along the way. It's not the road to Bree that concerns me, Bilbo pointed out. It's what comes after. I distinctly remember going hungry quite frequently the last time we ventured into the wild. A valid concern, Gandalf nodded. But we'll be better provisioned once we meet our dwarven companion. I've sent word ahead to arrange supplies. That's something, at least, Bilbo said, somewhat mollified. And speaking of our companion, you still haven't told me much about this scholar we're meeting. Ah yes, Gandalf's eyes twinkled. Hilda, daughter of Hagrid, of the Iron Hills. A most remarkable dwarf, with an intellect as sharp as any elven sage I've encountered. A female dwarf, Bilbo asked, surprised. He had encountered very few during his previous journey, as they rarely traveled far from their mountain homes. Indeed, said Gandalf, and before you ask, yes, she has a beard. A most impressive one, in fact, adorned with intricate silver clasps that denote her status as a master scholar. You'd do well not to stare or comment on it. I would never, Bilbo protested, though he made a mental note to be particularly careful with his manners. And what exactly is her area of expertise? Ancient dwarvish artifacts, primarily, Gandalf explained, but also linguistics and riddle lore. She spent decades studying the writings of Durin's folk from the First Age. If anyone can guide us through the challenges of the Crown's sanctuary, it's Hilda. She sounds formidable, Bilbo remarked. Oh, she is, Gandalf agreed with a chuckle. Utterly brilliant, stubbornly practical, and possessing a wit that can cut deeper than any axe. You'll like her, I think. If she doesn't consider me a bumbling amateur, Bilbo said dubiously. On the contrary, Gandalf assured him. She's quite looking forward to meeting the famous Bilbo Baggins, barrel rider and riddler in the dark. Bilbo blinked in surprise. Famous, me, among the dwarves. Did you think your role in reclaiming a Erebor would go unremarked? Gandalf asked with raised eyebrows. Balin has been quite thorough in documenting your adventures. Quite flattering accounts, too, from what I hear. Bilbo felt his cheeks warm at the thought. Well, that's unexpected. Fame often is, Gandalf said wisely. Now, is there anything else you need before tomorrow's departure? Any final questions or concerns? Bilbo thought for a moment. Just one, actually. Last time we left on an adventure, you marked my door with that mysterious rune. I'd prefer if you didn't do that again. The paint was terribly difficult to match during repairs. Gandalf's laughter filled the small study. No door marking this time, I promise. We're traveling in secrecy, after all. Good, Bilbo said firmly. Then I believe I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Excellent. Gandalf rose carefully, mindful of the ceiling. I'll leave you to your final preparations then. Rest well tonight, Bilbo. Dawn comes early, and the road is long. Where will you be staying? Bilbo asked, suddenly realizing he hadn't offered the wizard accommodation. Oh, here and there, Gandalf said vaguely. I have a few matters to attend to before we depart. Fear not, I'll be at your door at first light. With that, the wizard transformed once more into a brilliant blue butterfly and fluttered out through the still open window, leaving Bilbo staring after him in amazement. Show off, Bilbo muttered, though he couldn't help smiling. No matter how many times he witnessed Gandalf's magical abilities, they never failed to impress him. As night fell over the Shire, Bilbo completed his final tasks, locking windows, banking the fire, leaving a freshly baked seed cake on the kitchen table as a welcome gift for Drogo. His pack stood ready by the door, Sting hung from its leather belt beside it, and a traveling cloak was draped over the hallway chair. In his bedroom, Bilbo changed into his nightshirt and climbed into bed for what would be his last night in his comfortable hobbit hole for some time. Despite his earlier protests about going on another adventure, he found himself struggling to fall asleep, his mind racing with thoughts of the journey ahead. Ancient crowns, forgotten libraries, dwarven scholars. He murmured into the darkness. What have you gotten yourself into this time, Bilbo Baggins? And even as he posed the question, a smile played across his lips. For all his grumbling and concern, there was an undeniable thrill in setting out into the unknown once more. The Baggins in him might crave comfort and routine, but the took blood in his veins sang with anticipation. Outside his window, a nightingale began to sing, its sweet melody drifting through the cool evening air. Bilbo closed his eyes, letting the song carry him toward dreams of mountain paths, ancient halls, and adventures yet to come. Chapter 4, The Road Through the Shire. Bilbo awoke before dawn, startled from sleep by a dream of dragon fire and falling gold. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in Erebor, with Smaug's terrible roar echoing through ancient halls. Then, the familiar contours of his bedroom emerged from the darkness, and he remembered today was the day. Well, no sense delaying, he murmured, climbing reluctantly from his warm bed. Morning air held a crisp chill as Bilbo dressed in his traveling clothes, sturdy brown trousers, a green waistcoat over a cream linen shirt, and his most comfortable walking jacket. After a moment's hesitation, he also pinned a small silver acorn brooch to his collar, a gift from Balin to commemorate their journey together. Breakfast was a hurried affair, though still substantial by non-hobbit standards. 3 eggs, a rasher of bacon, buttered toast with honey, and a pot of strong tea. Bilbo ate methodically, knowing it might be his last proper breakfast for some time. It was just washing his dishes, for he couldn't bear the thought of leaving dirty crockery for Drogo to find, when a soft knock came at the door. Right on time, Bilbo noted, drying his hands. He took a deep breath, smoothed down his waistcoat, and went to answer. Gandalf stood on the doorstep, silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky. "Good morning, Bilbo," he whispered. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be," Bilbo replied, gesturing to his pack and walking stick, propped beside the door. "Excellent. We should depart quickly. I spotted several hobbits hiding rather poorly in the bushes down the lane. Word of our journey has definitely spread." Bilbo sighed. "I'm not surprised. News travels faster than eagles in the Shire." He hoisted his pack, wincing slightly at its weight, and took a final look around his home. "Well, goodbye for now, Bag End. Try not to let Lobelia steal the silverware while I'm gone." With that, he stepped outside, closing the round green door softly behind him. The sky was just beginning to lighten in the east, painting the rolling hills with gentle shades of pink and gold. Dew sparkled on every blade of grass, and the morning air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and freshly turned earth. "It's going to be a beautiful day," Bilbo observed as they set off down the garden path. Indeed, Gandalf agreed. Perfect weather for the beginning of an adventure. He had barely reached the gate when a rustling came from the nearby hydrangea bushes, followed by a poorly suppressed giggle. "Fosco Boffin," Bilbo called. "I know you're in there. And is that Poppy Bracegirdle with you?" More giggling ensued before 3 young hobbits emerged sheepishly from the shrubbery. Twigs and leaves caught in their curly hair. "How did you know it was us, Mr. Bilbo?" asked Fosco, looking impressed rather than embarrassed. "Hydrangeas rarely giggle," Bilbo pointed out drily. "What are you 3 doing up at this hour?" shouldn't you be having first breakfast? We wanted to see you off on your adventure," explained Poppy, bouncing excitedly on her toes. "Is it true you're going to fight a dragon again?" "Absolutely not," Bilbo said firmly. "No dragons this time, thank you very much." The third young hobbit, whom Bilbo recognized as Marigold Goodbuddy, was staring up at Gandalf with undisguised fascination. "Are you really a wizard?" she asked. "Can you turn people into toads?" "I am indeed a wizard," Gandalf confirmed, his eyes twinkling. "Though I generally save toad transformations for those who truly deserve them, like the Sackville Bagginses," suggested Fosco hopefully. "Fosco," Bilbo admonished, though he couldn't entirely suppress a smile. "We must be on our way," Gandalf interrupted gently. "We have a long road ahead. Can we walk with you to the edge of Hobbiton?" pleaded Fosco. "Please, Mr. Bilbo. We won't be any trouble." Bilbo exchanged a glance with Gandalf, who gave a small nod. "Very well," Bilbo conceded. "But just to the mill, and then you must return home. And no more questions about dragons or toad transformations." Young hobbits cheered and fell into step beside them as they made their way down the hill. To Bilbo's dismay, their small escort grew larger with each passing minute. By the time they reached the market square, nearly a dozen curious hobbits had joined the procession, all eager to witness the departure of Mad Baggins on another mysterious journey. "So much for a discreet exit," Bilbo muttered to Gandalf. "Look on the bright side," the wizard replied. "At least they're seeing us leave eastward, which should dispel any rumors about our supposed western departure." Their progress through Hobbiton attracted considerable attention. Faces appeared in windows, and gardening tools were momentarily abandoned as hobbits stopped to watch the odd procession. Some called out good wishes, while others shook their heads disapprovingly. Running off again, Bilbo Baggins called Lobelia Sackville Baggins from her garden gate. "One of these days you'll go and not come back, mark my words." "What a delightful thought to send me on my way, Lobelia," Bilbo called back cheerfully. "I'll be sure to think of you whenever I face mortal peril." Lobelia harumphed and disappeared inside, no doubt to begin planning how to claim Bag End should Bilbo indeed fail to return. As they approached the eastern edge of Hobbiton, where the well-tended gardens gradually gave way to wilder meadows, they came upon a most unusual sight. In a small field beside the road stood what appeared to be a contraption of wheels, wood, and metal, with a precarious seat perched on top. Beside it stood a hobbit with wild gray hair and spectacles, frantically making adjustments with a wrench. "What in the world is that?" Bilbo asked, stopping to stare. "Ah," exclaimed Gandalf. "If I'm not mistaken, that would be Pertinax Took and his famous, or perhaps infamous, rolling machine." "His what?" Bilbo asked. Before Gandalf could answer, the hobbit inventor looked up and spotted them. His face lit up with delight. "Visitors," he cried, waving enthusiastically. "And one of them a big person. Perfect timing. I was just about to test my latest refinements." "Hello, Cousin Pertinax," Bilbo called cautiously. The Took family was known for its eccentricities, but Pertinax had always stood out, even among his relatives. "What exactly is that contraption?" "This, my dear Bilbo, is the future of hobbit transportation," Pertinax declared proudly, patting the wooden frame. "I call it the Shire Swift, a revolutionary method of travel that requires no horse, no pony, and minimal exertion." Their curious entourage of young hobbits immediately surrounded the strange device, examining it from all angles with excited chatter. "How does it work?" asked Fosco, running his hand along one of the large wooden wheels. "Simple physics and hobbit ingenuity," declared Pertinax. "The operator sits here," he indicated the precariously perched seat, places their feet on these pedals and turns them thus. He demonstrated with a spinning motion of his hands. The pedals turn gears, which turn the wheels, propelling the operator forward at speeds heretofore unimaginable. How fast? Asked Marigold, clearly impressed. Theoretically, Pertinax said, adjusting his spectacles. Faster than a galloping pony. Though I haven't quite achieved that velocity, yet due to certain technical complications. Technical complications, Bilbo echoed dubiously. Minor issues with stopping and directional control. Pertinax waved dismissively. Nothing that can't be overcome with proper scientific application. Gandalf was examining the device with undisguised amusement. A most ingenious creation, he remarked. Reminiscent of certain contraptions I've seen in Dale, though considerably more rustic in construction. Pertinax beamed at what he took to be a compliment. Exactly. I was inspired by travelers' tales of far-off inventions. But why should the big folk have all the clever devices? Hobbits have nimble hands and practical minds, perfect for engineering. Bilbo, who had been circling the contraption with growing concern, noticed several worrying details. Frayed ropes, where there should perhaps be chains, wooden pegs holding critical joints together, and a brake mechanism that appeared to consist primarily of hope and good intentions. It certainly is. Something, he said diplomatically. You must try it, Pertinax suddenly declared. In fact, his eyes lit up with fresh excitement. You should take it with you on your journey. Imagine the time you'd save. Oh, I couldn't possibly deprive you of your invention, Bilbo protested quickly. Nonsense. I insist. Pertinax was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. What better way to test its long-distance capabilities? You could be the first hobbit to ride a Shire Swift to Bree, perhaps beyond. Young hobbits immediately took up the cause, pleading with Bilbo to accept the offer. Even Gandalf seemed to be fighting a smile at the idea. Perhaps a brief demonstration would be in order, the wizard suggested innocently, just to assess its suitability for travel. Bilbo shot him a look that clearly said traitor, before turning back to Pertinax. I suppose a demonstration wouldn't hurt, he conceded reluctantly. Splendid, Pertinax clapped his hands. Allow me to show you its operation. What followed was a detailed and largely incomprehensible explanation of the device's various components, complete with technical terminology that Pertinax appeared to be inventing on the spot. Bilbo nodded politely, understanding perhaps one word in 5, while Gandalf watched with increasing amusement. And that's how the accelerative momentum is transferred through the reciprocating assembly, Pertinax concluded. Any questions? Just one, Bilbo said. How do you stop it? Ah, an excellent question, Pertinax beamed. The stopping mechanism is engaged by applying backward pressure to the pedals, while simultaneously pulling this lever. He indicated a wooden handle protruding from the frame. Simple, elegant, and mostly effective. Mostly, Bilbo asked with raised eyebrows. Well, nothing is perfect on the first few hundred attempts, Pertinax admitted. Now, who wants to see it in action? Before anyone could respond, the eccentric inventor had climbed onto the seat and positioned his furry feet on the pedals. Observe carefully, he called out, and with surprising strength for a hobbit his age, he began to pedal. The contraption lurched forward, wobbling alarmingly before stabilizing into a somewhat steady roll. Pertinax let out a whoop of delight as he picked up speed, circling the small field while the gathered hobbits cheered. You see, he called as he made a second circuit. Perfectly safe and remarkably efficient. Who needs ponies when great galloping GAM mighty GS? This exclamation came as the device hit a small rock, sending it veering sharply to the left. Pertinax yanked desperately at the steering rod, overcorrected, and sent the Shire Swift careening toward a duck pond at the edge of the field. What followed was both spectacular and inevitable. The front wheel struck the pond's edge, catapulting Pertinax over the handlebars in a graceful arc that ended with a tremendous splash. The Shire Swift itself followed a moment later, landing upside down in the water amidst a chorus of startled quacks. "Oh dear," Gandalf murmured, though he seemed more entertained than concerned. The young hobbits were beside themselves with delight at this unexpected entertainment, while Bilbo rushed forward to help his soggy relative. "Are you all right, Pertinax?" he called, reaching the pond's edge. The inventor surfaced, spitting water, and adjusting his somehow still intact spectacles. "Magnificent," he declared, raising a triumphant fist. "Did you see the hang time I achieved mid-flight? Valuable data. Most valuable. You're not hurt?" Bilbo asked incredulously. "Hurt? Nonsense." Pertinax waded to the shore, dragging his waterlogged invention behind him. A true scientist expects occasional setbacks. This merely demonstrates the need for improved water landing capabilities, a feature I hadn't considered before. By now, Gandalf had joined them at the pond's edge, his eyes twinkling with barely suppressed mirth. "A most educational demonstration," he observed, "though perhaps your device requires a few more refinements before it's suitable for long-distance journeys." Indeed, Pertinax agreed enthusiastically, wringing water from his jacket. "Back to the drawing board, as they say, though the basic concept remains sound." Bilbo, relieved that both inventor and onlookers were unharmed, glanced at the position of the sun. "I'm afraid we must continue our journey," he said. "But thank you for the enlightening demonstration." Of course, Pertinax nodded, already examining his damaged contraption with an inventor's critical eye. "Safe travels to you both. And remember, the future of hobbit transportation may have taken a dunking today, but mark my words, one day we'll all be rolling rather than walking." As they continued down the road, their young escorts reluctantly turning back at the agreed-upon boundary, Bilbo shook his head in amazement. "Only in the Shire," he remarked, "could someone nearly drown in a duck pond and declare it a scientific success. Pertinax took has the true spirit of innovation," Gandalf observed. Undeterred by minor setbacks, such as physical laws or practical limitations. "I suppose every hobbit needs a hobby," Bilbo conceded, though most stick to pipe smoking or gardening rather than inventing death traps on wheels. The wider world advances through the efforts of those who imagine impossible things, Gandalf said thoughtfully. Even if they occasionally end up in duck ponds. The sun was now properly up, bathing the countryside in warm golden light. Ahead, the road wound its way through rolling hills and small copses of trees, a white ribbon stretching toward the horizon. Birds sang in the hedgerows, and the morning air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers. "How far do you intend us to travel today?" Bilbo asked as they settled into a comfortable walking rhythm. "To the Green Dragon, if we make good time," Gandalf replied. "It's a fair distance, but the road is good, and the weather favors us." "Green Dragon," Bilbo nodded approvingly. "Excellent choice. They brew the finest ale east of Hobbiton, and make a stew that's worth walking all day for." As the familiar landscapes of Hobbiton gave way to the wider expanse of the Shire, Bilbo felt the last of his reluctance melting away. There was something undeniably invigorating about the open road, about setting forth with purpose and destination, yet open to whatever adventures might arise along the way. "Do you know," he remarked to Gandalf, as they crested a small hill, "I believe I'm actually looking forward to this journey now." "Are you indeed?" the wizard asked with a knowing smile. "How utterly unexpected." "Don't look so smug," Bilbo warned. "I reserve the right to complain bitterly at the first sign of trouble, danger, or inclement weather. I would expect nothing less," Gandalf assured him gravely. "A hobbit without complaints would be like a dwarf without gold, something fundamentally wrong with the natural order." Bilbo chuckled, adjusting his pack to a more comfortable position. "Speaking of dwarves, tell me more about this Hilda we're meeting. I find I'm quite curious about a female dwarf scholar." As they walked, Gandalf shared stories of Hilda's accomplishments and eccentricities, painting a picture of a formidable intellect with little patience for fools, but great enthusiasm for ancient knowledge. The miles passed pleasantly beneath their feet, the Shire unfolding around them in all its pastoral glory. By mid-morning, they had left the cultivated fields behind and entered the rolling countryside that comprised most of the Shire's eastern regions. They stopped briefly for what Bilbo insisted on calling elevenses, a quick meal of bread, cheese, and apples beside a bubbling stream. "The Shire truly is beautiful," Bilbo remarked, gazing across the landscape. "I sometimes forget, living in one corner of it. Few places in Middle-earth possess such tranquil charm," Gandalf agreed. "Which is why it's worth protecting, even if its inhabitants never know the dangers that pass them by." Bilbo nodded thoughtfully, understanding the wizard's meaning. Their quest for the crown was about more than ancient treasures or dwarven politics. It was about preserving places like the Shire, where peace and simple pleasures could continue undisturbed by the darker forces stirring in distant lands. With renewed purpose, they returned to the road, their path stretching eastward under the summer sun, the first step of many on the journey that lay ahead. Chapter 5. An Evening at the Green Dragon. The afternoon sun had begun its westward descent by the time Bilbo and Gandalf approached Bywater. The road had grown more traveled as the day progressed, with farmers' carts, peddlers, and the occasional group of hobbits on foot nodding greetings as they passed. "I'd forgotten how much busier the east road gets the closer one comes to Bywater," Bilbo remarked, stepping aside to let a heavily laden wagon rumble past. "Almost feels like the markets of Dale." "Hardly that," Gandalf chuckled. "Though I'd wager the Green Dragon sees nearly as much gossip exchanged in an evening as the Great Hall of Dale does in a week." "More, I should think," Bilbo replied, and with considerably more embellishment. The village of Bywater came into view as they crested a gentle hill, a cluster of hobbit holes and small cottages surrounding a central pond from which the settlement took its name. Smoke rose cheerfully from chimneys, and even from a distance, they could see hobbits going about their evening business, bringing in livestock from pasture and carrying fresh produce from gardens to kitchens. "Ah, civilization," Bilbo sighed contentedly. "My feet remind me that it's been quite some time since breakfast." "A mere 12 miles, Gandalf observed. "Though I suppose by hobbit standards, that's a considerable journey. 12 miles is a respectable distance for anyone," Bilbo maintained with dignity, "especially when carrying a pack that seems to gain weight with every step." Green Dragon Inn stood at the far end of the village, a welcoming 2-story structure with round windows glowing amber in the fatting light. Its weathered sign, depicting a verdant dragon that looked more mischievous than menacing, creaked gently in the evening breeze. "Never has a sign looked so inviting," Bilbo declared as they approached the entrance. "I can practically taste the stew already." Inside, the common room was warm and inviting, though not yet crowded, as the dinner hour was just beginning. A fire crackled in the large stone hearth, and oil lamps cast a golden glow over the polished wooden tables. The ceiling beams were hung with dried herbs and flowers, filling the air with fragrant aromas that mingled pleasantly with the smells of cooking food and ale. Mr. Bilbo Baggins called a cheerful voice, and the wizard Gandalf too. What a grand surprise. The speaker was Rosie Lightfoot, the innkeeper's wife, a plump hobbit with rosy cheeks and a practical apron dusted with flour. She bustled toward them, wiping her hands on a towel. "Evening, Rosie," Bilbo greeted her warmly. "I hope you have room for a pair of weary travelers." "For you always," she assured him. "Though we've a fair crowd expected tonight. It's market day tomorrow, so we've merchants up from the South Farthing, and even a couple of dwarven traders from the Blue Mountains." "Dwarves, you say?" Gandalf inquired, stooping slightly beneath the low-ceiling beams. "I arrived this morning. Tinkers and toy makers, from their look. Set up a small shop in the corner there." She gestured toward a far table where two dwarves were arranging an assortment of metal trinkets and brightly colored wooden toys. "Interesting," Gandalf murmured, though Bilbo couldn't quite tell if the wizard found this genuinely intriguing or merely coincidental. "Now, let me show you to your rooms," Rosie continued. "I've a nice one with a large bed for you, Mr. Bilbo, and we've made up the big folk room for Mr. Gandalf, though I'm afraid the ceiling's still a bit low for comfort. I'm well accustomed to ducking," Gandalf assured her with a smile. After depositing their packs in their respective rooms, Bilbo's cozy and perfectly hobbit-sized, Gandalf's somewhat larger, but requiring constant vigilance against low-hanging beams. They returned to the common room, which had begun to fill with the evening crowd. "Let's sit near the fire," Bilbo suggested. "My bones could use some warming after a day on the road." They claimed a small table in a corner near the hearth, with a good view of both the entrance and the rest of the room. A serving lad quickly brought them 2 mugs of ale, and promised that supper would follow shortly. "To new adventures," Gandalf said, raising his oversized mug, "and to returning from them in one piece," Bilbo added, clinking his own mug against the wizard's. The ale was excellent, dark and rich, with a hint of honey, and Bilbo felt the day's fatigue melting away as he sipped it appreciatively. Around them, the inn hummed with conversation and laughter as locals and travelers alike gathered for the evening meal. "Interesting mix tonight," Bilbo observed, surveying the room. "Not just hobbits and those dwarves, but is that a man from Bree in the corner?" Gandalf followed his gaze to where a tall, weather-beaten man sat nursing a mug of ale, his travel-stained cloak drawn close despite the room's warmth. "Indeed," the wizard confirmed. "And unless I'm mistaken, he's one of the rangers, the wandering folk, who patrol the wilderness between settlements." Rangers, Bilbo's interest was piqued. "I've heard tales, of course, but I don't believe I've ever actually seen one. They prefer it that way," Gandalf said quietly. "They do their work best when unnoticed, protecting the borders of places like the Shire from dangers the inhabitants never know exist." Bilbo studied the solitary figure with new respect. "Should we invite him to join us? He looks rather alone." "Better not," Gandalf advised. "Rangers value their privacy, and drawing attention to him might hinder whatever business brings him here." As if sensing their discussion, the ranger glanced up, his keen gray eyes meeting Gandalf's for a brief moment. An almost imperceptible nod passed between them before the man returned his attention to his drink. "You know him," Bilbo realized. "I know of him," Gandalf corrected. "The rangers and I have common interests in keeping peace in these lands. They're Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their supper generous bowls of savory stew, thick with vegetables and tender beef, accompanied by fresh-baked bread, still warm from the oven. Rosie Lightfoot's famous green dragon stew, Bilbo declared, inhaling the aromatic steam with closed eyes. Worth every mile walked to reach it. Ate with the hearty appetite of travelers, Bilbo particularly enjoying the simple pleasure of hot food served on proper plates after a day on the road. The common room grew increasingly lively as more patrons arrived, and soon the air was filled with music as a hobbit with a fiddle struck up a cheerful tune in the corner. "Mr. Baggins, it really is you." Bilbo looked up to find one of the dwarves standing beside their table, his beard braided elaborately with blue ribbons that matched his bright eyes. "Bofri, son of Boffer, at your service." The dwarf bowed deeply. "I can hardly believe my luck, meeting the famous Bilbo Baggins himself." "Oh, well, good evening," Bilbo replied, somewhat taken aback by the enthusiastic greeting. "I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, Master Bofri. You know of me, but I don't believe we've met." "We haven't," Bofri confirmed. "But my father has told me so many tales of your journey to a Rebber that I feel as though I know you." "My father is Boffer. He was one of the company of Thorin Oakenshield." "Boffer," Bilbo exclaimed, his face lighting up with recognition. "Of course. I see the resemblance now. How is your father? It's been years since I've had news of him." "Thriving," Bofri beamed. "He's established a successful toy-making business in the Blue Mountains. That's my brother Bifri over there." He gestured to the other dwarf, who was demonstrating a mechanical toy bird to a circle of fascinated hobbit children. "We're carrying on the family trade. Please join us," Bilbo invited, genuinely pleased to connect with the son of his old companion. Bofri settled onto a chair, his eyes shining with excitement. "Father will never believe I met you by chance in a Shire inn. He speaks of you often, you know. The brave hobbit who riddled with a dragon and saved them all from spiders. I think your father's tales have grown somewhat in the telling," Bilbo demurred, though he couldn't help feeling touched by Boffer's apparent high regard. "Nonsense," declared Bofri. "If anything, he says the written accounts don't capture half of what really happened. He has a copy of The Quest for a Rebber on his bedside table, practically memorized it. He has." "The Quest for a Rebber?" Bilbo asked, puzzled. "Balin's account of your journey," Gandalf explained. "I mentioned it's become quite popular among the dwarves." "Oh, yes, of course," Bilbo nodded, though he made a mental note to ask Gandalf exactly how popular and accurate this account might be. He had a sudden vision of dwarven children hearing bedtime stories about his bumbling adventures, and wasn't entirely sure how he felt about it. "So what brings you to the Shire, Master Bofri?" Gandalf inquired, skillfully changing the subject. "A bit far from the Blue Mountains for toy selling, isn't it? We're on our way to Bree for the summer fair," Bofri explained. "The Shire is a pleasant detour. Hobbits appreciate quality toys, and the children aren't afraid of us like some human youngsters are." As if to illustrate his point, delighted laughter erupted from the corner, where Bifri was now showing off a miniature mechanical dwarf that marched in circles, swinging a tiny axe. "What about yourselves?" Bofri asked. "Off on another adventure, by the look of your traveling gear." Bilbo hesitated, unsure how much to share, but Gandalf smoothly intervened. "A small journey east," the wizard said vaguely. "Research of a historical nature." "Ah, scholarly pursuits," Bofri nodded sagely, though he looked slightly disappointed at the mundane explanation. "Well, if you're heading toward Bree, perhaps we'll see you on the road. We leave tomorrow afternoon. We'll be off at first light, I'm afraid," Bilbo Bilbo said. "But do give your father my warmest regards when you return home. Tell him the pantry at Bag End is always stocked should he find himself in the Shire." Joffrey laughed heartily. He'd like nothing better. Perhaps someday he'll take you up on that. He rose from the table with another bow. "I should return to our display. It's been an honor, Mr. Baggins. Truly it has." As the dwarf returned to his brother's side, Bilbo turned to Gandalf with raised eyebrows. "Famous Bilbo Baggins, what exactly has Balin been writing about me?" "Nothing undeserved," Gandalf assured him, though perhaps with the usual dwarven flair for dramatic storytelling. "Wonderful," Bilbo muttered. "Now, I'll have to live up to a heroic reputation I wasn't aware I had." The evening progressed pleasantly, with excellent food, good ale, and the comfortable hum of conversation surrounding them. Bilbo was just considering a second helping of blackberry tart when the inn's door swung open, admitting a gust of cool night air and a most unexpected visitor. Hobbit, if he could be called that, stood in the doorway, scanning the room with sharp eyes. He was unusually tall for his kind, lean rather than comfortably round, and dressed in travel-stained clothes of green and brown that seemed designed to blend with forest and field. A short sword hung at his belt, and a bow and quiver were slung across his back. The room fell momentarily silent as every head turned to stare at the newcomer. Hobbits with weapons were rare enough to cause comment. Hobbits who carried them with the easy confidence of long use were practically unheard of. A Bucklander murmured a nearby hobbit to his companion. "One of them bounders from the eastern borders." "Bounders," Bilbo whispered to Gandalf. "I thought they were mostly symbolic these days, walking the borders, chasing away the occasional wild animal." "Times change," Gandalf replied cryptically, watching as the newcomer made his way to the bar. The conversation in the room gradually resumed, though many curious glances still flicked toward the armed hobbit, who now stood speaking quietly with Rosie Lightfoot. After a moment, the innkeeper's wife pointed in their direction, and the bounder turned to study them with undisguised interest. "I believe we're about to have another visitor," Gandalf murmured. Sure enough, after collecting a mug of ale, the bounder approached their table with purposeful strides. "Evening," he greeted them, his accent marking him as being from the eastern regions of the Shire. "Rosie says you're headed east tomorrow. Mind if I join you?" "Please," Gandalf gestured to an empty chair. "We're always glad of company." Hobbit settled himself with the easy grace of one accustomed to long journeys. Up close, Bilbo could see that his face was weathered by sun and wind, with alert green eyes that missed nothing. At Algrim took, he introduced himself. "Though most call me Grim, I patrol the eastern borders." "Bilbo Baggins of Hobbiton," Bilbo replied. "And this is..." "Gandalf the Grey," Grim finished. "I know. We've met before, though you wouldn't remember an unremarkable young hobbit from 5 years back." "I remember more than you might think, Master Took," Gandalf said with a smile. "You were one of the bounders who helped guide my company to the East Road when we departed from the Shire. You asked many questions about the lands beyond Bree." "That I did," Grim nodded, looking pleased to be remembered. "And I've seen a fair bit of those lands since then. The bounder's duties have expanded somewhat in recent years." "In what way?" Bilbo asked, genuinely curious. Grim took a sip of his ale before answering. "Let's just say there's been more to keep an eye on. Strange folk on the roads, rumors of troubles to the south, the occasional odd beast straying closer to our borders than we'd like." "Nothing serious, I hope?" Gandalf inquired, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Nothing we couldn't handle," Grim replied, though something in his expression suggested there was more to the story. part of why I approached you. I'm headed back to the Brandywine Bridge tomorrow, and wouldn't mind company on the road, especially company that might make certain travelers think twice before causing trouble. You believe there might be trouble on the East Road? Bilbo asked, a hint of apprehension creeping into his voice. Not specifically, Grim assured him. But these days, I prefer caution. 3 travelers together, especially when one is a wizard, make a less tempting target than a lone hobbit. You're welcome to join us, Gandalf decided. Though we leave at first light. Wouldn't have it any other way, Grim said with a nod. The road is best traveled early. As the evening wore on, Grim proved to be pleasant company, sharing tales of his patrols along the Shire's borders, without ever quite explaining what had necessitated armed hobbits in the first place. Bilbo found himself both intrigued and slightly unsettled by the implications. Eventually, the common room began to empty as patrons departed for home or retired to their rooms. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and even the fiddler had packed away his instrument. We should get some rest, Gandalf suggested. Tomorrow will be another long day of walking. They bid good night to Grim, who had taken a room down the hall from Bilbo's, and retired to their respective chambers. Alone, in his comfortable hobbit-sized room, Bilbo found himself staring out the window at the star-filled sky, turning the evening's encounters over in his mind. Dwarves who told tales of his adventures. A ranger who exchanged knowing glances with Gandalf. A bounder who spoke of strange happenings along the borders of the Shire. Each seemed a small thread, but Bilbo had lived long enough to recognize when small threads were beginning to weave themselves into a larger pattern. Curiouser and curiouser, he murmured to himself as he finally climbed into bed. And we haven't even left the Shire yet. Outside, an owl hooted softly in the darkness, a lone sentinel keeping watch as the village of Bywater slumbered beneath the silent stars. Chapter 6, Beyond the Borders. True to his word, Adalgrim Took was waiting in the common room when Bilbo and Gandalf descended for breakfast, just as the first pale light of dawn crept through the windows. The bounder was already equipped for travel, his pack settled comfortably against his back, short sword at his hip, and a steaming mug of tea before him. Morning, he greeted them cheerfully. Rosie's prepared a proper breakfast for us. Said no, one should leave her establishment on an empty stomach, especially those headed for the wild lands. A wise woman, Bilbo approved. Settling at the table were platters of eggs, bacon, sausages, and freshly baked bread awaited them. I've always said that the most important preparation for any journey is a hearty first breakfast. First breakfast, Grim raised an eyebrow. Planning on a second, are you? One should always plan for second breakfast, Bilbo replied with dignity. Though I've learned to be flexible about the timing when traveling. They ate quickly but thoroughly, knowing that a proper meal might be their last comfort for some time. Outside, the world was still quiet, with only the occasional crowing rooster and chirping bird breaking the pre-dawn silence. The weather holds fair, Gandalf observed, glancing out the window. We should make good progress today. Aye, Grim agreed. With luck, we'll reach the Brandywine Bridge by nightfall. I know a decent spot to camp, not far beyond it. Camp, Bilbo echoed, pausing mid-bite. I thought we might stay at an inn in Stock. Grim shook his head. Stock would take us too far south of our path. Better to keep to the East Road if we're bound for Bree. Quite right, Gandalf confirmed. Our journey is best served by the most direct route. Bilbo sighed, already mentally bidding farewell to proper beds and hot meals. Very well, though I hope someone remembered to pack extra blankets. The ground grows harder every year, or Or perhaps it's just my bones growing softer. After settling their account with Rosie and receiving a generous package of food for the road, they stepped out into the cool morning air. Mist hung in delicate veils over the fields, and dew sparkled on every blade of grass. The village was just beginning to stir, with smoke starting to rise from chimneys, and the occasional early-rising hobbit nodding greetings as they passed. A fine morning for walking, Grim declared, setting a brisk pace as they rejoined the east road. And indeed it was. As the sun rose higher, burning away the morning mist, the countryside revealed itself in all its summer glory. Fields of golden wheat and barley stretched to the horizon, interspersed with orchards heavy with ripening fruit. Wildflowers dotted the roadside in splashes of color, and butterflies danced above them in the warm air. For several miles, they walked in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Bilbo found himself mentally composing verses about their journey, a habit he'd developed during his previous adventure, and now found surprisingly difficult to break. Road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. I've been meaning to ask, Grim's voice broke into his poetic musings. What exactly takes a hobbit, a wizard, and now a bounder eastward? Gandalf mentioned research of a historical nature, but that seems a rather vague explanation. Bilbo glanced questioningly at Gandalf, unsure how much they should reveal about their quest. The wizard considered for a moment before responding. We seek knowledge related to an ancient dwarven artifact, he said carefully. A crown of historical significance that may have broader implications for the current age. A crown, Grim's interest was clearly piqued. Not another dragon-guarded treasure, I hope. I've heard enough tales of Bilbo's last adventure to last a lifetime. No dragons this time, Bilbo assured him. Or at least, none that I've been informed about. He shot Gandalf a look that was only half joking. Just a forgotten relic hidden somewhere in the Misty Mountains. Hidden places in those mountains have a way of being unpleasant, Grim observed. Goblins, trolls, worse things if the old stories are true. Some are, some aren't, Gandalf replied. But we're not heading into those dangers unprepared. We'll be meeting a dwarven scholar in Bree who has studied the crown's location extensively. That explains our destination, at least, Grim nodded. Though I'm surprised you'd involve yourself in such matters again, Mr. Baggins. From what I've heard, you've been quite content in Bag End these past years. So was I, Bilbo said, with a rueful smile. But it seems wizards have a way of disrupting even the most comfortable hobbit existence. A necessary disruption, Gandalf maintained. Certain matters require particular talents, and Bilbo possesses exactly the qualities needed for this undertaking, such as, Grim asked, a light step, a quick mind, experience with riddles, and a remarkable ability to find his way out of tight situations, Gandalf enumerated. All quite valuable when dealing with ancient dwarvish puzzles and protections. Puzzles, Grim raised an eyebrow. Sounds more like a treasure hunt than a historical expedition. Perhaps a bit of both, Bilbo admitted. Though I've been promised a distinct lack of fire-breathing reptiles, which is a significant improvement over last time. As the morning progressed into afternoon, the landscape gradually began to change. The neat fields and orderly orchards of Central Shire gave way to the slightly wilder, more wooded terrain of the eastern regions. The road, too, became less perfectly maintained, with occasional weeds pushing through cracks in the ancient stone paving during a brief rest for lunch or second breakfast. As Bilbo insisted on calling it, Grim shared more details about his role as a bounder. It used to be largely ceremonial, he explained, cutting a slice from a wheel of cheese. walking the borders, turning back the occasional lost traveler, chasing away wolves in hard winters. But things have changed these past few years. In what way? Bilbo asked, genuinely curious. Grim looked thoughtful as he chewed. More strangers on the roads, for one thing. Not just dwarves and the occasional elf, but men from lands we don't recognize. Some just passing through, others watching, it seems. And wildlife behaving oddly, pushing closer to settled areas, acting more aggressive. If he reported these observations to anyone, Gandalf inquired, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. To the Tyne, of course, Grim nodded, though he's not overly concerned. The Shire has always been peaceful, and most hobbits prefer to believe it always will be, regardless of what happens beyond our borders. A comforting belief, Gandalf murmured, if not an entirely realistic one. My thoughts exactly, Grim agreed. Which is why the Bounders have taken it upon ourselves to be a bit more proactive. More patrols, more training with weapons, keeping our eyes open. Better prepared, and not needed than the other way around, I always say. A sensible philosophy, Bilbo remarked, though the conversation had left him feeling slightly unsettled. The Shire had always represented safety and predictability in his mind. The idea that it might need defending was both novel and disturbing. They continued eastward through the afternoon, the road now running alongside scattered woods and rolling hills. Traffic had thinned considerably. They passed only a few farm carts and a solitary dwarf merchant leading a heavily laden pony. We're approaching the Marish, Grim informed them as the sun began its westward descent. We'll see the Brandywine soon enough. Sure enough, as they crested a gentle hill, Bilbo caught sight of a distant glimmer through the trees, sunlight reflecting off moving water. The border of the Shire, he murmured, feeling a familiar mix of excitement and trepidation. Every time he passed beyond the Brandywine, it marked the beginning of truly unknown territory. For all his talk of adventures, there was still something profound about leaving the safe confines of his homeland. Not quite the border, Grim corrected him. Technically, Shire lands extend a league beyond the east bank, though it's sparsely settled. Buckland lies on the other side, of course, but that's still Hobbit territory, even if Bucklanders are considered somewhat odd by Shire standards. They live on the wrong side of the river and in houses above ground, Bilbo explained to Gandalf, who was listening with amusement. Practically scandalous by Hobbit standards. The shocking innovations of Buckland, the wizard remarked dryly. What next? Boats on the river, learning to swim. Both already adopted, I'm afraid, Grim confirmed with a grin. We're a radical lot east of the Brandywine. As they descended toward the river, the road entered a stretch of dense woodland, the outer edges of what locals called the Old Forest. The trees grew close to the path here, their ancient branches creating a green tunnel through which the road passed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, and the air grew noticeably cooler in the shade. Keep to the center of the road here, Grim advised, his hand resting casually on his sword hilt. The forest has a watchful feel sometimes. I've never much liked this stretch, Bilbo admitted, eyeing the gnarled trees uneasily. The stories one hears. Most are exaggerated, Grim assured him, but not all. The old forest has its own ways, its own consciousness, some say. Best to show respect and pass through quickly. They quickened their pace, walking 3 abreast down the center of the road. Bilbo couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, though when he darted glances into the undergrowth, he saw nothing but shadows and the occasional flicker of wildlife. Something doesn't feel right, Gandalf murmured after several minutes of tense silence. The wizard's hand had moved to his staff. gripping it more tightly than before. Grim nodded, his green eyes scanning the forest edge. Too quiet, no birdsong. Bilbo strained his ears and realized the bounder was right. The normal sounds of the forest, birds calling, insects buzzing, small creatures rustling through undergrowth, had all fallen silent. Only the soft sound of their own footfalls and the occasional creak of ancient branches broke the eerie stillness. Perhaps we should, Bilbo began, but fell silent as Grim suddenly held up a warning hand. Wait, the bounder whispered, head tilted as if listening intently. For a long moment, they stood frozen on the road, barely breathing. Then Bilbo heard it, a soft rustling in the undergrowth ahead, too rhythmic to be the wind, too heavy to be a small animal. Someone's there, he whispered. Gandalf nodded grimly, his posture straightening as he squared his shoulders. In that moment, the kindly old man seemed to transform into something more imposing, a figure of power and authority, rather than a travel-worn wanderer. Whoever you are, the wizard called out, his voice ringing with calm command. Show yourself. We mean no harm to honest travelers, but neither will we be ambushed on the open road. Rustling stopped abruptly. Then, after a tense pause, a figure emerged from the trees ahead, not the bandit or wild creature Bilbo had half expected, but a slender young hobbit lass. She wore practical traveling clothes, had a small pack on her back, and most surprisingly, carried a short bow in her hands, though it was not drawn. Well, said Gandalf, relaxing slightly, this is unexpected. Hobbit girl approached cautiously, keeping a wary eye on all three of them. She appeared to be in her early 20s, by Hobbit reckoning, with curly hair tied back in a practical braid, and uncommonly serious eyes. Lily Brandybuck, Grim said, with a mixture of surprise and disapproval. What in the name of green hills are you doing lurking in the woods? You gave us quite a start. I might ask what you're doing escorting strangers through our borders. Cousin Grim, she replied, with unexpected boldness. Especially when you're supposed to be patrolling the North Moors this week. Change of plans, Grim replied shortly. And you haven't answered my question. The girl, Lily, straightened her shoulders. I'm tracking wolf sign. 3 sets of prints, heading east toward Buckland Farms. Unusual behavior for this time of year. Alone, Grim asked incredulously. Where's your patrol partner? Verdi twisted his ankle yesterday. I sent him back to recover, she replied with a dismissive shrug. The tracks were fresh. I couldn't waste time. So instead, you decided to track potentially dangerous predators by yourself. Grim's voice rose with evident frustration. That's exactly the kind of reckless behavior that gets bounders killed, Lily. I wasn't planning to engage them, she protested. Just track and report. Besides, she added with a defiant tilt of her chin, I'm the best tracker in the Eastern Patrol, and you know it. Bilbo watched this exchange with fascination. The concept of hobbit rangers tracking wolves was novel enough, but a young female hobbit doing so alone seemed positively revolutionary by Shire standards. Perhaps introductions are in order, Gandalf interjected smoothly. Since it seems we're to be having this discussion in the middle of the road. Grim sighed, running a hand through his hair. My apologies. Lily Brandybuck, may I present Gandalf the Grey and Bilbo Baggins of Hobbiton. We're traveling to Bree on business of some importance. Lily's eyes widened at the names. The Bilbo Baggins, the one who, yes, went on an adventure with dwarves. Bilbo finished, beginning to feel slightly exasperated by his apparent fame. Though I'd appreciate if we could postpone any discussion of dragons or barrels until we're somewhere less exposed. Lily nodded, glancing around at the looming trees. You're right, of course. This isn't the place for conversation. bridge is only a mile ahead. We should keep moving." "We," Grim echoed. "You're heading back to Buckland, I presume." "Actually, I need to report these tracks to the Dreamland Rangers," Lily replied. "They've asked us to inform them of any unusual wildlife movements. Since you're headed that way." Grim looked like he wanted to object, but Gandalf spoke first. "Another companion is always welcome," the wizard said, "especially one with sharp eyes and tracking skills. The road ahead may benefit from such talents." "Settled then," Lily declared before Grim could respond. "I'll accompany you to Bree. You can ensure I don't recklessly engage any wolf packs, cousin, and I can make sure you don't miss any signs of trouble along the way." Perfect arrangement. Bilbo couldn't help but smile at the exasperated expression on Grim's face. Clearly, arguing with Lily Brandybuck was a losing proposition. "Very well," Grim conceded. "But you follow my lead, understand? No running off on your own." Naturally, Lily agreed, though her tone suggested this was a negotiable point. With their unexpected fourth member added to the party, they continued down the road, the atmosphere somewhat lighter, despite the watchful forest around them. Bilbo found himself walking alongside Lily, who kept darting curious glances his way. "I've read about your adventure," she finally said, "in Master Balin's account. Is it true you escaped from the Elven King's dungeons by hiding in wine barrels?" "A somewhat simplified version of events," Bilbo replied diplomatically. "But essentially accurate, yes." "Remarkable," Lily breathed. "I've always wanted to see the world beyond the Shire. The mountains, the forests, even the elven realms. Most hobbits think I'm quite mad for it." "They thought the same of me," Bilbo told her. "And perhaps they were right. But I've never regretted seeing what lies beyond our borders, even if not all of it was pleasant." "That's exactly it," Lily exclaimed. "How can we know what's worth protecting if we've never seen what's out there? That's why I joined the Bounders, to at least glimpse the edges of the wider world." Ahead of them, the forest finally began to thin, and through the trees, Bilbo could see the glimmer of the Brandywine growing closer. The knot of tension he'd been carrying in his shoulders since entering the woods began to ease. Nearly there, Grim called back to them. "We'll cross before sunset and make camp on the eastern bank." As they emerged from the woods, the Brandywine Bridge came into view, a sturdy stone structure spanning the broad, slow-moving river. The late afternoon sun glinted off the water, turning it to molten gold. And on the far shore, the green hills of Buckland rose gently toward the eastern horizon. "Border of the Shire," Bilbo murmured, pausing to take in the view. "Every time I cross it, I feel as though I'm stepping into a story." "You are," Gandalf said quietly beside him. "We all are. The question is, what role will we play in the greater tale that's unfolding around us?" With that philosophical question hanging in the air, they approached the bridge, ready to cross from the familiar comfort of the Shire into the less certain lands beyond. The first true step in their journey to find the Lost Crown of Durin. Chapter 7, Unexpected Companions. Brandywine Bridge stretched before them, its ancient stonework a testament to craftsmanship that predated even the Shire itself. As they stepped onto its weathered surface, Bilbo felt the familiar twinge of excitement that always accompanied crossing boundaries, that peculiar blend of anticipation and mild anxiety that marked the true beginning of an adventure. The bridge was built by the men of Arnor in the early days of the North Kingdom, Gandalf remarked, nodding Bilbo's appreciative gaze at the stonework. Long before hobbits settled in these lands, it's seen better days, Grim observed, pointing to cracks in some of the stones where resilient weeds had taken root. Though I suppose anything still standing after 1,000 years, deserves some respect. River flowed beneath them, broad and lazy in the late afternoon sun. Fish occasionally broke the surface with silvery flashes, and water birds skimmed low over the gentle currents. From the middle of the bridge, Bilbo could see far along the Brandywine in both directions northward, where it wound through green hills, and southward, where it eventually joined with more distant waters. "I've crossed this bridge dozens of times," Lily commented, leaning against the stone parapet. "But I still stop to look every time. There's something about seeing the Shire from this perspective that makes you appreciate it differently." Bilbo nodded in understanding. The Shire did look different from here, smaller somehow, more contained. A patchwork of fields and woods nestled between protective hills. Yet also more precious for being seen in context. "We should continue," Gandalf urged gently. "I'd prefer to make camp while there's still light." They crossed to the eastern bank, officially entering Buckland territory. Though still populated by hobbits, this region had a subtly different character. The dwellings were more scattered, some built above ground in the manner of men, rather than dug into hillsides, and the inhabitants were known throughout the Shire for their slightly unconventional ways. Grim mentioned a campsite. Bilbo inquired as they followed the road eastward. "Yes, about a mile ahead," Grim confirmed. "A small clearing near a spring, popular with travelers heading to and from Bree." True to his word, they soon came upon a well-used camping area just off the road. A small clearing ringed by friendly-looking trees offered space for several parties, though they appeared to have it to themselves this evening. A spring bubbled up from among moss-covered rocks, providing clear, sweet water, and previous travelers had assembled a circle of stones for a fire pit. "Perfect," declared Gandalf, setting down his staff and stretching his back. "We'll have a comfortable night here." They settled into the familiar routine of making camp. Grim gathered firewood, while Bilbo unpacked cooking supplies. Gandalf scouted the perimeter with an attention that seemed perhaps more thorough than necessary, and Lily took on the task of filling water skins from the spring as the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across their clearing. Bilbo had a small fire crackling merrily in the stone circle. The air filled with the savory aroma of stew as he added dried meat, vegetables, and herbs to a pot of simmering water. "Something smells wonderful," Lily remarked, returning with the filled water skins. "You're quite the camp cook, Mr. Baggins." "One of many skills acquired by necessity," Bilbo replied with a modest smile. After watching dwarves burn perfectly good sausages on more than one occasion, I decided cooking duty fell to me by default. "A wise decision," Gandalf commented, returning from his inspection of the area. "All seems quiet around us. A good choice of campsite, Master Toke." Grim nodded in acknowledgement as he arranged their bedrolls around the fire. "Used it many times. Good visibility, access to water, and just far enough from the road to avoid casual interruption." As darkness settled around them and stars began to appear in the deepening blue above, they gathered around the fire for Bilbo's stew, served in wooden bowls with chunks of journey bread for dipping. For a while, they ate in comfortable silence, savoring both the food and the peaceful evening. So Lily finally said, setting aside her empty bowl, "A hobbit, a wizard, and a bounder walk into an inn. It sounds like the beginning of a joke, but instead it's a quest to find a lost dwarven crown. There must be quite a story there." Bilbo glanced at Gandalf, who nodded slightly, apparently permission to share their purpose. "It's rather less dramatic than you might imagine," Bilbo began. "No dragons this time, thankfully. Just an ancient artifact hidden away for safekeeping that now needs finding. Why now, Lily asked perceptively. If it's been hidden for ages, what's changed to make it important? A fair question, Gandalf acknowledged. The simplest answer is that times are changing. The crown could help unite the dwarven kingdoms in the face of, let us call them growing uncertainties, the same uncertainties that have the Bounders patrolling more frequently. Lily pressed. Grim looked up sharply. What makes you connect those things? Observation, Lily replied. The Tyne didn't suddenly decide we needed armed patrols for no reason. And now, a wizard appears with a quest for a powerful artifact. It doesn't take a scholar to see patterns. Bilbo was impressed by her reasoning. Young she might be, but certainly not naive. You've got a sharp mind, Miss Brandybuck, Gandalf remarked. And you're not entirely wrong. The wider world is shifting. Old balance is changing. When such things happen, it's wise to gather strength and forge alliances where possible. And this crown would help with that, she asked. It represents legitimate authority among Durin's folk, Gandalf explained. Beyond that, it's said to grant its wearer clarity of thought and purpose, the ability to see patterns in events, to make wise judgments in difficult times. Sounds like exactly what's needed these days, Grim muttered, poking at the fire with a stick. Especially given what we've been seeing along the borders, which brings us back to those wolves you were tracking, Bilbo said to Lily. You mentioned it was unusual behavior for this time of year. Lily nodded, her expression growing serious. Wolves normally avoid settled areas in summer, plenty of prey in the wild lands, without risking encounters with hobbits or men. But these past few months, they've been pushing closer to farms and villages. Not just wolves, either. Wild boars, bears, even had reports of a mountain cat seen near Mitchell Delving, which is practically unheard of, as if something is driving them from their usual territories, Gandalf mused. Exactly, Lily confirmed. The rangers asked us to report any unusual wildlife movements. They seemed concerned. Rangers have a way of knowing things before others do, Grim remarked. Perhaps because they travel more widely than most. Comfortable silence fell as each contemplated these matters. The fire crackled cheerfully, sending sparks spiraling upward toward the star-filled sky. In the distance, an owl called, its melancholy sound echoing across the night. Tell me about yourselves, Bilbo said after a while, turning to their two newest companions. I know very little about the Bounders, and even less about how two Shire hobbits came to be ranging the borders with swords and bows. Grim smiled slightly. Not much to tell. My father was a Bounder before me, one of the old school who mostly walked the borders and turned back lost travelers. After he passed, I took up his post. Found I had a knack for it. He's being modest, Lily interjected. Grim's the best scout in the Eastforthing patrol. He can track a field mouse across bare rock, or so they say. And what about you? Bilbo asked her. Female Bounders must be quite rare. I'm the only one at present, Lily admitted. It wasn't easy to convince them to accept me. It took 3 years of persistence, and proving myself better than most of the lads at archery and tracking. Why was it so important to you? Bilbo asked, genuinely curious. Lee stared into the fire for a long moment before answering. My older brother joined the Bounders when I was just a fontling. He would tell me stories of his patrols, of the rangers he sometimes met, of lands beyond the Shire. I was captivated. When he didn't return from a patrol 5 years ago, everyone told me to accept that accidents happen, to find a nice hobbit lad, and settle down to proper life. But you chose a different path, Gandalf observed softly. I chose to honor what he loved, Lily corrected, and to discover for myself whether he was right, whether there are things beyond our borders worth knowing, worth protecting. worth risking comfort for. Bilbo felt a surge of kinship with the young hobbit. How well he understood that pull toward the unknown, that desire to see what lay beyond familiar horizons. "And what have you discovered?" he asked gently. Lily smiled, the firelight playing across her determined features. That he was right. The world is wider and more wonderful than most hobbits ever imagine. And yes, more dangerous too. But knowing that makes the Shire more precious, not less. Wisely said, Gandalf nodded appreciatively. Many never grasp that particular truth. "What about you, Mr. Baggins?" Lily asked. "After facing a dragon and helping reclaim a kingdom, what brought you back to the Shire? And what draws you out again now?" It was Bilbo's turn to contemplate the flames before answering. "I came back because the Shire is home, a place of comfort and familiarity after too many cold nights and dangerous days. As for why I'm leaving again," he glanced at Gandalf with a rueful smile. "Partially because it's difficult to refuse when a wizard appears on your doorstep, but also because I've learned that comfort, while pleasant, isn't everything. There's a certain aliveness that comes with stepping beyond safe boundaries. And perhaps," Gandalf added with twinkling eyes, "because a certain hobbit discovered that returning to normal life after adventure isn't quite as simple as he imagined." "There's that," Bilbo admitted. "The Shire hasn't changed, but I have. Sometimes I feel it in my bones that the road is waiting for me, whether I choose to follow it or not." Grim had been listening quietly, but now he stirred the fire thoughtfully. "My grandfather used to say there are two types of hobbits, those who plant their roots deep in home soil and grow strong there, and those whose seeds are meant to be carried by the wind to distant places. Neither is wrong, just different natures. A wise grandfather," Gandalf remarked. "And which are you, Master Took?" Grim considered this. "A bit of both, perhaps. I range the borders, but always return. Never felt the pull to go further, though I respect those who do." As the night deepened around them, they traded stories and observations, Lily describing her training as a bounder, Grim relating encounters with travelers at the borders, Bilbo sharing some of the more humorous moments from his previous adventure, carefully edited to emphasize mishaps with ponies rather than deadly perils, and Gandalf occasionally contributing ancient tales that might or might not have been first-hand accounts. Eventually, Grim rose to take the first watch, positioning himself on a fallen log at the edge of their camp, with a clear view of the surrounding area. "We keep watches?" Bilbo asked, surprised. The Shire had always seemed safe enough, even at its borders. A precaution, Grim explained. Probably unnecessary, but good practice nonetheless. "I'll wake Lily in a few hours. She'll wake you, and you can wake Gandalf for the pre-dawn shift." "Very well," Bilbo agreed, though he wasn't entirely sure how effective a watchman he would make, given how quickly sleep was already tugging at his consciousness after a long day of walking. He arranged himself comfortably on his bedroll, using his pack as a pillow, and pulled his blanket up against the night's growing chill. Above him, stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, familiar yet somehow different when viewed from outside the Shire's boundaries. As he drifted toward sleep, Bilbo found himself thinking about Lily's brother, who never returned, about borders crossed and uncrossed, and about the strange paths that brought together 4 such different travelers around a single campfire. His last conscious thought was that adventure had a peculiar magic of its own, the ability to create unexpected fellowships out of strangers who might otherwise never have met. The deepest hours of the night, when Bilbo's watch came and went, with only Minor nodding off on his part, and as the eastern sky began to show the first faint lightning of approaching dawn, something stirred in the woods beyond their camp. Gandalf, keeping the final watch with his pipe glowing softly in the darkness, turned his head slightly at the sound, a rustling too deliberate for wind, too measured for an animal. "You might as well join us," the wizard called softly, seemingly addressing the night itself, rather than lurking among the trees like a thief. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, the same weather-beaten ranger they had observed at the Green Dragon, his gray eyes watchful beneath the hood of his worn cloak. "You've been following us since Bywater," Gandalf observed, not appearing particularly surprised. "I had wondered when you would make yourself known." "I follow the road, as do you," the ranger replied, his voice low and measured. "These lands are under my protection, and you protect them well," Gandalf acknowledged. "But perhaps it's time we spoke directly. After all, we appear to be traveling in the same direction." Ranger hesitated, then nodded once. "At first light, then, there are matters I would discuss with you, Gandalf the Grey. Matters concerning your quest and the changing shadows in the east." Chapter 8, Whispers from the Wild. Dawn arrived in gentle increments. First a faint lightening of the eastern sky, then a soft glow that gradually strengthened, until golden rays spilled over the horizon and filtered through the trees surrounding their camp. By the time Bilbo, Lily, and Grim stirred from their slumber, Gandalf was seated on a fallen log opposite the tall, hooded figure of the ranger. Bilbo sat up abruptly, momentarily disoriented by the stranger's presence. Who? "We have a visitor," Gandalf explained calmly. "Or perhaps I should say our shadow has finally decided to join us properly." Ranger inclined his head slightly in greeting, but remained standing, his posture suggesting readiness rather than relaxation. In the clear light of morning, Bilbo could better observe their mysterious follower, a man of indeterminate age, his face weathered by sun and wind, with keen gray eyes that seemed to miss nothing. His clothing was worn, but serviceable, in muted greens and browns that would blend easily with forest and field. A sword hung at his hip, partially concealed by his long cloak, and Bilbo noticed the hilt was well worn, suggesting frequent use rather than mere decoration. "This is Strider," Gandalf introduced him, "a ranger of the north and a guardian of these lands, though few acknowledge his service." "We require no acknowledgement," Strider said quietly. "The protection of these borders is reward enough, and yet you're here, speaking with us," Grim observed, his hand resting casually near his own weapon, which suggests something beyond routine patrol. Lily had risen and was studying their visitor with undisguised curiosity, though she maintained a careful distance. Bilbo, deciding that breakfast was in order regardless of mysterious strangers, began rekindling the fire. "I've been following your path since Bywater," Strider admitted. "At first merely to observe strangers on the road are always of interest, especially when one is a wizard known for involving himself in momentous events." "How flattering," Gandalf remarked drily, "though I suspect there's more to your interest than my reputation." Strider's expression remained impassive, but he nodded slightly. "Indeed, word has reached us of your questions regarding ancient dwarven artifacts. Such inquiries, combined with certain movements in the east, warranted attention." "What movements?" Lily asked directly, her practical nature overcoming any hesitation about addressing the imposing stranger. Ranger turned his keen gaze upon her. "The same that drive wolves from their territories and send wild creatures pressing closer to settled lands, young bounder. Shadows spreading from darker places, creatures moving that have slept or hidden for many years, whispers of alliances forming in lands where the sun rarely shines." "You speak in riddles," Grim complained, joining Bilbo by the rekindled fire. Because the picture itself is incomplete, Strider replied. We see fragments, patterns half-formed. Ravens bearing messages to hidden recipients. Travelers on roads long abandoned. Ancient ruins suddenly occupied after centuries of emptiness. And you believe these events are connected to our quest? Bilbo asked, looking up from where he was preparing a simple breakfast of toasted journey bread and dried fruit. I believe that when a wizard and the famous barrel rider set forth in search of a lost crown of power, precisely as the shadows deepen, it cannot be mere coincidence, Strider stated flatly. Bilbo winced at the use of his old title. I wish Balin hadn't included quite so many of those ridiculous epithets in his account. Crown is not a weapon, Gandalf clarified, seemingly untroubled by the ranger's implicit accusation. It is an artifact of insight and rightful authority, not of domination. Yet power nonetheless, Strider countered. And power is ever the target of those who would reshape the world to darker purpose. Silence fell over the camp, as each considered the implications of his words. Bilbo distributed breakfast portions, which the ranger accepted with a courteous nod, though he remained standing, apparently unwilling to fully relax his vigilance, even in their company. You've been forthright about your concerns, Gandalf said finally. So I shall be equally direct. What is your purpose here, Strider? Do you intend to hinder our quest or aid it? Ranger considered this for a moment before responding. Neither, perhaps, or both. I come with information and warning, but also with an offer of guidance. The road to Bree is safe enough, but beyond that, the ways grow darker. If your path takes you into the wildlands, you would benefit from one who knows them well. You're offering to join us? Bilbo asked, surprised. For a time, Strider nodded. At least until your purpose becomes clearer to me. The rangers have guarded these lands, and their people for generations. I would know whether your quest threatens that which we protect, or might instead strengthen it. Gandalf smiled slightly. A measured response, and a fair one. What say you, Bilbo? It's your quest as much as mine. Bilbo considered the ranger thoughtfully. Despite his somewhat intimidating appearance, there was something trustworthy in his steady gaze. And if Gandalf wasn't troubled by his presence, the road ahead is unknown to me, Bilbo admitted. And while I've some experience with adventure, I'm no woodsman. A guide with knowledge of the wildlands could prove invaluable. I second that, Lily added unexpectedly. The rangers work closely with the bounders. They've taught us much about tracking and survival. Having one with us would be a significant advantage. Grim looked less convinced, but offered no objection. As long as he understands that his mysterious warnings don't overrule practical considerations. We still need to reach Bree by nightfall to meet your dwarven scholar. Then it's settled, Gandalf declared, rising to his feet. Strider will accompany us to Bree, and we shall see what path unfolds beyond that. But now, we must be on our way if we're to reach our destination before dark. They broke camp efficiently, each falling into well-practiced routines. Bilbo noticed that Strider traveled remarkably light for one who apparently spent most of his time in the wilderness. A small pack containing what appeared to be only the barest essentials, worn with the ease of long familiarity. As they rejoined the east road, the morning sun now fully risen and warming the air, their newly expanded party arranged itself naturally, Gandalf and Strider in the lead, conversing quietly about routes and conditions ahead, with Bilbo, Lily, and Grim following a few paces behind. What do you make of our new companion? Bilbo asked the two bounders in a low voice. Rangers are strange folk, Grim replied with a shrug. Keep to themselves mostly, appear and disappear like ghosts. But they know things, important things, and they've helped the Shire more than most hobbits realize. I trust him, Lily said simply. My brother spoke highly of the rangers he met, said they were the true guardians of all the lands between the mountains and the sea, though they ask for neither reward nor recognition. A thankless task, Bilbo mused. Most important ones often are, Lily observed with surprising wisdom for one so young. East Road stretched before them, a pale ribbon cutting through increasingly wild countryside. As they moved farther from the Brandywine, the gentle domesticated landscapes of the Shire gave way to untamed woods and rolling hills. Traffic grew sparser. They passed only the occasional farm cart or merchant wagon, and once a group of dwarves heading westward, who exchanged brief greetings with Gandalf, but seemed in too much of a hurry for further conversation. By midday, they had covered a significant distance, walking at a brisk pace set by Strider, who moved with the tireless efficiency of one accustomed to covering vast territories on foot. They paused briefly near a small stream for a light meal and to rest their feet as they sat eating bread and cheese in the dappled shade of an ancient oak. Bilbo found himself next to Strider, who had finally consented to sit, though he positioned himself with a clear view of the road in both directions. I must confess, Bilbo ventured, I'm curious about the rangers. You seem to know a great deal about many things, yet little is known about you, and that is how we prefer it, Strider replied, though without rancor. Our work is best done unseen and unacknowledged. But surely it must be difficult, Bilbo pressed, to protect people who don't even know they're being protected, who might even view you with suspicion. Strider's stern features softened slightly. There's an old saying among my people, the hands that guard require no thanks, only that what they guard should flourish. The peace of the Shire, the safety of simple folk to live their lives, unburdened by the darker knowledge of what lurks beyond their borders, that is reward enough. That's remarkably selfless, Bilbo observed. Is it, Strider asked, or is it simply the recognition that some things are worth protecting, regardless of recognition? He glanced at Bilbo with unexpected perceptiveness. After all, you returned to a home where few understood or valued what you had accomplished in distant lands. Yet, you don't regret your part in those events, do you? Not for a moment, Bilbo admitted readily, though I might occasionally regret the incomprehension of my neighbors. This drew a rare smile from the ranger. Then, perhaps, you understand the life of a ranger better than most, Master Baggins. Their rest concluded, they returned to the road with renewed purpose. The afternoon brought changing landscapes. The woods thinned, giving way to open country with distant views of rolling hills, and the occasional cluster of buildings that marked small settlements of men, the first signs that they were approaching the borders of Dreamland. As the shadows lengthened and the sun began its westward descent, Strider drew them to a halt at the crest of a rise in the road. Below, spread across a gentle slope, lay their destination, the village of Bree, enclosed by a thick hedge with a gated entrance visible even at this distance. Smoke rose from numerous chimneys, and the golden light of the setting sun gave the whole scene a warm, welcoming appearance. Bree, Strider announced, unnecessarily. We should arrive before they close the gates at nightfall. Thank goodness, Bilbo sighed, feeling the weariness of the day's long march in his legs. I'm more than ready for a proper bed and a hot meal. The prancing pony offers both in abundance, Gandalf assured him, though we should remain cautious even there. Bree is a crossroads of sorts, a place where many paths and peoples meet, not all of them with honest intentions. You suspect we might be watched? Grim asked, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. I think it prudent to assume so, Gandalf replied. Our quest is not common knowledge, but neither is it entirely secret. The crown we seek is an artifact of significance. There may be others who have noted our interest in it. Wonderful, Bilbo muttered. More complications. Such is the nature of quests, Master Baggins, Strider observed with a hint of amusement. If they were simple errands, they wouldn't require heroes. I'm hardly a hero, Bilbo protested. Just a hobbit who occasionally finds himself in situations far outside his comfort zone. The definition of heroism, some would say, Lily remarked with a smile, began the descent toward Bree, the road winding gently downhill between fields where farmers were concluding their day's work. As they drew closer to the village, they could see that the east road passed directly through its center, connecting to the greenway that ran north to south. Even at this hour, there was considerable activity, traders packing up their wares from the day's market, locals returning from field labor, and travelers seeking lodging for the night. The main gate stood open, guarded by a round-faced man with a rather bored expression, who straightened slightly as they approached. Evening travelers, he greeted them, eyeing their unusual party with mild curiosity. What brings ye to Bree this fine day? Lodging at the Prancing Pony, Gandalf replied pleasantly. And perhaps some business, if the right parties can be found. The gatekeeper nodded, seemingly satisfied with this vague explanation. Been busy today, market day, brings 'em in from all around. Even had some dwarves arrive this morning, not that that's so unusual these days. Enter and welcome, but mind the rules, no trouble after dark, and the inn's the best place for strangers to stay. Pass through the gate into Bree proper, a settlement considerably larger than any in the Shire, with buildings of wood and stone lining narrow streets that wound between them without apparent pattern. The architecture was primarily designed for men, though Bilbo noticed some structures with lower doorways that suggested hobbit inhabitants. Indeed, as they made their way toward the center of the village, he spotted several hobbits among the predominantly human population. 3 hobbits, Lily observed, following his gaze. Different from Shire folk in some ways. Been living alongside men for generations. Changes a people, they say. The Prancing Pony is just ahead, Strider informed them, indicating a large 2-story building from which light and the sounds of conversation and laughter spilled onto the street. A wooden sign bearing the image of a rearing pony creaked gently in the evening breeze. And so we arrive, Gandalf declared, pausing before the entrance. Remember, we are simply travelers seeking rest. Any discussions of crowns and quests should wait until we're in more private settings. Strider, will you be joining us inside? The ranger shook his head. I have matters to attend to first. I'll find you later this evening. There are things we should discuss once you've met with your dwarven contact. Without further explanation, he melted into the gathering shadows with remarkable ease, disappearing from view despite the busy street. Do all rangers do that? Bilbo asked, somewhat disconcerted by the man's sudden absence. It's a particular talent of theirs, Gandalf confirmed. Now, shall we? I believe a hot meal and a comfortable chair await us inside, and perhaps, if we're fortunate, a certain scholarly dwarf with information crucial to our quest. With that, they pushed open the door of the Prancing Pony and stepped from the darkening street into the warm, bright interior of Bree's most famous establishment. Chapter 9, The Scholar of Iron Hills. Prancing Pony's common room enveloped them in a wave of warmth, light, and sound as they stepped through the door. The large, low-ceilinged chamber was crowded with patrons of various sizes and origins, men of Bree, and travelers from more distant lands, hobbits both local and visiting, and a scattering scattering of dwarves gathered in small groups at tables throughout the room. A fire blazed cheerfully in the massive stone hearth, and oil lamps hung from the heavy wooden beams overhead, casting a golden glow over the scene. Quite a gathering, Bilbo observed, having to raise his voice slightly to be heard over the general din of conversation, laughter, and the occasional burst of song from a corner where musicians appeared to be setting up for the evening's entertainment. Rhys stands at the crossroads of several important trade routes, Gandalf explained as they made their way toward the bar. It's one of the few places in this part of the world where different peoples regularly mingle. Behind the bar stood a rotund, cheerful-looking man with a florid face and an impressive mustache, currently engaged in the practiced art of filling multiple tankards simultaneously from a large keg. "Ah, Barlaman Butterbur," Gandalf remarked. "The current innkeeper, and a decent sort, if occasionally forgetful. His father kept this establishment when I was last through here." "Butterbur," the wizard called as they approached the bar. "A word, if you please." The innkeeper looked up, momentarily startled by the sight of a wizard in his common room, then broke into a welcoming smile. "Well now, don't often see your kind in these parts, master." "Gandalf," the wizard supplied. "Gandalf the Grey. We require lodging for the night, 2 rooms if possible, one sized for my hobbit companions, and another for myself." "Gandalf," Butterbur repeated, as if committing the name to memory. Of course. Busy night, but I believe we can accommodate you. Just let me," he trailed off, suddenly distracted by a call from across the room. "Oh, coming. Nob, where's that hobbit got to?" Nob, small hobbit in an apron, emerged from the kitchen doorway, looking harried. "Take these good folk to the east wing, the hobbit-sized room with 2 beds, and the adjacent big folk room," Butterbur instructed, "and have their baggage sent up." He turned back to Gandalf. "Will you be wanting supper as well? Cook's done a fine stew today, and the bread's fresh-baked not an hour ago." "Indeed we will," Gandalf confirmed. "But first, I wonder if you might help us with another matter. We're to meet a dwarven scholar here, a female dwarf from the Iron Hills. Has such a person arrived at your establishment?" Butterbur's face lit with recognition. "Ah, you be speaking of Mistress Hilda. Arrived yesterday afternoon, very particular about her accommodations. Asked for a private dining room for this evening, mentioned expecting company." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Bit of an unusual one, even for a dwarf. Been poring over ancient-looking scrolls and muttering to herself in their secret language. "That certainly sounds like our party," Bilbo remarked with amusement. "She's in the small dining room off the east corridor," Butterbur informed them. "Requested dinner served there at sunset, which is about now. Shall I inform her you've arrived?" "Please do," Gandalf nodded. "Tell her Gandalf and Bilbo Baggins have arrived, along with additional companions." As Butterbur hurried off to deliver the message, Nob led them through the crowded common room toward a side corridor. They followed the hobbit servant past several doors until he stopped at a sturdy oak door with iron fittings. "This'll be the private dining room," Nob explained. "Your sleeping chambers are just up those stairs at the end of the hall hobbit room, on the left, big folk room on the right. I'll have your packs brought up directly." He scurried away, leaving them waiting outside the dining room door. A moment later, Butterbur returned, slightly out of breath. "She says to send you in," he reported. "Seemed quite eager, if I might say. Dinner will be served momentarily." "Thank you, Barlaman," Gandalf said, pressing a coin into the innkeeper's palm. "We would appreciate privacy for our meeting." Of course, Butterbur assured him. Discretion's part of the business at the Pony. With that, Gandalf pushed open the door, and they entered a comfortably appointed private dining room. A fire crackled in a small hearth, and a polished wooden table dominated the center, set with plates, goblets, and a decanter of what appeared to be wine. At the far end of the table stood a figure who could only be Hilda, daughter of Hagrid. When prepared by Gandalf's description, Bilbo found himself momentarily taken aback. Female dwarves were rare sights outside their mountain halls, and Hilda was unlike any dwarf he had encountered during his previous adventure. She was slightly shorter than the average male dwarf, but powerfully built, with broad shoulders and strong hands. Her beard was indeed impressive, a carefully groomed cascade of auburn hair that reached to her chest, intricately braided and adorned with silver clasps inscribed with runes. Her hair was similarly braided, pulled back from a broad forehead that suggested the intellect Gandalf had praised. He was dressed not in the heavy armor or traveling clothes typical of dwarven travelers, but in what appeared to be scholarly robes of deep blue, though Bilbo noticed the practical leather boots and the hint of a mail shirt beneath her outer garments. Clearly, she hadn't abandoned all dwarven practicality in favor of academic pursuits. Most striking, however, were her eyes bright, keen, and assessing, as they surveyed the entering party with undisguised curiosity. "Gandalf the Grey," she said in a voice that was deep for a female, but melodious nonetheless. "Prompt as always, I see. And this must be the famous Bilbo Baggins." Her gaze shifted to the hobbits. "Though I wasn't expecting quite such a numerous company. Circumstances led to some additions to our party," Gandalf explained. "May I present Adalgrim Took and Lily Brandybuck, bounders of the Shire, who are accompanying us at least as far as Bree." Hilda studied the two hobbit guards with interest. "Bounders, is it? I've heard of your kind, the guardians of the Shire's borders. Unusual to see you so far from your lands." "These are unusual times," Grim replied simply. "Indeed they are," Hilda agreed with a knowing nod. She turned to Bilbo with a sudden smile that transformed her serious countenance. "Master Baggins, I cannot express what an honor it is to meet you in person. Your exploits with Thorin Oakenshield's company are recorded in our histories now, the Barrel Rider, the Riddler in the Dark, the Lucky Number." Bilbo felt heat rising in his cheeks. "You're very kind, but I assure you, those titles make me sound far more impressive than I actually was." "Nonsense," Hilda declared firmly. "I've studied Balin's account thoroughly, and even accounting for dwarven tendencies toward dramatic embellishment, your contributions were extraordinary, not least your willingness to surrender the Arkenstone to prevent bloodshed, a deed that required rare courage and wisdom." "Yes, well," Bilbo mumbled, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the praise. "Ancient history now. I believe we're here to discuss a different matter of historical significance." "Of course," Hilda nodded, gesturing toward the table. "Please be seated. Our meal should arrive shortly, and we have much to discuss." They arranged themselves around the table, with Hilda at the head, Gandalf and Bilbo to her right, and the two bounders to her left. No sooner had they settled than there was a knock at the door, and Nob entered with a serving girl, both carrying trays laden with food bowls of steaming stew, a large loaf of fresh bread, a platter of roasted vegetables, and a wheel of cheese. "Will there be anything else, sirs and madams?" Nob inquired after they had arranged the feast on the table. "This looks perfect," Hilda assured him, "and we would appreciate not being disturbed for the remainder of the evening." "Of course, Mistress Dwarf," Nob nodded, ushering the serving girl out and closing the door firmly behind them. For a few minutes, they devoted themselves to the excellent food, filling plates and breaking bread in companionable silence. The stew was rich and flavorful, the bread still warm from the oven, and the wine proved to be a surprisingly good vintage. I must say, Bilbo remarked between appreciative mouthfuls, Butterbur runs an excellent kitchen. One of the reasons I chose this establishment, Hilda agreed, tearing a chunk of bread with strong fingers. Scholarship requires proper sustenance, and dwarves appreciate good food almost as much as hobbits, I believe. Once the edge had been taken off their hunger, Gandalf steered the conversation toward the purpose of their meeting. I assume you've brought the materials we discussed, he inquired. Of course, Hilda confirmed, gesturing to a leather satchel resting against the wall. Translations of the ancient texts, maps of the relevant region, and my own scholarly interpretations of the riddles guarding the crown's sanctuary. She fixed Gandalf with a penetrating look, though I remain curious about the timing of this venture. The crown of Durin has lain hidden for millennia. Why seek it now? A fair question, Gandalf acknowledged. The simplest answer is that times are changing. Old balances of power are shifting, and the dwarven kingdoms would benefit from the unity and wisdom the crown could provide. Hilda's eyes narrowed slightly. There's more to it than that, I think. Rumors reach even the iron hills of growing shadows in the east, of ancient evil stirring. Is there connection? Gandalf sighed. There may be. Certain powers move in the world once more, powers that had been dormant or hidden for ages. The free peoples would be wise to strengthen their positions before these movements come to full fruition. I suspected as much, Hilda nodded gravely. The archives of Iron Hills contain prophecies and warnings from the First Age that speak of cycles of darkness, of shadows that retreat only to advance again when vigilance wanes. These are matters perhaps best discussed after we've reviewed the more practical aspects of our quest, Gandalf suggested, with a meaningful glance toward the hobbits. Of course, Hilda agreed. She reached for her satchel and withdrew several rolled parchments, spreading them carefully on the cleared end of the table. Let me show you what I've discovered about the crown's resting place. First parchment she unrolled was a detailed map of a section of the Misty Mountains, with annotations in the angular dwarvish script that Bilbo recognized from his previous adventure. Here, Hilda indicated, pointing to a location marked with an intricate symbol. The hidden sanctuary lies within this range of peaks, in a valley known in the ancient texts as Azanal-Bazarthur, the secret vale of Durin. That's near the eastern entrance to Khazad-dûm, isn't it? Gandalf observed, studying the map. Indeed, Hilda confirmed, though not directly connected to those halls. The sanctuary was established long after the great kingdom of Khazad-dûm was founded, during the reign of Durin III. When he foresaw troubled times ahead, he created a repository for certain artifacts of power and knowledge, items too significant to risk falling into enemy hands, yet too valuable to destroy. And the crown was among these treasures, Bilbo asked, leaning forward to better see the map. Most important of them, Hilda nodded. Crafted during the First Age, when alliance between dwarves and elves was still possible, it combines dwarven craftsmanship with elven enchantment. Its primary power is clarity of thought and foresight, the ability to perceive patterns in events and make wise judgments in difficult times. A useful ability indeed, Grimm remarked. More than useful, potentially world-changing, Hilda emphasized. Imagine a ruler who could see the consequences of decisions before making them, who could recognize threats before they fully materialized, or who could be driven mad by such foresight, Lily observed quietly. Seeing too many possible futures might paralyze rather than empower. Hilda looked at the young hobbit with newfound respect. A perceptive observation. That's precisely why the crown was crafted with certain limitations. It shows probabilities, and only those within the wearer's power to influence. And it can only be worn by one of Durin's line who is judged worthy. Judged by whom? Bilbo inquired. By the guardian of the sanctuary, Hilda explained, unrolling another parchment. This one contained detailed drawings of what appeared to be a construct of stone and metal, shaped vaguely like a dwarf, but larger and more imposing. The watcher at the threshold, a sentinel created through ancient arts to protect the crown, until a worthy heir of Durin came to claim it. And what makes an heir worthy? Gandalf asked, though his tone suggested he might already know the answer. Courage, wisdom, and selflessness, Hilda replied. The crown rejects those who seek it for personal power or glory. It must be claimed for the benefit of all Durin's folk, not for the elevation of an individual, which explains why it requires a hobbit to retrieve it, Bilbo realized. Being of a different race entirely, I have no claim to it, and thus no temptation to use it for myself. Precisely, Hilda confirmed with an approving nod. The sanctuary is protected by a series of trials and riddles that test the character of any who seek entrance. Many of these were specifically designed to thwart those with dwarven weaknesses, pride, stubbornness, and susceptibility to gold sickness, qualities notably absent in our master Baggins. Gandalf remarked with a twinkle in his eye. I wouldn't go that far, Bilbo demurred. I can be quite stubborn when the occasion calls for it. A different quality of stubbornness, Hilda observed. Dwarven stubbornness is rooted in pride and tradition. Yours, I suspect, is more about principles and practicality. He unrolled a third parchment, this one covered in rows of text in an ancient form of Cusdal, the secret language of the dwarves, with translations written below in the common tongue. These are the riddles of the threshold, she explained. 7 in total, each testing a different quality of character. I've spent years deciphering them from fragmentary texts and comparing different translations to ensure accuracy. 7 riddles, Bilbo mused. A significant number for dwarves. Indeed, Hilda nodded approvingly. 7 fathers of the dwarves, 7 rings given to the dwarf lords, 7 stars in the crown of Durin. She traced a finger along the ancient text. The first riddle speaks of entering without intent to possess, supporting our theory about a hobbit retriever. Bilbo leaned closer to study the translated text, finding himself intrigued despite his earlier reservations about the quest. There was something fascinating about these ancient challenges, crafted thousands of years ago, yet still waiting to be solved. The second riddle is more complex, Hilda continued. What breaks but never falls, and falls but never breaks? She looked up. Any guesses? Day and night, Bilbo answered promptly. Day breaks, but never falls. Night falls, but never breaks. Hilda's eyebrows rose in surprise. Correct, that's impressively quick. I've always had a fondness for riddles, Bilbo explained modestly. Had quite an extensive exchange of them with a rather unpleasant creature once, though Balin's account mentioned, Hilda said, though I suspect the actual riddling contest was considerably more tense than the somewhat light-hearted version in his history. You might say that, Bilbo agreed drily, recalling the desperate nature of his underground encounter with Gollum. The remaining riddles grow progressively more difficult, Hilda continued, and some appear to involve not just verbal answers, but physical actions or moral choices. The texts suggest that the sanctuary itself will present these challenges in ways we cannot fully predict. A cheery thought, Grim muttered. So we're to journey through dangerous mountains, to face unpredictable tests set by ancient dwarves, with questionable ideas about safety. That about sums it up, Lily agreed, though she sounded more intrigued than concerned. The journey itself presents significant challenges, Hilda acknowledged, returning to the map. The secret vale lies in a remote region of the mountains, accessible only via a hidden path mentioned in the texts as the Way of 7 Stones. She indicated a dotted line on the map. I believe this marks the approximate route, though much may have changed in the landscape over the millennia. And once we find this valley, Bilbo asked, what then? According to the texts, the entrance to the sanctuary is marked by the sign of Durin, a symbol that appears only under very specific conditions. Hilda unrolled yet another parchment, this one showing an intricate drawing of a door with angular patterns carved around its edge. It must be viewed by the light of a midsummer moon, when the stars of the crown constellation are visible above. Midsummer, Gandalf repeated thoughtfully. That's less than a month away. 26 days, to be precise, Hilda confirmed. Which means we must depart soon if we're to reach the valley in time. The journey should take approximately 3 weeks if all goes well, allowing us a few days to locate the exact entrance before the appointed night. If all goes well, Bilbo repeated skeptically. In my experience, that's rather a significant if when journeying through the wild. A valid concern, Hilda acknowledged. The path will take us through territories that have grown increasingly dangerous in recent years. The eastern slopes of the Misty Mountains have seen more goblin activity, and there are reports of trolls venturing farther from their traditional hunting grounds, not to mention whatever forces might be interested in the crown itself, Gandalf added. We would be wise to assume that others may have learned of our quest and might seek to either prevent us from reaching the sanctuary or to claim the crown for themselves. Sobering silence fell over the group as they contemplated the challenges ahead. Bilbo found himself mentally cataloging all the potential dangers goblins, trolls, treacherous mountain passes, ancient guardians, and possibly unknown enemies following their trail. It was enough to make even the most adventurous hobbit reconsider his participation. Yet, there was something compelling about the quest. Not just the crown itself, though its powers of insight sounded genuinely valuable, but the very act of recovering something lost, of solving riddles set by ancient minds, of discovering places unseen for thousands of years. Well, he said finally, breaking the silence, it sounds thoroughly dangerous, uncomfortably mysterious, and probably ill-advised. In other words, a typical Gandalf-inspired adventure. Hilda laughed, a deep, rich sound that seemed to fill the small room. I see Balin didn't exaggerate your spirit, Master Baggins. I begin to understand why Gandalf chose you for this quest. When do we depart? Lily asked, her young face alight with excitement that she was clearly trying to contain. We, Grim echoed, raising an eyebrow. Our task was to escort them safely to Bree, nothing more. Actually, Gandalf interjected, I've been considering this matter. Our party will need capable scouts and guards for the journey ahead. You and Lily have proven yourselves both skilled and trustworthy companions. Our duty is to the Shire, Grim protested, though with less conviction than his words suggested. And what better way to protect the Shire than to help secure an artifact that could strengthen the Free Peoples against growing threats? Gandalf countered. Besides, I suspect Lily at least would follow us regardless of your decision. Young Hobbit had the grace to look slightly embarrassed, but didn't deny the accusation. I'll need to send word to the Tyne, Grim said, after a moment's consideration. But you make a compelling argument, and 2 more blades might make the difference between success and failure on such a journey. Excellent, Hilda declared, clapping her hands together with decisive finality. Then we are 5 a wizard, a hobbit burglar, 2 hobbit guards, and a dwarven scholar. A most unusual company for such a quest, but perhaps that's precisely what's needed. 6, came a quiet voice from the shadows near the door. Everyone started, hands moving reflexively toward weapons, as a figure stepped forward into the firelight, Strider, who had somehow entered the room without any of them noticing. "How long have you been there?" Bilbo demanded, his heart still racing from the surprise. "Long enough," the ranger replied calmly. "Your quest has greater significance than perhaps even you realize, Gandalf. The crown's powers could prove crucial in the coming darkness. I will accompany you as guide and guardian, at least as far as the mountains." Gandalf studied the ranger for a long moment before nodding slowly. "Your skills would be most welcome, and your knowledge of the wild lands invaluable. Though I wonder what your chieftain would say about this decision." "He would understand the necessity," Strider replied simply. "Some paths must be walked, regardless of personal preference." "Then it's settled," Hilda declared. 6 companions seeking the crown of Durin. She raised her goblet in a toast. "May our journey be successful, and our return swift. And may we all survive to tell the tale," Bilbo added, raising his own cup with considerably more trepidation than enthusiasm, as they continued their discussion late into the evening, making plans and preparations for the journey ahead. Bilbo couldn't help but reflect on how quickly his peaceful life in Bag End had once again transformed into something altogether more dangerous and unpredictable. Yet, beneath his natural hobbit caution, he felt that familiar spark of excitement growing, the Tookish part of his nature, responding to the call of distant mountains and ancient mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Inside the private dining room, in the crowded common area of the Prancing Pony, a cloaked figure nursed a mug of ale in a shadowy corner, occasionally glancing toward the corridor where Gandalf and his companions had disappeared. When a well-dressed merchant approached to ask if the seat opposite was taken, the figure merely shook its head silently, face hidden beneath a deep hood. Merchant moved on, and the watcher remained patient and unnoticed as the evening grew late and the common room gradually emptied. Waiting, watching, gathering information to be carried eastward on swift wings when the night grew deepest. Chapter 10, Preparations and Departures. Morning arrived with a persistent drizzle that turned breeze dirt streets into muddy rivulets. Bilbo stood at the window of their hobbit-sized room, watching the gloomy scene below as villagers hurried about with cloaks drawn tight against the rain. Not the most auspicious weather for beginning a quest, he remarked to Grim and Lily, who were gathering their belongings. "Better to start in rain than end in it," Grim replied pragmatically. "Besides, foul weather discourages casual observers. Given Gandalf's concerns about being watched, that might be an advantage." Lily was checking her bow, testing the string tension with practiced fingers. "How long do you think our preparations will take?" Mistress Hilda mentioned needing supplies. "Gandalf suggested we plan to depart by midday," Bilbo answered. "That gives us the morning to acquire whatever provisions we need for the journey." He had agreed to meet for breakfast in the same private dining room where they'd conferred the previous evening. When they arrived, they found Gandalf, Hilda, and Strider already present, clustered around the map that had been left spread across the table. "Ah, our hobbit companions," Hilda greeted them with a nod. "We were just finalizing our route. Come, your input would be valuable." Bilbo approached the table, eyeing the map with a mixture of interest and apprehension. The path Hilda had marked wound eastward from Bree, following the east road for some distance before turning southeast toward a particularly formidable-looking section of the Misty Mountains. "We'll follow the east road past Weathertop," Strider was explaining, his finger tracing the route. Then south along the Horwell River before turning east again toward this pass. He indicated a narrow gap between two peaks. It's less well known than the high pass farther north, and consequently less likely to be watched by unfriendly eyes. It's also considerably more treacherous, Hilda pointed out. The maps indicate steep terrain and narrow passages. All mountain passes have their dangers, Gandalf observed. But Strider's suggestion has merit. Secrecy may prove more valuable than comfort on this journey. What about supplies? Bilbo asked practically. How much should we carry? Are there settlements along the way where we might replenish our provisions? Only one, Strider replied. A small outpost of rangers near the last bridge, about a week's journey from here. Beyond that, we'll be relying on what we carry and what we can hunt or forage. Then we should prioritize lightweight, high-energy foods, Bilbo suggested. Dried meats, nuts, cram, honey, things that provide sustenance without excessive weight. Excellent suggestion, Hilda approved. I've also prepared a list of essential equipment we'll need. She unrolled a second parchment covered with her precise handwriting. Rope, spare clothing, medical supplies, flint and tinder, water skins, cooking equipment. Many of these items I already carry, Strider interjected. As do you, I imagine. We needn't duplicate unnecessarily. True, Hilda conceded. But we should ensure redundancy for critical supplies. If one pack is lost, the group shouldn't be left without essentials. A wise precaution, Gandalf agreed. Now, let us discuss the distribution of responsibilities. Each member of our company brings unique skills that should be utilized effectively. What followed was a practical discussion of roles and duties. Strider would serve as their primary guide and scout, with Lily assisting given her tracking abilities. Grim and Hilda would share responsibility for security and keeping watch. Gandalf, of course, provided wisdom and magical assistance where needed, while Bilbo was designated their problem solver, a diplomatic term for burglar that made him smile despite himself. I've also taken the liberty of arranging for a pony, Hilda informed them. Not for riding, but to carry our heavier supplies, at least until the mountain terrain becomes too difficult. An excellent idea, Bilbo approved. Though I hope this one has a less adventurous spirit than some of the ponies on my previous journey. I still remember poor Myrtle, who ended up as Troll Dinner. This one's called Chestnut, Hilda replied. A steady creature with no discernible personality, according to the stable master. Precisely what we want for a pack animal. After a hearty breakfast, they divided into smaller groups to complete their preparations. Bilbo accompanied Hilda to the market to purchase food supplies, while Grim and Lily sought out the equipment they would need. Gandalf and Strider disappeared on mysterious errands of their own, promising to meet them at the stables by noon. Bree Marketplace was a bustling affair, despite the drizzling rain. Stalls and shops lined the central square, offering everything from fresh produce to handcrafted tools. Bilbo found himself oddly enjoying the mundane task of selecting provisions, examining dried apples for freshness, haggling over the price of smoked sausages, carefully selecting the hardest journey bread that would last the longest without crumbling. As they shopped, Bilbo found Hilda to be surprisingly amiable company. Behind her scholarly demeanor lay a sharp wit and practical nature that reminded him somewhat of Balin, though with considerably more academic knowledge. I've been meaning to ask, Bilbo ventured, as they examined a display of dried berries. How exactly did you become involved in this quest? Gandalf mentioned you've studied the crown for years, but why that particular artifact? Hilda considered the question while selecting a packet of blackberries. My interest began with ancient languages, she explained. I have a particular gift for deciphering forgotten dialects of Khuzdul, a rare talent even among dwarves. This led me to study historical texts that few others could read, including fragments describing Durin's lost treasures, and the crown caught your attention specifically. Not immediately, Hilda admitted. I was initially more interested in the ancient libraries said to be contained within the sanctuary. But as I translated more texts about the crown itself, its origins, its powers, its purpose, I began to see its significance, especially in light of, she hesitated, glancing around the busy marketplace before continuing in a lower voice. In light of certain patterns emerging in the wider world, these shadows Gandalf mentioned, Bilbo nodded. Indeed, there are signs, Master Baggins, subtle indicators that those who study history learn to recognize. Movements of peoples, changes in trade patterns, the reoccupation of long-abandoned strongholds. Small things individually, but together they paint a concerning picture, and the crown would help address these concerns. It would give the dwarven kingdoms clarity when clarity is most needed, Hilda replied earnestly. Our people can be stubborn, slow to recognize threats until they're at our doorstep. The crown's foresight could provide the warning we need to prepare adequately. They continued their shopping, with Hilda occasionally adding unusual items to their purchases. Certain herbs with medicinal properties, a small jar of honey mixed with something that smelled strongly of pine, and a packet of red powder that she claimed was essential for mountain ailments. By mid-morning, they had acquired most of the supplies on Hilda's list and were heading toward the provisioner's shop for the final items when they encountered a familiar face, or rather, faces. The dwarf brothers Bofri and Bifri from the Green Dragon were examining tools at a neighboring stall. Master Baggins, Bofri exclaimed upon spotting them. What a pleasant surprise, and his eyes widened as he recognized Hilda. Mistress Hilda, I didn't expect to find you in Bree. You know each other? Bilbo asked, surprised. We've met at several guild gatherings, Hilda explained. The Toymakers Guild occasionally consults with scholars regarding historical accuracy in their educational pieces. Mistress Hilda advised us on authentic armor designs for our battle figurines, Bifri added. Finest consultant we ever had. Even pointed out a mistake in our rune inscriptions that would have been quite embarrassing once translated. Bofri leaned closer, lowering his voice. I couldn't help noticing you seemed to be purchasing journey supplies. Are you perhaps traveling eastward? Bilbo exchanged a glance with Hilda, unsure how much to reveal. Gandalf had emphasized discretion regarding their quest. We're undertaking a research expedition, Hilda replied smoothly. Historical sites of interest to my studies. Scholarly pursuits. Say no more, Bofri nodded knowingly. Though if you're heading toward the mountains, you might consider taking the northern route. We've heard troubling rumors about the southern passes, increased goblin activity, disappearances of travelers. We'll bear that in mind, Bilbo assured him, making a mental note to relay this information to Strider and Gandalf. How long will you be staying in Bree? Just until tomorrow, Bifri answered. We're heading back to the Blue Mountains with our earnings from the fair. Been a profitable trip, if not as exciting as some might hope. He winked at Bilbo. Not all of us get to accompany famous adventurers on mysterious quests, after all. After exchanging pleasantries and promises to convey greetings to various mutual acquaintances, they continued on their way. Once out of earshot, Bilbo turned to Hilda. You think we need to be concerned about them, mentioning our preparations to others? Bofri and Bifri are trustworthy enough, Hilda replied thoughtfully. But dwarves do enjoy talking, especially over ale. we should assume our departure might become known, at least in general terms. All the more reason to leave promptly, Bilbo sighed, completed their shopping, and returned to the prancing pony to meet the others. Grim and Lily had been equally successful, acquiring rope, tools, extra clothing, and various other necessities. By midday, all their supplies were packed efficiently into saddlebags and bundles ready for loading onto the patient chestnut, who proved to be exactly as advertised, a sturdy brown pony with a placid disposition, and no apparent interest in anything beyond the occasional mouthful of hay. Gandalf and Strider reappeared as promised, both looking satisfied with whatever errands they had completed. The wizard carried a new staff, similar to his old one, but with subtle differences in the gnarled wood that Bilbo couldn't quite identify. Strider had acquired additional weapons, a second sword, and what appeared to be several well-crafted knives, now concealed about his person. "Are we prepared to depart?" Gandalf asked, surveying their assembled supplies with approval. "Just about," Bilbo confirmed. "Though I should mention, we encountered those dwarf brothers from the Green Dragon. They mentioned rumors of increased goblin activity in the southern passes." They indeed. Gandalf exchanged a meaningful glance with Strider. "That information aligns with what we've learned this morning. It seems the darkness gathers more quickly than anticipated. Should we alter our route?" Hilda asked, concerned. "No," Strider decided after a moment's consideration. "The northern passes will be more closely watched precisely because they're considered safer. Our planned route remains our best option, though we'll need to proceed with greater caution. With their supplies secured, and Chestnut loaded the pony, accepting the additional weight with philosophical resignation, they gathered at Bree's eastern gate. The rain had eased to a gentle mist, and patches of blue sky were beginning to appear between the clouds. A good omen, Lily declared optimistically. "Clearing skis for the beginning of our journey. Let's hope it lasts," Grim muttered, adjusting his pack. Barlam and Butterbur appeared as they were making their final preparations, bustling up with a wrapped package in his hands. "Nearly forgot," he panted. "Cook insisted you take these for your journey meat pies, fresh baked this morning. Said no travelers should leave the pony without a proper send-off, even mysterious ones, with private dining rooms and secret meetings. Most generous," Gandalf acknowledged, accepting the package with a smile. "Please convey our thanks to your excellent cook." Will do, Butterbur nodded. "Safe travels to you all, wherever you're headed. And if you're ever passing through Bree again," he leaned closer, lowering his voice comically, "I'd be most interested to hear whatever tale comes of all this. Something tells me it'll be worth listening to over a pint or three." With final farewells exchanged, they passed through Bree's eastern gate and onto the East Road proper, a broad, ancient highway that stretched toward the distant horizon. The countryside opened before them, rolling hills giving way to the flat expanse of the Midgewater marshes visible in the distance. "And so it begins," Bilbo remarked, adjusting the straps of his pack. "Another adventure, another road leading into uncertainty." "Not complete uncertainty," Hilda corrected. "We have a purpose, a destination, and worthy companions. That's more than many travelers can claim." "True enough," Bilbo conceded, "though I maintain a healthy hobbit skepticism about any journey involving mountains, ancient guardians, and magical artifacts, a skepticism that has served you well in the past, I'd wager," Hilda replied with a smile, "and may yet prove valuable in the days ahead." They walked steadily through the afternoon, establishing a comfortable pace that all could maintain. Strider led the way, his long strides moderated to accommodate his shorter companions, with Lily often ranging ahead or to the sides, her keen eyes scanning the landscape. Gandalf and Hilda frequently consulted over maps and plans as they walked, while Grimm maintained a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Bilbo found himself often in the middle of the group, occasionally leading Chestnut when the pony seemed inclined to stop for roadside snacks. Evening, they had covered a respectable distance from Bree, though the town was still visible as a small cluster of buildings when they looked back from higher ground. They made camp in a sheltered hollow some distance from the road, concealed by a stand of pine trees that also provided protection from the light wind that had risen as the sun set. As they settled around a small, carefully constructed fire, sharing out portions of Butterbur's meat pies, which proved excellent, and making plans for the watches, Bilbo realized that despite his earlier apprehension, he felt strangely content. There was something deeply satisfying about purposeful travel with compatible companions, each with their role, each contributing to the common goal. A silver for your thoughts, Master Baggins, Gandalf said, seating himself beside Bilbo on a fallen log. I was just thinking that despite the likely perils ahead, there's something almost comfortable about being on the road again, Bilbo admitted. Is that odd? Not at all, the wizard replied, lighting his pipe with a subtle gesture. The road has its own magic, a sense of purpose and possibility that can be quite intoxicating to those with adventurous spirits. However deeply buried those spirits might be beneath respectable waistcoats and conventional expectations, Bilbo chuckled. My Baggins half wishes for a cozy armchair and a crackling hearth, while my Took half finds this log perfectly adequate seating for an evening under the stars. And which half do you think will prevail on this journey? Gandalf asked with twinkling eyes. Bilbo gazed into the fire, considering the question seriously. I suppose that remains to be seen. Though if history is any guide, the Took side tends to assert itself at the most inconvenient, or perhaps the most necessary moments. A fortunate quality in a burglar, Gandalf observed. Or, as we're now calling it, a problem solver. Indeed, Bilbo agreed dryly. Though I hope this particular problem involves considerably fewer dragons than the last one. As night fully descended and stars emerged in the clear sky above, the company settled into their first evening routine. Watches were arranged, bedrolls were laid out, and quiet conversations continued in small groups around the fire. Bilbo found his eyelids growing heavy despite his efforts to remain alert for his upcoming watch. It was nearly dawsing when Strider, who had been scouting the perimeter of their camp, returned with a troubled expression. What is it? Gandalf asked immediately, nodding the ranger's concern. Drax, Strider replied quietly, careful not to alarm the others. Less than a mile back, parallel to our own. Someone is following our trail. Bandits, Hilda suggested, hand moving to the axe at her belt. No, the ranger shook his head. Too careful, too purposeful. These are not common brigands. Whoever follows us knows their business. They move like shadows and leave little trace. Yet you found them, Gandalf observed. Only because I was specifically looking, Strider admitted. Had I not been searching for signs of pursuit, I would have missed them entirely. What does this mean for our journey? Bilbo asked, sleep forgotten in light of this new concern. Means, Gandalf said gravely, that our quest is indeed of interest to others, just as we feared. From now on, we must proceed with even greater caution. The crown's resting place has remained secret for millennia. We cannot be the only ones who have learned of its location, or who understand its significance in these darkening times, Hilda added soberly. As the company digested this troubling news, Bilbo stared into the darkness beyond their campfire. Somewhere out there, unknown watchers were tracking their movements, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to interfere with their quest. The comfortable feeling of earlier was rapidly fading, replaced by the cold realization that their journey had barely begun, and dangers were already gathering around them like shadows at dusk. Chapter 11, Shadows on the Road. 3 days passed without incident as the company journeyed eastward along the Great East Road. The weather held fair, with bright skies and gentle breezes that made travel pleasant despite the growing distance from civilization. By the third afternoon, they had fallen into comfortable routines, breaking camp efficiently each morning, walking at a steady pace with regular rest periods, and establishing increasingly organized campsites each evening. Bilbo found himself adjusting to the rhythm of the journey more quickly than he had expected. His feet, initially protesting the sudden return to long-distance walking, had remembered their hardy hobbit nature, and now carried him without complaint. Even his sleep, disrupted at first by unfamiliar sounds and the hard ground beneath his bedroll, had improved to the point where he awoke refreshed each morning, ready for another day's march. "You're looking quite the seasoned traveler already," Hilda remarked as they walked side by side on the afternoon of the 4th day. "I was told hobbits adapt quickly to changing circumstances, despite their love of routine. We're practical folk at heart," Bilbo replied. "Comfort is preferred, of course, but we can make do when necessary. Besides, I've had some practice at this sort of thing, so I've heard," Hilda nodded. "Though Balin's account suggests your previous journey was considerably less organized. Something about running out of your door without even a pocket handkerchief." Bilbo chuckled at the memory. "True enough. This time I've come prepared." He patted his pocket, where no fewer than 6 handkerchiefs were carefully folded. Experience is an excellent teacher, if sometimes a harsh one. Ahead of them, the landscape was changing subtly. The gentle, rolling countryside around Bree had given way to wilder terrain, patches of dense woodland alternating with open, windswept hills. The road itself, while still clearly defined, showed signs of decreased maintenance the further east they traveled, with occasional broken paving stones and encroaching vegetation. Strider, who had been scouting ahead, returned to the main group with news. "We're approaching Weathertop," he informed them, falling into step beside Gandalf. "We should reach it by tomorrow afternoon." "Weathertop?" Lily asked. "I've heard that name in Ranger's Tales. Amansul in the ancient tongue," Gandalf explained. "Once a great watchtower of the Kingdom of Arnor. Now mostly ruins, but still a significant landmark and a useful vantage point, and a potential trap," Strider added quietly. "Its height makes it visible for miles in all directions. Anyone watching for travelers would naturally observe it carefully." "You believe our pursuers are still following?" Grim asked, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. "I've seen no direct evidence these past 2 days," the ranger admitted, "which concerns me more than if I had. Either they've abandoned their pursuit, or they've grown more cautious in covering their tracks," Hilda finished grimly. "Precisely," Strider nodded. "We would be wise to bypass Weathertop entirely, keeping to lower ground and using the forests for cover. Made camp that evening in a dense copse of oak trees, well off the main road. Their fire was kept minimal, just enough to prepare a hot meal before being reduced to glowing embers that provided warmth without betraying their position with telltale smoke or light, as they sat around the fire sharing a stew of dried meat and foraged herbs. Lily turned to Bilbo with curiosity in her young eyes. "Mr. Baggins, would you tell us about your riddling contest with the creature golem?" Master Balin's account mentions it, but with few details. Bilbo hesitated, feeling a strange reluctance to discuss that particular encounter. His hand, unconsciously moved to his waistcoat pocket, where a certain golden ring rested, his lucky token from that adventure, which he brought along almost without thinking about it. It's not my favorite memory, he admitted. Dark tunnels, cold water, and a creature who would have happily eaten me had I lost. All the more impressive that you kept your wits about you, Hilda observed. Riddles under pressure reveal true mental agility. It was necessity more than skill, Bilbo demurred. When one's life depends on solving riddles, it's remarkable how focused the mind becomes. Still, I'd love to hear some of the riddles, Lily pressed. For educational purposes, of course. If we're to face similar challenges at the sanctuary, Bilbo relented, recounting several of the exchanges from that tense contest deep beneath the misty mountains. He carefully omitted certain details, particularly regarding his escape and the finding of his lucky token, but shared the riddles themselves and the desperate atmosphere of the encounter. All things it devours: birds, beasts, trees, flowers gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays king, ruins town, and beats mountain down, he recited, remembering Gollum's rasping voice all too clearly. Time, Strider answered promptly. Correct, Bilbo nodded, though with Gollum's eyes gleaming in the dark and the sound of lapping water all around. It took me considerably longer to puzzle it out. And what was the final riddle? Gandalf asked, a peculiar intensity in his gaze. The one that secured your freedom. Again, Bilbo felt that strange reluctance. It wasn't a proper riddle, actually. More of an accidental question that Gollum couldn't answer. He shifted uncomfortably. In any case, it was mere luck that saved me in the end. Gandalf studied him for a moment longer before nodding slowly. Luck, yes, though in my experience, luck has a curious way of finding those who deserve it most. Conversation drifted to other topics, and eventually the company settled into their watch rotation for the night. Bilbo took the middle watch alongside Hilda, the two of them sitting silently at the edge of camp, alert for any unusual sounds in the surrounding darkness. You're troubled, Master Baggins, Hilda observed softly after they had been watching for some time. Does the memory of your previous journey disturb you so much? Bilbo sighed, realizing his discomfort must be evident. Not the journey itself, just certain parts of it. Moments that I haven't fully reconciled, I suppose. The deepest minds often yield both the most valuable treasures and the most troubling discoveries, Hilda said thoughtfully. This is true of adventures as well as excavations. A very dwarvish perspective, Bilbo noted with a small smile. Perhaps, she acknowledged, but no less true for that. Morning dawned gray and misty, the clear skies of previous days replaced by a thick fog that limited visibility and cast an eerie pall over the landscape. They broke camp quickly, eager to make progress despite the reduced visibility. The fog may work to our advantage, Strider informed them as they prepared to set out. It will help conceal our movements, though we'll need to stay closer together to avoid becoming separated. They proceeded with greater caution, Strider leading the way with occasional consultations of his compass. The normally confident ranger seemed tense, frequently stopping to listen or examine some detail of their surroundings that others might have missed. By midday, the fog had begun to lift, revealing a rolling landscape dominated by a prominent hill rising in the distance. Weathertop, its crown of ruined stonework just visible against the clearing sky. We'll circle around to the north, Strider decided, pointing to a line of trees that would provide cover. It will add some distance, but keep us from being silhouetted against the skyline. They had just begun to adjust their course when Lily, who who had been scouting slightly ahead, returned at a run, her expression alarmed. "Riders," she reported breathlessly. "Coming fast from the west, along the road, 5 of them in dark cloaks. They don't look friendly." "How far?" Strider demanded, immediately alert. "Less than half a mile, and moving quickly," she replied. "They seem to be searching for something or someone. Our pursuers have shown themselves at last," Gandalf muttered. And at a most inconvenient moment, "Into the trees," Strider ordered, gesturing toward the forest line to their north. "Quickly now. We need to be out of sight before they crest that rise." They moved with urgent haste, Grim leading Chestnut, whose normally placid demeanor seemed disturbed by the sudden tension. They had nearly reached the shelter of the trees when a horn call sounded behind them, a single, clear note that echoed across the open terrain. "They've spotted us," Grim warned, hand moving to his sword. "Keep moving," Gandalf commanded. "The forest will provide better opportunity for evasion or defense, if necessary." Once within the tree line, Strider immediately directed them along a game trail that wound deeper into the woods. They moved as quickly as possible, while still maintaining silence, ducking under low branches and skirting dense underbrush. Behind them, they could hear the distant sound of hooves, no longer on the road, but moving across open ground, following their trail. "They're tracking us with impressive skill," Strider observed grimly. "These are no common brigands." "Who are they then?" Bilbo asked, trying to keep his breathing steady despite their rapid pace. "I have my suspicions," Gandalf replied. "But now is not the time for speculation. We must focus on evasion." They continued through the forest for nearly an hour, changing direction frequently at Strider's guidance. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, then occasionally louder again, suggesting their hunters were quartering the forest systematically. "We cannot outrun mounted pursuers indefinitely," Hilda pointed out as they paused briefly to catch their breath in a small clearing. "Eventually, we must either hide or stand our ground. There's a ravine ahead," Strider informed them, "with caves along its northern face. We might find shelter there, a defensible position at least. Or a trap with no exit," Grim cautioned. "I know these caves," the ranger assured him. "They have multiple passages. If necessary, we could escape through them and emerge beyond the ravine." With no better options apparent, they pressed on toward the ravine. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, with rocky outcroppings thrusting up through the forest floor and the ground beginning to slope downward. They were just beginning the descent into the ravine when a chilling sound reached them, another horn call, but much closer this time, and from a different direction than their original pursuers. "That came from ahead of us," Lily warned, her keen ears picking up the direction immediately. "They've split their forces to surround us," Strider realized. "More coordinated than I expected." "What now?" Bilbo asked, feeling the first stirrings of genuine fear. The determined nature of their pursuit suggested an enemy both resourceful and dangerous. Gandalf had grown very still, his head cocked as if listening to something beyond the range of the others' hearing. His eyes narrowed in concentration, and he gripped his staff more tightly. "The caves are no longer an option," he declared. "We're being herded toward them, which suggests our enemy knows the terrain as well as Strider does." "Then where?" Hilda demanded. "We're caught between 2 forces." "Not 2, Strider corrected, his expression grim. "Listen." In the silence that followed, they heard it, horn calls from at least 3 different directions, each answered by the others in a pattern that spoke of coordination and purpose. "We're surrounded," Grim stated flatly, drawing his sword despite the seemingly hopeless situation. "Not quite," Gandalf replied. "They're attempting to drive us eastward toward the ravine, which means the western approach may be less guarded now. You suggest we double back, Strider asked, directly toward our original pursuers. Sometimes the boldest move is the safest, the wizard confirmed. They will not expect us to head directly toward them. And if we encounter them, Lily asked, checking her bow's string with practiced fingers, then we shall discover who hunts us, Gandalf replied grimly. Better to face a known enemy than be trapped by an unseen one. With Strider now taking the rear guard position and Gandalf leading, they began moving westward, climbing back up the slope they had just descended. The terrain worked against them. Uphill progress was slower and more demanding, especially for the hobbits with their shorter legs. Even Chestnut seemed to protest the change in direction, requiring firm guidance from Grim. He had covered perhaps half a mile when Lily, who had moved slightly ahead, suddenly dropped into a crouch and gestured urgently for the others to stop. Voices, she whispered when they gathered around her. Just beyond that rise, Strider signaled for the company to take cover among the rocks and trees bordering the small clearing where they found themselves. Once they were concealed, he and Lily crept forward to reconnoiter, while the others waited in tense silence. Bilbo found himself crouched behind a large boulder alongside Hilda, who had unslung her axe and held it ready. Despite the fear coursing through him, he was surprised to find his mind clear and focused, assessing escape routes, noting the position of each companion, even calculating how quickly he could reach Sting if needed. After what seemed an eternity, but was likely only minutes, Strider and Lily returned, moving silently through the undergrowth. 4 men and a dwarf, Strider reported in a hushed voice. Well armed and armored, though they bear no identifying emblems. They have dismounted and are examining our trail. The dwarf, Hilda's eyebrows rose in surprise. Did you recognize the clan? No, Lily shook her head. His beard was black with silver streaks, elaborately braided. He appeared to be directing the others, who deferred to him despite his smaller stature. This complicates matters, Gandalf mused. I had expected servants of a darker power, but a dwarf leading men suggests a different faction entirely. Whoever they serve, they hunt us with unsettling determination, Strider pointed out. And they still block our westward path. Could we slip past them? Bilbo suggested. I've some experience with moving unseen when necessary. Too risky for the entire company, Strider decided. Though, he paused, considering. If 2 or 3 of us created a diversion, the others might be able to circle around while their attention is fixed elsewhere. A sound strategy, Grim proved. Lily and I are trained for exactly this sort of situation. We could draw them south, while the rest of you continue west. You would be placing yourselves in considerable danger, Gandalf warned. That's our job, Lily replied with quiet determination. The quest must succeed, even if not all of us complete the journey. No one is being sacrificed today, Bilbo interjected firmly, surprising himself with his vehemence. There must be another way. Sudden tension in Strider's posture silenced further discussion. The ranger held up a warning hand, head tilted as he listened intently. They're moving, he whispered. Coming this way. They've found our trail again. No more time for planning, Hilda declared, gripping her axe tightly. We stand and fight. Not yet, Gandalf countered. He turned to Bilbo with an intense gaze. Master Baggins, your instincts have saved your companions before. What does your burglar's intuition suggest? Bilbo thought quickly, assessing their situation. Fight or flight, stand or hide, neither seemed to offer good odds. But perhaps. Trees, he said suddenly. They're searching the ground for our trail, but if we were above. He He pointed to the dense canopy overhead, where sturdy branches interlaced between the ancient oaks and beeches. Hobbits and dwarves are natural climbers, he continued, and these trees are close enough that we might move from one to another without descending. Tree walking, Hilda looked skeptical. That's an elvish skill, not a dwarvish one. Perhaps Gandalf's eyes twinkled despite the danger. But necessity is a remarkable teacher, and our pursuers would indeed expect us to flee along the ground, not above it. What about Chestnut? Lily asked practically. We'll have to leave him, Grim decided. Take only what we can carry and set him free. Better than letting him fall into unfriendly hands. With the sounds of pursuit growing closer by the moment, they quickly redistributed essential supplies into their individual packs. Chestnut was relieved of his burdens and given a gentle slap on the flank, sending him trotting off in the direction they had originally come, a false trail for their hunters to follow. With Bilbo demonstrating surprising agility for one who preferred solid ground beneath his feet, they began their ascent into the leafy canopy. The hobbits went first, finding secure handholds in the rough bark and pulling themselves upward with determined effort. Hilda followed, grumbling under her breath about elf-like foolishness, but climbing with impressive strength. Strider and Gandalf came last, the ranger moving with fluid grace, while the wizard ascended with surprising spryness for his apparent age. Soon they were all perched in the upper branches, concealed by the dense summer foliage. Bilbo found a comfortable position against the trunk, where two branches formed a natural seat, and watched with bated breath as their pursuers entered the clearing below. Hunting party moved with disciplined precision, 4 men in dark leather armor spreading out to search the area, while the dwarf directed them from the center. From his elevated vantage point, Bilbo could see the dwarf clearly, a broad-shouldered figure with an imperious bearing. His black beard indeed streaked with silver and adorned with intricate metal clasps. The trail ends here, one of the men reported, kneeling to examine the ground. They must have realized we were tracking them. Spread out further, the dwarf commanded, his deep voice carrying easily to the hidden observers above. They cannot have simply vanished. And find that pony its tracks lead back toward the road. Yes, Master Narin, the man replied with a deferent bow. From his perch, Bilbo saw Hilda stiffen at the mention of the name, her eyes widening in recognition. She caught Gandalf's gaze across the intervening branches and mouthed a single word, Blacklock. The wizard nodded grimly, understanding some significance that eluded Bilbo. Whatever it meant, it clearly added a new dimension to their predicament. The searchers continued their methodical examination of the clearing and its surroundings, working in an expanding spiral from the center. It seemed only a matter of time before one of them thought to look upward, at which point their arboreal refuge would transform from clever hiding place to deadly trap. As Bilbo watched the dwarf commander packing impatiently below, he couldn't help but wonder what connection this, Master Narin, had to their quest, and why he was so determined to find them. More importantly, he wondered how they would escape this predicament without a direct confrontation, for which they were clearly outnumbered and possibly outmatched. Answer, when it came, arrived from an unexpected direction, and with a ferocity that would haunt Bilbo's dreams for months to come. Chapter 12, Beasts of the Wild, began with a distant howl, a long, mournful sound that seemed to freeze the very air around them. The men below stopped their searching immediately, hands moving to weapons as they formed a defensive circle around their dwarf commander. Wolves, one of the men asked, voice tight with tension. No, Narin replied, his deep voice carrying clearly to those hidden above. something worse form up, backs together. A second howl joined the first, then a third, each from a different direction, but drawing closer with alarming speed. Whatever approached was coordinating its movements with chilling intelligence. From his perch in the tree, Bilbo saw Strider catch Gandalf's eye across the intervening branches. The ranger mouthed a single word that Bilbo couldn't read, but the wizard's grave nod suggested he understood and shared Strider's concern. Below, the hunting party had drawn their weapons, swords for the men, and a wicked-looking warhammer for the dwarf. They stood in a tight formation, scanning the surrounding forest with tense vigilance. The attack, when it came, was swift and terrible. 3 massive shapes burst from the undergrowth, simultaneously creatures that resembled wolves, but were far larger, with shaggy gray-brown fur and eyes that gleamed with unnatural intelligence. They moved with coordinated precision, 2 circling to the flanks, while the largest charged directly at the men's formation. Orcs, Narin bellowed, swinging his hammer in a deadly arc that caught the nearest beast on its shoulder. The creature yelped, but didn't fall, twisting away before lunging again with terrifying speed. The men fought with disciplined skill, their swords flashing in the dappled forest light as they struggled to maintain their defensive circle. But the wargs, if that's what these creatures were, demonstrated a tactical awareness that seemed almost unnaturally sophisticated. They feinted and retreated, drawing out individual defenders before attacking the momentary gaps in their formation. From their elevated sanctuary, the company watched the brutal struggle in stunned silence. Bilbo had heard tales of wargs, wolf-like beasts said to be corrupted by dark powers, but had assumed them to be exaggerations. The reality below proved far more terrifying than any fireside story. "We should help them," Lily whispered, notching an arrow to her bow. "Wait," Strider cautioned in a barely audible voice. "There's something wrong about this. These aren't ordinary wargs. They're too coordinated, too deliberate." As if to confirm his assessment, one of the beasts suddenly broke away from the battle, circling the clearing with its nose to the ground, while its companions continued their assault on the hunting party. This third warg began a systematic search pattern, not unlike the one the men had been conducting moments earlier. "It's tracking us," Hilda realized with horror. Not them. They were never the targets, Gandalf murmured. Merely obstacles. Below, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. One of the men had fallen, his screams cut terribly short as the largest warg closed its massive jaws around his throat. The others fought on with increasing desperation, but their formation had broken, allowing the beasts to isolate and target individuals. The searching warg continued its methodical pattern, working its way closer to the tree where Bilbo and Hilda were concealed. Its massive head swung back and forth, nostrils flaring as it sampled the air. "It's going to find us," Bilbo whispered, edging further back against the trunk. "Not if I find it first," Lily replied grimly, raising her bow. Before anyone could stop her, she loosed an arrow that flew true, striking the warg in its left flank. The beast howled in pain and fury, whirling toward the source of the attack. Its unnatural eyes seemed to lock directly on their hiding place, despite the concealing foliage. "So much for remaining hidden," Grim muttered, drawing his sword. "Now what?" The answer came from an unexpected quarter. Below, the dwarf Narin had heard the warg's howl and followed its gaze upward. His eyes widened as he spotted movement in the trees. "There," he shouted to his remaining men. "They're above us." In that moment of distraction, the larger warg seized its opportunity, lunging at Narin with terrible speed. The dwarf barely brought his hammer up in time, catching the beast's jaw with a blow that that would have killed a normal wolf. The warg staggered, but didn't fall, shaking its massive head before closing for another attack. We can't stay here, Strider decided, drawing his sword. Those beasts will be on us as soon as they finish below, and we're too vulnerable in these trees. Agreed, Gandalf nodded. We must move now while they're occupied. East, toward the ravine, it may still offer our best chance. What about them? Bilbo asked, gesturing toward the desperate battle below, where Narin and his 2 remaining men fought a losing battle. They hunted us, Grim reminded him coldly. We owe them nothing. Perhaps, Gandalf acknowledged. But Narin may have information we need about who sent him, and why he pursues us so determinedly. You suggest we rescue our hunters? Hilda asked incredulously. I suggest we create an opportunity, Gandalf replied. For them and for ourselves. Without further explanation, the wizard raised his staff. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, a blinding flash of white light burst from the staff's tip, accompanied by a sound like thunder that rolled across the clearing. The wargs recoiled, momentarily blinded and disoriented by the magical display. Now, Gandalf commanded, down and east, run for the ravine. They descended from the trees with frantic haste, dropping the last few feet to land on the forest floor. The moment his feet touched ground, Strider was in motion, leading them eastward at a run with Gandalf bringing up the rear. As they fled, Bilbo glanced back to see the dwarf Narin staring after them. Recognition and fury mingled in his face. The moment of connection was brief. The largest warg had recovered from Gandalf's magic and launched itself at the dwarf once more, forcing him to return his attention to the life-or-death struggle. They ran through the forest, moving as quickly as the undergrowth would allow. Behind them, they could hear the continuing sounds of battle gradually fading. Then a chilling series of howls suggesting the wargs had either finished their first prey or abandoned them to pursue new targets. They're coming after us, Lily warned, her keen ears picking up sounds inaudible to the others. Moving fast. Ravine is just ahead, Strider called back, increasing his pace. We may still reach the caves. They burst from the tree line onto rocky terrain that sloped sharply downward. Before them opened a deep gash in the earth the ravine Strider had mentioned, its walls steep but not impassable. Along the northern face, as promised, several dark openings indicated the presence of caves. There, Strider pointed to the nearest cave entrance. Make for that opening. They scrambled down the slope, loose stones sliding treacherously beneath their feet. Bilbo nearly lost his footing twice, saved only by Hilda's strong grip on his arm. Behind them, crashing sounds from the forest edge announced the arrival of their pursuers. They're through the trees, Grim shouted, risking a glance backward. 3 wargs, moving fast. Keep going, Gandalf commanded. I'll delay them. The wizard halted at the edge of the slope, turning to face the emerging threat with staff raised. The others continued their desperate descent, finally reaching the relatively level ground at the base of the ravine. From there, it was a short sprint to the cave entrance, a dark opening perhaps twice the height of a hobbit. Inside, quickly, Strider urged, ushering them through the narrow entry. These passages connect to a larger system. If we can reach the main cavern, we'll have more options. One by one, they ducked into the cave, first Lily, then Grim, followed by Hilda and Bilbo. Strider remained at the entrance, watching anxiously as Gandalf still stood his ground on the slope above. Wizard was a silhouette against the sky, his staff now glowing with a blue-white light. As the first warg charged down the slope toward him, Gandalf struck his staff against the ground. A fissure opened in the rocky soil, spreading rapidly upward toward the beast. The warg leapt to avoid the widening crack, but miscalculated, its hind legs failing to clear the gap. With a howl of surprise and rage, it tumbled backward, colliding with its companions, and sending all three rolling in a confused tangle of limbs and fur. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, Gandalf turned and raced down the remaining slope, his speed belying his apparent age. Within moments, he had joined the others at the cave entrance. That will not hold them long, he warned as Strider led them deeper into the passage. They are not ordinary wargs. They serve a will more terrible than their own. What does that mean? Bilbo asked, stumbling along the increasingly dark tunnel. Who controls them? A question for another time, Gandalf replied grimly. For now, we must focus on escape. The passage twisted and descended, the light from the entrance quickly fading behind them. Strider produced a small torch from his pack and lit it, the flickering flame casting long shadows on the rough stone walls. Stay close, the ranger cautioned. These caves can be confusing, and it would be easy to become separated. They moved deeper into the cave system, the sounds of pursuit growing more distant behind them. The initial narrow passage gradually widened, branching occasionally into side tunnels that Strider ignored with confident decisiveness. After several minutes of cautious progress, they emerged into a much larger space, a cavern of impressive proportions, its ceiling lost in darkness above the reach of their torch's light. The main chamber, Strider announced, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. There are at least 3 exits on the far side, each leading to different parts of the ravine. And our pursuers, Hilda asked, catching her breath. The passages are complex enough that even with their keen senses, the wargs will have difficulty tracking us directly, Strider assured her. But we should not linger. Before we continue, Gandalf interrupted. There is something we must discuss. He turned to Hilda with a penetrating gaze. You recognized our dwarf hunter. The name Narren meant something to you. Hilda nodded reluctantly. Narren of the Blacklock clan. I know of him by reputation, a master of the Obsidian Guild, and cousin to Lord Varin, who rules the easternmost dwarf holds. The Blacklocks, Grim repeated. I've heard they have little commerce with the western kingdoms. For good reason, Hilda replied darkly. They have long pursued alternative alliances. Their holds lie far to the east, beyond the Iron Hills, in lands that border territories unfriendly to the free peoples. You're saying they might have darker allegiances? Lily asked, her young face troubled by the implication. I'm saying they have always charted their own course, Hilda clarified. And that course has sometimes aligned with powers the other clans would shun. If Narren pursues us, it suggests the Blacklocks have interest in the Crown of Durin, an interest strong enough to send one of their masters far from their eastern strongholds, which confirms what we already suspected, Gandalf observed. The Crown's significance extends beyond dwarvish politics. Other factions perceive its value in these darkening times. But wargs, Bilbo questioned. What connection could there be between dwarvish politics and creatures of such obvious evil? Howl echoing through the passage. They had just traversed, cut short any answer Gandalf might have offered. They found our trail again, Strider warned. We must move now. Which way? Grim asked, eyeing the various tunnel openings visible around the cavern's perimeter. Strider considered briefly. The northeastern passage. It climbs eventually and emerges higher up the ravine, well away from our entry point. They cross the cavern quickly, their single torch creating a small island of light in the vast darkness. The northeastern passage proved narrower than their entry tunnel, forcing them to proceed in single file with a occasional squeezes that made Hilda mutter dwarvish imprecations under her breath. I thought dwarves were comfortable in tight spaces, Lily remarked from behind her. Proper dwarven tunnels are engineered with sensible dimensions, Hilda retorted. These natural formations are distressingly haphazard. Despite the occasional tight squeeze, they made good progress. The passage twisted upward in a gradual spiral, eventually bringing them to an intersection where 3 tunnels branched off in different directions. Strider paused, studying the options with a frown. This is unexpected. I remember only 2 passages at this junction. Cave systems can change over time, Gandalf observed. Collapses, new formations. Which way then? Bilbo asked anxiously. The howls of their pursuers, though distant, still echoed occasionally through the stone corridors behind them. Strider examined each passage briefly before indicating the rightmost tunnel. This one climbs most steeply. It should lead toward the surface. The chosen passage narrowed further still, forcing them to proceed in a half-crouch. After several minutes of uncomfortable progress, Bilbo was beginning to question whether they had made the correct choice when he felt a subtle change in the air, a freshness that suggested an opening to the outside world. "We're getting close," he whispered encouragingly to Hilda, who was looking particularly uncomfortable in the confined space. "None too soon," the dwarf scholar replied tersely. "I prefer my underground experiences to include proper structural supports." The passage made a final twist and suddenly opened out onto a narrow ledge, halfway up the ravine's northern face. The late afternoon sun slanted across the opposite cliff, painting the stone in warm orange and gold. "We've emerged much higher than I expected," Strider observed, as they all crowded onto the small ledge. "But this is favorable. We have a good view of the ravine in both directions." Indeed, from their elevated position, they could see much of the rocky defile stretching east and west. The cave they had initially entered was clearly visible below and behind them, while ahead the ravine continued for at least another mile before appearing to widen into a broader valley. "I see no sign of the wargs," Lily reported, her sharp eyes scanning the terrain below. "Either they're still in the caves, or they've moved elsewhere, or they're waiting in ambush," Grim added pessimistically. "Always a possibility," Strider acknowledged. "But we cannot remain here. That ledge is too exposed, and night will fall within a few hours." "What about Narin and his men?" Bilbo asked. "Do you think they survived?" "Difficult to say," Strider replied. "The wargs seemed determined, but Narin at least appeared formidable. Whether friend or foe, he struck me as one not easily defeated." "Friend or foe remains to be determined," Gandalf noted, though his pursuit suggests the latter. From their ledge, a narrow but manageable path wound downward toward the ravine floor. Strider led the way, moving with the sure-footed confidence of one accustomed to difficult terrain. The others followed carefully, with Gandalf bringing up the rear once more. By the time they reached the bottom, long shadows filled the ravine as the sun sank toward the western horizon. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and Bilbo found himself pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders. "We should find a defensible place to camp," Grim suggested. "Somewhere with cover, and ideally, only one approach to guard. There's a hollow just ahead," Strider indicated with a nod. "Sheltered by overhanging rock and with a small spring. I've used it before." Hollow proved to be an excellent campsite, a natural depression in the ravine wall, partially roofed by an outcropping of stone that would provide both shelter and concealment. The small spring Strider had mentioned bubbled from a crack in the rock face, providing clear, cold water. Most importantly, the position offered an unobstructed view of approaches from all directions. They set about establishing camp with practiced efficiency, though Strider advised against a fire despite the growing chill. Light carries far in this terrain, he explained, and we don't know what eyes might be watching, as they shared a cold meal of journey bread, dried meat, and the last of Butterburs, now somewhat stale, meat pies. Bilbo found himself seated beside Hilda, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since their emergence from the caves. "You're troubled," he observed quietly. "Is it the Blacklocks?" Hilda sighed, breaking a piece of journey bread with more force than necessary. "Narin's presence complicates matters significantly. The Blacklocks have long been estranged from the other dwarf clans. They delve too deep, seeking riches at any cost. Some say they've even revived ancient practices best left forgotten." "What kind of practices?" Bilbo asked, not entirely sure he wanted to know. "Rituals of binding," Hilda replied reluctantly. "Ways to control creatures and bend them to dwarvish will. In the First Age, such methods were developed to defend our deepest holds against the creatures of darkness. But such power corrupts those who wield it, turning defense to domination. You think Narin might be controlling those wargs somehow. It would explain their unnatural coordination," Hilda nodded grimly. "And it would be consistent with what I know of Blacklock lore. But why pursue us so determinedly?" Bilbo pressed. "What interest would the Blacklocks have in the Crown of Durin?" "That," Gandalf interrupted, having approached silently during their conversation, "is the question that concerns me most. The crown would not respond to a Blacklock's command. It was crafted for Durin's direct line alone. Unless what?" Bilbo prompted when the wizard fell silent. "Unless they serve another who has use for such an artifact," Gandalf finished quietly. "One who might benefit from the crown's powers of foresight and clarity, or who might wish to deny such advantages to the free peoples in the coming darkness." Chill that had nothing to do with the evening air ran down Bilbo's spine. The wizard's words hinted at darker purposes and greater stakes than he had initially understood. "You believe someone else orchestrates these events?" Hilda asked, her expression grave. "Someone who commands even the Blacklocks. I have suspicions," Gandalf replied carefully. "But until we have more evidence, they remain just that. For now, we must focus on our immediate journey. The crown awaits, and we have lost valuable time with today's diversion." As darkness settled fully over the ravine, they arranged their watch schedule, Strider taking the first shift, followed by Lily, then Grim, with Bilbo and Hilda sharing the pre-dawn hours, and Gandalf taking the final watch. Bilbo wrapped himself in his blanket, using his pack as a pillow, and tried to find a comfortable position on the hard ground. Despite his exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. His mind kept returning to the day's events, the coordinated pursuit, the terrifying wargs, the mysterious dwarf hunter. Each new development suggested layers of complexity and danger that he had not anticipated when agreeing to this quest. He was still awake when Lily quietly awakened Grim for the third watch, the stars wheeling slowly overhead in the narrow strip of sky visible from their sheltered hollow. From somewhere in the distance came a lone howl, whether wolf or warg. He couldn't tell. The sound echoed mournfully through the ravine before fading into silence. Eventually, Bilbo drifted into uneasy dreams filled with shadowy pursuers and ancient crowns that whispered secrets he couldn't quite hear. When Grim shook him gently awake for his watch, the eastern sky had just begun to light, with the first hint of approaching dawn. Taking his position at the edge of their hollow alongside Hilda, Bilbo gazed out at the dimly visible ravine. The world had that peculiar stillness that comes just before sunrise a moment balanced between night and day, when everything seems to hold its breath in anticipation. I've been thinking, Hilda said quietly, breaking the pre-dawn silence. About what lies ahead? The mountains? Bilbo asked, suppressing a yawn. Beyond the physical journey, she clarified. About what we might find in the sanctuary, and what it might mean for all of us. You're having second thoughts. Not exactly, Hilda shook her head. More like expanded perspectives. When I began researching the crown, it was primarily an academic pursuit, a fascinating historical artifact with potential political significance for my people. But now it seems part of something larger, Bilbo finished for her. Precisely, she nodded. Something that touches not just dwarven kingdoms, but perhaps the fate of all free peoples. It's humbling, in a way, and terrifying, Bilbo added with a rueful smile. Too, Hilda agreed, returning the smile briefly before her expression grew serious again. I've studied the riddles of the sanctuary for years, Master Baggins, but knowing them intellectually is different from facing them in reality. When the time comes, I suspect your practical hobbit wisdom may prove more valuable than all my scholarly knowledge. Let's hope we both have something to contribute, Bilbo replied. Though I must admit, I'm rather hoping the sanctuary guardians appreciate a good seed cake. That's where my true expertise lies. Hilda's deep chuckle broke the solemn mood, and they settled into a companionable silence as they watched the sky gradually brighten. The new day was beginning, and with it, the next stage of their journey toward the distant mountains, where ancient secrets waited to be uncovered, for good or ill. Chapter 13, The Approaching Shad. Dawn broke over the ravine, painting the rocky walls with pale golden light that gradually burned away the morning mist. The company broke camp quickly and efficiently, consuming a brief cold breakfast while Strider scouted their immediate surroundings for any sign of pursuit. No fresh tracks, the ranger reported upon his return. If the wargs are still hunting us, they've moved elsewhere for now. And Narration, Gandalf inquired. No sign of him or his men, Strider replied. Though I found evidence of battle near our entry cave, blood on the stones, but no bodies, suggesting they survived and withdrew, Hilda observed. Or were dragged away, Grim added grimly. Either way, we shouldn't linger, Gandalf decided. We've lost time and must make up the distance if we're to reach the sanctuary by midsummer. Their path led eastward along the ravine floor, which gradually widened as they proceeded. The steep walls on either side slowly diminished in height until, by mid-morning, they found themselves emerging into a broad, rolling landscape. The western edge of the lone lands, a vast and largely uninhabited region stretching toward the distant misty mountains. It was there, standing on a rise of land that offered an expansive view, that they got their first clear glimpse of their destination. The mountains rose on the far horizon, their snow-capped peaks sharp against the blue sky, formidable even at this distance. There they stand, Hilda murmured, a note of reverence in her deep voice. The great eastern barrier of Eriador, under which my ancestors delved some of their mightiest halls, and within which we almost became dinner for goblins, if I recall correctly, Bilbo added drily. Every dwelling has its pests, Hilda shrugged. Even Bag End has spiders, I'd wager. Nothing larger than my thumbnail, thankfully, Bilbo replied with a shudder, remembering the enormous arachnids of Mirkwood. Strider had been studying the terrain ahead with his experienced eye. We can make good progress today across open country, he informed them. But we should aim for those wooded hills by nightfall. He pointed to a dark line of trees, perhaps 10 miles distant. They'll provide better shelter and concealment for camping. He set off across the rolling grasslands, the morning sun warm on their backs. Without the sheltering walls of the ravine, a brisk wind swept across the open terrain, bending the tall grasses in rippling waves that reminded Bilbo of the waters of Long Lake. The landscape had a wild beauty, untamed and unfarmed, with occasional outcroppings of weathered stone thrusting up through the sea of grass like islands. As they walked, Lily fell into step beside Bilbo, her young face bright with curiosity. "Mr. Baggins," she began, "I've been wondering about something from your previous adventure." "Oh," Bilbo replied, already anticipating yet another question about dragons or treasure. "Balin's account mentions your encounter with trolls," she continued, "but it doesn't explain exactly how you managed to delay them until dawn. Was it truly just by confusing them with clever talk?" Bilbo chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected question. "Clever is generous. Desperate would be more accurate. I simply played on their greed and suspicion of each other, suggested they'd get sick from eating dwarf without proper cooking techniques, that sort of thing. That took quick thinking," Lily remarked admiringly. "Most would panic when faced with 3 hungry trolls." "Oh, I was panicking thoroughly on the inside," Bilbo assured her. "But sometimes fear sharpens the mind rather than dulling it. And trolls, fortunately, aren't known for their intellectual prowess. Still, it was brave," Lily insisted, "as was entering the dragon's lair alone. I hope I would show similar courage if tested. The thing about courage," Bilbo said thoughtfully, "is that you never really know if you possess it until the moment it's needed. Then you discover that it was there all along, waiting to be called upon." It continued across the seemingly endless grasslands throughout the morning and into the early afternoon. The mountains on the horizon grew no closer to Bilbo's impatient eye, though Strider assured them they were making good progress. "Distances can be deceptive in this terrain," the ranger explained, when they paused briefly for a rest and light meal. "The mountains are still many days' journey away, but we're gradually closing the gap." As the afternoon wore on, Bilbo noticed Gandalf and Strider deep in conversation at the head of their company, their voices too low to overhear, but their manner suggesting serious discussion. Occasionally, the wizard would gesture toward the distant mountains, or back the way they had come, while the ranger listened intently, nodding or shaking his head in response. Eventually, Gandalf dropped back to walk alongside Bilbo, his face thoughtful beneath the brim of his hat. "Something troubling you, Gandalf?" Bilbo inquired. "You and Strider seem to be having quite the intense conversation." "Merely discussing alternate routes," the wizard replied, though his tone suggested there was more to it. "The direct path isn't always the safest. You're concerned about pursuit." "Among other things," Gandalf admitted. "The warg attack was unusual. Such creatures rarely display that level of coordination without guidance." Hilda mentioned something about Blacklock rituals, ways of controlling beasts. "Yes, that's one possibility," Gandalf nodded, "and a troubling one. But there are other, darker powers that can bend such creatures to their will. Powers that may have reason to take interest in our quest. You've hinted at this before," Bilbo observed. "These shadows everyone keeps mentioning. Perhaps it's time you were more specific, Gandalf. What exactly are we potentially facing here?" The wizard was silent for several moments, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the immediate landscape. When he finally spoke, his voice was lower, meant for Bilbo's ears alone. "World is changing, my dear hobbit. Old powers that have slumbered for ages are stirring once more. The wise have noted the signs for some time, movements in dark places, ancient evils reawakening, malevolent wills beginning to extend their influence after long dormancy. You're speaking in riddles again, Bilbo complained. Because nomming certain things directly can be dangerous, Gandalf replied gravely. But consider this. If the Crown of Durin truly grants the foresight and clarity that legends claim, it would be an invaluable asset in the coming struggles, or a terrible liability if it fell into the wrong hands. You believe someone wishes to prevent us from retrieving it, or to claim it for themselves, Gandalf nodded. Either way, I fear our journey is being watched by more eyes than just those of Naryn and his men. Sobering thought lingered with Bilbo as they continued their trek across the seemingly endless grasslands. By late afternoon, the wooded hill Strider had identified that morning were finally growing closer. Their dark green mantle, a welcome change from the monotonous sea of grass. As the sun began its westward descent, they reached the first scattered trees, gnarled oaks, and stately beeches that gradually thickened into proper woodland. The change in terrain brought a welcome relief from the constant wind, though the forest shadows cast an early dusk around them. We should find a suitable campsite while there's still light, Strider advised, leading them deeper into the woods along what appeared to be a game trail. There's a small stream ahead that would provide fresh water. The stream, when they reached it, was a clear, shallow brook, bubbling over smooth stones, more of a large creek than a river, easily fordable in most places. Strider led them upstream for perhaps half a mile, until they reached a small clearing beside a pool where the water deepened and slowed. This will serve us well, the ranger declared, surveying the site with approval. Water, shelter, and multiple escape routes if needed. We can risk a small fire tonight. The trees will help disperse the smoke. He established camp with practiced efficiency, each falling into their assigned roles without discussion. Bilbo and Lily gathered firewood while Grim prepared a fire pit. Hilda organized their remaining supplies, taking inventory with methodical precision, while Strider scouted the perimeter and Gandalf did whatever wizards do when camping, which seemed to involve a great deal of thoughtful pipe smoking and stargazing. By the time darkness had fully settled among the trees, they had a cheerful little fire crackling in the carefully constructed pit, with a pot of stew bubbling promisingly over the flames. The meal was simple, but satisfying dried meat and vegetables reconstituted in the hot broth, seasoned with herbs Strider had gathered during their journey. As they sat around the fire sharing the meal, Bilbo noticed that Strider, while still vigilant, seemed more relaxed in this forest setting than he had been during their previous camps. You seem at home among trees, Bilbo observed, passing the ranger a second helping of stew. I've spent much of my life in the wildlands, Strider replied, accepting the bowl with a nod of thanks. Forests offer both protection and provision for those who know their ways. Yet you know the mountains too, and caves, and open plains, Lily remarked. Is there any terrain you haven't mastered, Ranger? Shadow of a smile crossed Strider's normally stern features. The sea, perhaps. I've little experience with sailing, though I've stood upon many shores. Where did you learn all these skills? Bilbo asked, genuinely curious about their mysterious guide. Were you born to the Rangers, or did you come to that life later? Something flickered in Strider's gray eyes, a momentary hesitation, as if weighing how much to reveal. I was raised among those who value such knowledge, he said carefully. My training began early, though the path I walk now was not always certain. Deliberately cryptic, Hilda observed with a raised eyebrow. You and Gandalf would make good partners in a riddle contest. Some stories are best left untold until their proper time, Gandalf interjected smoothly. Especially when the teller has many names, each with its own tale. This cryptic addition did nothing to satisfy Bilbo's curiosity, but he recognized the gentle warning in the wizard's tone. There were clearly aspects of Strider's identity that were not for casual discussion around a campfire. Conversation shifted to more immediate concerns, their route for the coming days, the supplies they would need to replenish at the ranger outpost Strider had mentioned, and the increasing need for caution as they approached the mountains. The lands grow less hospitable as we continue east, Strider informed them. Game becomes scarcer, water sources less reliable, and there are other dangers besides natural hardship. The goblins, Bilbo asked. Among others, the ranger nodded. The mountains harbor many threats, some ancient, some newer, but no less deadly. And with the evidence of pursuit we've already encountered, we must assume our path is being watched. Always pleasant to end the evening on such cheerful notes, Grim remarked dryly. Shall we discuss imminent starvation and painful death next, or save those for breakfast conversation? Despite the tension underlying their situation, the quip drew chuckles from the company, easing the moment's gravity. Even Strider's stern expression softened briefly as the fire burned down to embers and the night deepened around them. They arranged their usual watch rotation and settled into their bedrolls. Bilbo found himself staring up through the gaps in the forest canopy, glimpsing occasional stars between the gently rustling leaves. Mountains awaited them, still distant, but drawing nearer with each day's journey. Within those ancient peaks lay their destination, the secret sanctuary housing the Crown of Durin. But what else might be waiting for them? Strider's warnings echoed in Bilbo's mind, along with Gandalf's cryptic hints about awakening darkness. He was still pondering these troubling thoughts when sleep finally claimed him, bringing dreams of stone halls and ancient crowns that whispered warnings he couldn't quite comprehend. Dawn arrived misty and cool, with a light drizzle filtering through the forest canopy. They breakfasted quickly on journey bread and dried fruit, eager to resume their travels before the weather potentially worsened. The rain may prove a blessing in disguise, Strider observed as they broke camp. It will mask our scent and soften our tracks, making us more difficult to pursue. Cold comfort when one is soaking wet, Hilda grumbled, adjusting her hood to better protect her elaborately braided beard from the increasing precipitation. They continued eastward through the forest for several hours, the rain steadily intensifying until it drummed continuously on the canopy above, occasionally breaking through in heavy drips or small cascades when the wind shook the branches. Despite their cloaks and hoods, they were all thoroughly damp by mid-morning. Trees began to thin gradually, suggesting they were approaching the eastern edge of the woodland. Strider called a brief halt beneath a particularly large oak that offered better shelter than most. Beyond these woods lies open country again, he informed them, consulting his mental map. Approximately 10 miles of rolling hills before we reach the Weather Hills, the first significant highland before the mountains proper. And the ranger outpost you mentioned, Gandalf inquired. Near the eastern base of those hills, Strider replied. We should reach it by tomorrow evening if we maintain our pace, assuming we're not delayed by more unwelcome encounters, Grim added, as if summoned by his words. Lily, who had moved slightly ahead to scout the forest edge, suddenly returned at a run, her expression urgent. Riders, she reported in a hushed voice, coming from the north along the forest boundary. At least 6, moving fast despite the rain. Could it be Narin and his men? Bilbo asked. Impossible to tell at this distance. Lily shook her head. But they're searching the tree line methodically, as if looking for signs of entry or exit, hunting us, most likely, Strider concluded grimly. The question is whether they're Narin's company or some new player in this game. Either way, we should avoid them, Hilda declared. I've had quite enough of being pursued for one journey. Agreed, Gandalf nodded. What do you suggest, Strider? Ranger considered briefly, his experienced eyes surveying their surroundings. We have two options: retreat deeper into the forest and circle south before emerging, or attempt to slip past them by using the rain and terrain to our advantage. The forest route would be safer, but slower, Grim observed. And time is a luxury we can ill afford, Gandalf reminded them. We have less than 3 weeks now to reach the sanctuary before midsummer. Then we attempt to pass them unseen, Strider decided. The rain works in our favor, and if we move carefully from cover to cover across the open terrain, we may avoid detection. With that plan agreed upon, they continued cautiously toward the forest edge, Strider and Lily scouting ahead, while the others followed at a safe distance. When they reached the final line of trees, they paused to survey the open landscape before them. Rolling hills stretched eastward, the distant, weather hills visible as darker shapes through the curtain of rain. The open terrain between was a patchwork of grassland and scattered rock outcroppings, offering some cover, but far less concealment than the forest had provided. The north, perhaps half a mile distant, they could see the riders Lily had spotted dark figures on horseback, moving methodically along the forest boundary, clearly searching for something or someone. Haven't spotted us yet, Strider observed in a low voice. If we time our movement carefully, using those rock formations for cover, we might slip past their search pattern. And if they do spot us, Bilbo asked, eyeing the considerable open space they would need to cross. Then we run, Strider replied simply, and hope the rain slows their pursuit enough for us to reach the next patch of cover. It was not the most reassuring plan Bilbo had ever heard, but given their limited options, it seemed the best available. They waited for the riders to move farther north, then, at Strider's signal, darted from the tree line toward the nearest cluster of rocks, perhaps 200 yards into the open grassland. They moved as quickly as caution allowed, the wet grass whipping against their legs, rain plastering their hair to their foreheads, despite their hoods. Bilbo's heart hammered in his chest as they crossed the exposed ground, expecting at any moment to hear a shout of discovery or the thunder of pursuing hooves. They reached the first rocky outcropping without incident, crouching behind its weather-worn bulk to catch their breath and assess the rider's position. The mounted searchers continued their methodical pattern, apparently unaware of the small company now hiding in the open territory behind them. So far, so good, Lily whispered, relief evident in her voice. Don't celebrate yet, Grim cautioned. We've a lot more open ground to cover. What followed was an increasingly tense progression from one patch of cover to the next, rock outcroppings, shallow depressions in the terrain, even a lone stand of stunted trees that provided momentary concealment. Each dash across open ground left them more exposed than the last as the available cover grew sparser toward the center of the plain. It covered perhaps half the distance to the weather hills when disaster nearly struck. As they huddled behind a particularly low rock formation, catching their breath before the next dash, Bilbo spotted movement to their south, a second group of riders, previously hidden by the rolling terrain, now clearly visible and moving in their general direction. More of them, he hissed in warning, gesturing toward the new threat. Strider raised his head just enough to assess the situation, his expression growing increasingly grim. They've split their forces to cover more ground, he murmured, and they're converging near our position, whether by design or chance. "It's no chance," Gandalf said quietly. "They know we're here. They may not have spotted us specifically, but they know we're crossing this plain." "How?" Hilda demanded. "The rain should have masked our trail. There are other ways of tracking besides physical signs," the wizard replied cryptically. "Ways that involve darker arts than mere woodcraft. Regardless of their methods, they're closing in," Strider interrupted. "We need to move now, while there's still a gap between their search patterns." The next stretch of open ground was longer than any they had yet attempted, nearly 400 yards to the next significant cover, with only occasional ankle-high shrubs and tussocks of grass between. It was a desperate dash, made all the more challenging by the increasingly muddy ground that sucked at their feet with each step. They were perhaps halfway across when a shout carried through the rain from their left. Bilbo risked a glance over his shoulder to see one of the northern riders pointing in their direction. Having finally spotted their movement across the open plain. "They've seen us," he gasped, pushing himself to move faster despite his already burning legs. "Keep going," Strider commanded. "Don't stop until you reach the rocks." The sound of hooves thundering across wet ground soon followed, growing louder as their pursuers closed the distance with mounted speed. The rocky outcropping ahead seemed impossibly distant, a goal that receded with each labored step through the clinging mud, just as it seemed their pursuers must surely overtake them before they reached safety. A blinding flash of light erupted behind them, followed by a deafening crack like thunder. Bilbo heard startled cries and the panicked whinnying of horses, suggesting Gandalf had once again employed his magical talents to buy them precious time. The distraction worked. They reached the rocks moments before the first riders recovered and resumed their pursuit. The formation was larger than it had appeared from a distance, creating a natural maze of stone corridors and chambers that offered both concealment and defensive possibilities. "This way," Strider urged, leading them deeper into the labyrinth of weathered rock. "There's a passage through to the other side that few know of." He followed the ranger through an increasingly narrow corridor of stone, the walls rising on either side until they were in a proper ravine, with only a strip of rainy sky visible above. Behind them, they could hear their pursuers dismounting, apparently unwilling to bring horses into the confined space. "They're following on foot," Lily reported from her position as rear guard. "But cautiously, they know these rocks could harbor an ambush. A thought we might consider ourselves," Grim suggested, hand on his sword hilt. "We have the advantage of knowing the terrain, thanks to Strider." "I know one path through," the ranger corrected, "but not every twist and turn of this maze. An ambush would be risky at best. Our goal is to reach the sanctuary, not engage in unnecessary conflict," Gandalf reminded them. "We continue forward as planned." The stone corridor narrowed further still, forcing them to proceed in single file, then suddenly opened into a small circular chamber with 4 possible exits. Strider headed without hesitation toward the easternmost passage, but halted abruptly at its entrance, raising a warning hand. "Someone's coming," he whispered, drawing his sword silently from its sheath. From the eastern path, they froze, weapons ready. As footsteps approached from the passage, they had intended to take their route to freedom, now potentially blocked by an unknown party approaching from the opposite direction. The steps were light, but purposeful, suggesting a single individual moving with confidence through the stone maze. A moment of tense silence followed as they waited, positioned on either side of the passage entrance, ready to confront whoever emerged. The footsteps grew closer, stopped briefly, then continued more slowly, suggesting caution, perhaps even awareness of potential danger ahead. Finally, a figure appeared in the passage entrance, tall and cloaked in weather-stained gray, a hood concealing most of their features. They halted immediately upon seeing the armed company waiting, one hand moving to the sword at their hip, while the other raised in a gesture that might have been greeting or warning. Peace. A low voice came from beneath the hood, a woman's voice, clear and commanding. I am no enemy to those who oppose the darkness. Strider lowered his sword slightly, recognition dawning in his eyes. Muriel. Figure pushed back her hood, revealing a striking woman with dark hair streaked with silver and keen gray eyes that immediately reminded Bilbo of Strider himself. The same weathered nobility in their features, the same quiet authority in their bearing. Well met, kinsman, she greeted Strider with a brief nod, though the circumstances could be more favorable. Her gaze swept over the rest of the company, lingering momentarily on Gandalf. The Grey Pilgrim himself. This expedition must indeed be of great importance. More than you know, Gandalf replied. But explanations must wait. We have pursuers close behind. Mounted searchers, Muriel asked. I've been watching them since dawn. They've surrounded this rock formation at least 12 men, and one dwarf, well armed and determined. Narin, Hilda muttered. He survived the wargs after all. We need to find another way out, Strider said. Our original path appears compromised. There is another exit, Muriel confirmed. Less direct, but unwatched as of yet. I can guide you, but we must move quickly. Your pursuers are spreading through these passages even now. As if to confirm her words, they heard voices echoing from the western corridor they had just traversed, still distant, but growing closer as the hunters penetrated deeper into the stone maze. We accept your guidance with gratitude, Gandalf decided, speaking for the group. Lead on, Lady Muriel. Ranger woman nodded briskly and turned back the way she had come, gesturing for them to follow. As they hurried after her through the twisting stone corridors, Bilbo found himself with yet another set of questions to add to his growing collection. Who was this Muriel, clearly known to both Strider and Gandalf? What did she mean by calling Strider kinsman? And most importantly, how had she known exactly where to find them in this labyrinth of stone, just when they needed guidance most? Mountains loomed ever closer on the eastern horizon, their snow-capped peaks now visible even through the rain. But with each step toward their goal, the mystery surrounding their quest seemed to multiply rather than resolve, a web of shadows and secrets that grew increasingly complex as they approached the ancient sanctuary, and whatever fate awaited them within its hidden halls. Chapter 14, Kinsmen and Secrets. Muriel led them swiftly through the labyrinthine passages of the stone formation, moving with the confidence of one intimately familiar with its twists and turns. Unlike their previous path, which had followed relatively straight corridors, this route involved frequent changes in direction, occasional scrambles up or down short rocky slopes, and once a nerve-wracking shuffle along a narrow ledge above a rain-filled gully. Throughout their escape, they could hear the occasional echo of voices and the scrape of boots on stone as their pursuers continued to search the maze, sometimes alarmingly close, yet never quite encountering them thanks to Muriel's expert guidance. How much farther to the exit? Hilda asked in a hushed voice as they paused briefly in a small chamber to catch their breath. Not far now, Muriel replied, her keen eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The eastern face has a concealed descent that drops into a dry stream bed. From there, we can make for the weather hills with minimal exposure. And our pursuers, Gandalf inquired, will they not simply wait for us to emerge? They've spread their forces too thin, searching the passages. Muriel explained. "And I've observed their pattern. They believe you're trying to double back westward, not continue east. Most of their strength is concentrated on the western approaches, an impression we should encourage." Strider nodded approvingly. "Do you have a plan for that as well, cousin?" Muriel's lips curved in a brief smile, the family resemblance to Strider momentarily striking. "I've left a few false trails on the western paths. Nothing elaborate, just enough to keep them occupied while we make our escape. We led them onward through several more twisting passages, until they reached what appeared at first to be a dead end, a narrow chamber with no obvious continuation." Muriel approached the far wall, running her hand along the stone surface until she found whatever marker she sought. "Here," she said softly, moving to what appeared to be simply another section of the rock face. "This passage is deliberately obscured. Follow closely and mind your footing. It descends rapidly." When Bilbo reached the spot where Muriel had disappeared, he discovered that what had appeared to be solid stone was in fact a cleverly disguised crevice, a natural formation perhaps, but one that would be easily overlooked without specific knowledge of its location. The passage beyond was narrow and dark, requiring them to proceed in single file, with hands outstretched to feel their way. The descent was just as steep as Muriel had warned, the footing treacherous, with loose stones and slick surfaces from water that had seeped through cracks above. Bilbo stumbled more than once, saved from falling only by Hilda's sturdy grip on his pack from behind. After what felt like an interminable journey in near darkness, they emerged suddenly into gray daylight at the base of the rocky formation. As Muriel had described, a dry streambed ran eastward from their exit point, its banks high enough to provide concealment for travelers following its course. "We follow this for approximately 2 miles, Muriel informed them, gesturing along the streambed. "It will take us directly toward the weather hills, while keeping us below the line of sight from the high ground." Rain had finally ceased, though dark clouds still hung low overhead, threatening to resume their downpour at any moment. The respite, however brief, was welcome as they made their way along the muddy streambed, occasionally splashing through shallow puddles left by the recent rainfall. Once they had put sufficient distance between themselves and their pursuers, Gandalf moved forward to walk alongside Muriel, his expression suggesting questions that could no longer be postponed. "Your presence here is fortuitous, Lady Muriel," the wizard observed in a tone that implied more than his words stated. "Some might even call it suspiciously timely. The rangers watch these lands more closely than most realize," she replied evenly, "especially in recent months, with the increase in unusual activities. Nevertheless, that you should find us precisely when and where you did was no coincidence," she admitted without dissembling. "Word reached our outpost 3 days ago that Gandalf the Grey traveled eastward with a mixed company, including a hobbit of some renown. Given recent reports of searches being conducted by unknown parties, I was dispatched to intersect your path and offer assistance if needed." "Reports?" Strider asked, having moved up to join their conversation. "From what source?" "Multiple," Muriel replied. "Our scouts have noted increased movement throughout the region, not just Narin's hunting party, but others as well. Some bearing emblems we haven't seen in these lands for many generations." "What emblems?" Gandalf's voice sharpened with interest. Muriel glanced around, as if ensuring they could not be overheard despite the empty landscape, before answering in a lower voice. "A red eye, crudely painted on shields and armor, but unmistakable in its implication." Bilbo saw Gandalf and Strider exchange a grave look. some significance passing between them that remained obscure to him. The wizard's face had grown more solemn than usual, deepening the lines that marked his ancient features. "Then it is as we feared," Gandalf murmured. "The shadows gather more quickly than anticipated." "What does it mean?" Bilbo asked, unable to contain his curiosity despite sensing the gravity of the moment. "This emblem of an eye. It is the sigil of an old enemy," Gandalf replied carefully. "One who was thought defeated long ago, but whose influence has never been entirely erased from the world." "You speak in riddles again," Bilbo complained. "'Cause some names are better left unspoken," Muriel interjected with surprising sharpness. "Especially in the open air, where words may carry to unfriendly ears." Properly chastened, Bilbo fell silent, though his mind worked busily to connect the fragments of information being so carefully dispensed. The emblem obviously held great significance to both Gandalf and the Rangers, suggesting some shared knowledge of ancient threats that went beyond common history. As they continued along the streambed, Bilbo found himself walking beside Lily, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since their narrow escape from the stone maze. "You seem troubled," he observed gently. Young Hobbit glanced at him, her normally cheerful face serious. "I've been thinking about what Muriel said, about emblems not seen for generations. It makes me wonder what we're really involved in, Mr. Baggins. This quest seemed straightforward when we joined Find a Crown, bring it back to those who should have it. But now it seems we're pieces in a much larger and more complex game," Bilbo finished for her. "I know the feeling well. My previous adventure had a similar quality. What began as a simple treasure hunt became entangled with ancient prophecies and the fate of entire kingdoms. Does it worry you?" she asked candidly. "That we might be facing dangers beyond our understanding?" Bilbo considered this thoughtfully before answering. "Yes and no. Yes, because I'm fond of knowing precisely what I'm getting myself into. A very hobbitish trait, I'm afraid. But no, because I've learned that great events rarely announce themselves in advance. They grow from small beginnings, and often those involved don't recognize their significance until they're already deep within the story. That's not entirely reassuring," Lily observed with a small smile. "It wasn't meant to be," Bilbo replied honestly. "But consider this. If the quest is indeed part of something larger and more important than we initially understood, then our role in it matters all the more. We're not just retrieving a historical artifact. We may be helping to shape the course of events to come. A heavy responsibility for a Brandybuck bounder who never expected to venture beyond the Shire's borders," Lily remarked, though her expression suggested the idea appealed to her Tookish heritage. By mid-afternoon, they had reached the point where the streambed curved southward, away from their intended easterly route. The Weather Hills rose before them, a line of steep, rugged hills that represented the first significant elevation since leaving the ravine. "We must leave our convenient path here," Muriel announced, surveying the terrain ahead. "The outpost lies beyond those first 3 hills, in a sheltered valley that's difficult to spot unless you know precisely where to look." "Any sign of pursuit?" Strider asked, scanning the landscape behind them. "None that I can detect," Muriel replied. "Though that doesn't mean we should grow careless. The open ground between here and the hills offers little concealment." They crossed the exposed terrain as quickly as caution permitted, the muddy ground gradually giving way to rockier substrate as they approached the hills. The climb was steeper than it had appeared from a distance, requiring them to use hands at times to scramble up particularly challenging sections. By the time they crested the first hill, the light was beginning to fade as evening approached. From their elevated position, they could see back across the plain they had traversed. The stone is now a distant formation on the western horizon, with no sign of their pursuers visible to even Lily's keen eyes. "We should reach the outpost before full dark," Muriel informed them, pointing to a barely discernible gap between two hills ahead. "The approach is concealed, a defense against unfriendly discovery." They descended into the narrow valley between the hills, following a path that would have been nearly impossible to find without Muriel's guidance. It wound between massive boulders, through dense thickets of thorn bushes, with barely perceptible openings, and occasionally beneath overhanging rock formations that required them to stoop or even crawl. The rangers certainly value their privacy, Hilda observed dryly. After a particularly challenging passage required her to wriggle through a gap, she declared, "Barely adequate for a half-starved goblin. Privacy and security are often the same thing in these lands," Muriel replied without apology. "The path discourages casual visitors and encourages pulled muscles and scraped knees," Grim added, rubbing an elbow that had collided with an unseen rock outcropping in the fading light, just when it seemed they might be wandering in circles through increasingly difficult terrain. The path took a sharp turn between two massive boulders and suddenly opened into a sheltered valley of surprising beauty. A small but clear stream ran through its center, bordered by lush grass and even a few flowering bushes that added unexpected color to the otherwise stark landscape. On the far side of the valley, built against the hillside and partially carved into the rock itself, stood the ranger outpost, a sturdy structure of stone and timber that seemed to grow organically from its surroundings. It was larger than Bilbo had expected, with a main building and several smaller structures arranged in a rough semicircle around a central courtyard. Smoke rose from a chimney, and as they approached, the warm glow of firelight became visible through shuttered windows. "Welcome to Tirith Ra," Muriel announced. "The Eastwatch, as it would be called in the common tongue, one of the few remaining ranger strongholds in these lands." As they entered the courtyard, the door of the main building opened, revealing a tall, gray-haired man whose weathered features suggested great age, though his bearing remained straight and vigorous. He wore the same practical leather and wool garments as Muriel and Strider, with the addition of a silver star pinned to his cloak, some symbol of rank or office, Bilbo presumed. "Muriel returns with guests," the elder ranger observed, his deep voice carrying easily across the courtyard, and notable ones at that. His gaze lingered on Gandalf momentarily before shifting to the rest of the company, a slight smile touching his stern features as he noted the hobbits. "It has been many years since the Eastwatch hosted halflings." Halden Muriel greeted him with a respectful inclination of her head. "I found them as anticipated, with pursuers close behind. Narin's hunting party, primarily, though there were indications of other interested parties as well, though the reports were accurate," Halden nodded gravely. "Come inside, all of you. These matters are best discussed away from open air, and you look in need of rest and sustenance." The interior of the main building was surprisingly comfortable, a large central room with a stone hearth where a fire burned cheerfully, surrounded by sturdy wooden furniture that, while simple, showed evidence of careful craftsmanship. Woven tapestries on the walls depicted landscapes and what appeared to be historical scenes, adding both color and warmth to the space. Several other rangers were present, all rising at their entrance with expressions of curiosity, tempered by the characteristic reserve that seemed common to their kind. Halden introduced them briefly to Tarendil, a tall archer with auburn hair, Breger, a stocky, dark-bearded man whose arms suggested considerable strength, and Isilmet, a slender woman with watchful eyes who appeared to be the youngest of the group. Our guests will need food and rest, Halden instructed. Prepare the east chamber for them and bring something from the kitchens. As the other rangers moved to comply with these directions, Halden gestured for the company to seat themselves around the large table that dominated one side of the room. Now, he said once they were settled, I would hear the full tale of your journey and purpose. Rumor and fragment have reached us, but I would know the truth from those involved. His gaze settled on Gandalf, especially when that involvement includes a wizard known for appearing precisely where history is being shaped, a reputation I neither confirm nor deny, Gandalf replied with a small smile. But you are right that our quest has significance beyond a simple journey through these lands. Before the wizard could elaborate further, Tarendil returned with platters of food, simple fare, but welcome to travelers who had subsisted on journey rations for days. Freshly baked bread, a hearty stew of game and root vegetables, and a sharp cheese that Bilbo immediately recognized as being of dwarvish make. Eat first, Halden decided, seeing their hungry expressions. Then we will talk of quests and crowns, and the shadows that pursue you. As they gratefully accepted the offered meal, Bilbo noted the elder ranger's casual mention of crowns, suggesting he already knew more about their purpose than had been explicitly shared. The implication reinforced his growing suspicion that there was a web of information and alliance operating beneath the surface of their journey, connections and knowledge shared between Gandalf, Strider, and these rangers that went far deeper than had been revealed to the rest of their company. The crown they sought was clearly part of something larger, a piece, in a complex game of strategy playing out across Middle-earth, with players and powers that remained frustratingly obscure to those caught up in its unfolding drama. As Bilbo ate the welcome meal, he found himself watching the interactions between Strider, Muriel, and Halden. The subtle exchanges of glances, the deference shown to the elder ranger, and the unmistakable sense of kinship that bound them together. There were secrets here, histories untold, and identities carefully concealed behind the simple designation of ranger. And somehow, he suspected, understanding those secrets might be crucial to the success of their quest, and perhaps to surviving the growing shadows that seemed to be gathering around them with each step closer to their mountainous destination. Chapter 15, Council at the Eastwatch. Fire burned low in the hearth, casting long shadows across the room as their meal concluded. The rangers had joined them at the table, creating a curious assembly, the weathered faces of the wilderness guardians contrasting with the smaller, rounder features of the hobbits, Hilda's elaborate braids and jeweled beard clasps catching the firelight, and Gandalf's imposing figure presiding over all, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Halden leaned forward, his hands clasped before him on the worn wooden surface. Now, I believe it is time we spoke plainly. Your journey has drawn attention from forces better left undisturbed, and the paths ahead grow more perilous with each passing day. You seem remarkably well informed about our purpose, Hilda observed, studying the elder ranger with undisguised curiosity. Though we've shared little of it explicitly, rangers have long memories and far-reaching connections, Halden replied. When a wizard, a famous hobbit adventurer, and a dwarven scholar from the Iron Hills travel together toward the Misty Mountains, certain conclusions suggest themselves, especially when ancient lore speaks of a crown hidden in those very mountains, awaiting the proper time of retrieval. So you know of the Crown of Durin, Gandalf said, neither confirming nor denying their purpose. We know the legends, Halden nodded. A crown of remarkable power, crafted in an age when dwarf and elf still worked in harmony, hidden away during darker times to prevent its falling into the hands of the enemy. Enemy? Lily asked, her young voice breaking the momentary silence that followed Halden's words. A significant glance passed between Halden and Gandalf before the elder ranger responded. A figure from the distant past, one whose name we do not speak lightly, but whose shadow has touched every age of this world, retreating, but never truly vanishing. And you believe this, unnamed enemy, has interest in our quest? Bilbo asked, struggling to connect these vague references to their immediate situation. Not directly, perhaps, Halden replied carefully. At least, we hope not. But his servants and allies remain in the world, working to prepare for his eventual return. The emblem Muriel mentioned, the red eye, is associated with one such servant, a lieutenant of the enemy who has long worked from the shadows to restore his master's dominion. You speak of matters beyond my knowledge, Hilda admitted, her normally confident demeanor subdued. Dwarven histories record conflicts with many foes, but these subtle workings of ancient evil, these are not prominently featured in our chronicles. Your people were never closely allied with his, Halden explained. You suffered grievously from his minions, particularly the orcs and creatures that infest the deep places, but were spared direct attention for the most part. Your strongholds were too well fortified, your warriors too formidable for easy conquest. Lucky us, Hilda remarked drily. Merely secondary targets in an ancient Dark Lord's campaign of conquest. Despite the gravity of the discussion, this drew a brief smile from several of the rangers. Indeed, Halden agreed. Though I suspect the crown you seek might have changed, the calculation had its location been known. An artifact of foresight and clarity would be a prize worth claiming for those who serve darkness. Which brings us to the current situation, Gandalf interjected, redirecting the conversation. Narin and his hunters pursue us openly, while these others, these servants of the Red Eye, appear to be operating more discreetly in the same region. Are they working together, or pursuing separate agendas that happen to coincide? Our scouts report no direct evidence of collaboration, Muriel answered. But there have been meetings. Narin was observed conferring with hooded figures on the borders of the Lone Lands 3 weeks ago. Nothing conclusive, but suggestive. Blacklocks have traditionally kept their own counsel, Hilda mused. But they have also been known to form alliances of convenience when it serves their purposes. If Narin believes, these servants might help him acquire the crown, or if he doesn't fully understand who he treats with, Strider added grimly. The servants of darkness are skilled in deception and manipulation. They may present themselves as mere treasure hunters or scholars with shared interest. Whatever their relationship, both groups now hunt you, Halden concluded. And their pursuit will only grow more determined as you approach the mountains. The enemy has many spies, birds, beasts, and less natural servants that watch the wild lands. Bilbo felt a chill run through him at these words, recalling the unnatural coordination of the wargs that had attacked them. Those creatures in the forest, the ones that attacked Narin's party and then pursued us, could they have been directed by darker wills? Almost certainly, Gandalf confirmed. Wargs are malevolent by nature, but the tactical awareness they displayed suggests external guidance. But enough of shadows and pursuers for the moment, Halden decided, nodding the growing unease among the hobbits. Let us speak of your immediate path forward. The journey from here to the mountains remains considerable, and time grows short if you are to reach the sanctuary by midsummer. How many days remain? Grim asked. 18, Hilda replied promptly. The summer solstice is 18 days hence, and we must be at the entrance when it occurs. A tight schedule, held and observed, but manageable if you depart by tomorrow afternoon, and maintain a steady pace. The terrain grows more challenging as you approach the mountains, but there are paths known to the rangers that can expedite your journey. You're offering guidance, Grim asked. More than guidance, Halden confirmed. Muriel will accompany you to the foot of the mountains. She knows the hidden paths better than most, and her skills may prove crucial given the forces arrayed against you. Muriel nodded in confirmation, her gray eyes reflecting determination. I've prepared for such a journey since receiving word of your approach. The path I propose will avoid the most heavily watched regions while still allowing for efficient travel. Your assistance is most welcome, Gandalf acknowledged. Though I fear we bring danger to any who associate with us. Danger is the constant companion of all who stand against the darkness, Halden replied simply. Muriel understands the risks. As the discussion continued into practical matters, supplies they would need, the specific route they would take, the latest reports from Ranger Scouts about movements in the territories ahead, Bilbo found his attention wandering slightly, his gaze drawn to the far wall, where one of the tapestries depicted a mountain scene. The woven image showed a range similar to the Misty Mountains, with a lone figure standing before what appeared to be a concealed doorway in the mountainside, stars glittering above in a night sky. Rising quietly, Bilbo approached the tapestry for a closer look, drawn by something in the composition that nagged at his memory. The doorway in the weaving was framed by angular symbols that reminded him of the dwarvish runes he had encountered during his journey to Erebor. Ancient work, came a voice beside him, startling Bilbo from his contemplation. Isilmeh, the young female ranger, had approached without his noticing. From the early days of our order, when the sanctuary was first sealed, your people know of the crown's hiding place, Bilbo asked, surprised. Not its exact location, she clarified. But our histories record that our ancestors helped guide Durin's folk to a secret valley in the mountains, providing protection during a perilous time. This tapestry commemorates that alliance. These symbols around the doorway, Bilbo gestured. They appear to be dwarvish. They are, Isilmeh confirmed, though I cannot read them. Our lore says they form part of the riddle that guards the entrance, something about starlight and stone memory. Only when the crown of heaven shines upon the path of stone will the door of memory reveal itself to those worthy of entering. Hilda's voice quoted from behind them. The dwarf scholar had joined them at the tapestry, her expert eye examining the woven runes. An approximate translation of this outer inscription, though the inner circle contains additional text that is too simplified in this rendering to translate accurately. The crown of heaven, Bilbo questioned. A constellation, Hilda explained. 7 stars that form a crown-like pattern in the summer sky. They align directly over the hidden valley on the night of midsummer, creating the conditions necessary for the door to be revealed. This is why the timing is so critical, Bilbo realized. It's not simply tradition or convenience. The entrance, literally, cannot be found except on that specific night. Precisely, Hilda nodded approvingly. The sanctuary's creators built sophisticated safeguards into its very design, astronomical alignments, physical puzzles, moral tests. Multiple layers of protection to ensure the crown would remain hidden until the proper time for its retrieval. You believe that time is now? Isilmeh asked. Hilda exchanged a glance with Gandalf, who had approached to join their examination of the tapestry. The signs suggested, she replied carefully. Ancient prophecies speak of the crown's return, when shadows long dormant stir once more, and the free people stand divided in the face of gathering darkness. A description that fits our current age all too well, the wizard observed gravely. Their discussion was interrupted as Halden called them back to the main table, where maps had been spread out to plan the next stage of their journey. The rangers had produced detailed charts of the regions between the Weather Hills and the Misty Mountains, marked with annotations indicating safe passages, water sources, and areas to avoid. Your best approach is here, Muriel indicated, tracing a route that curved slightly northward before turning east again. It adds perhaps a day to your journey, but avoids the marshlands, where concealment would be impossible and movement slow. What about pursuing forces? Strider asked, studying the proposed path with a critical eye. Our scouts will create diversions, Halden explained. False trails leading southward, suggesting you've chosen a different mountain pass. It won't fool them indefinitely, but it may buy you crucial days. Planning continued well into the evening, with detailed discussions of the challenges they would face and the best approaches to overcome them. The rangers provided valuable insights on everything from the behavior of goblin patrols in the foothills to the location of forgotten paths that would expedite their journey through difficult terrain. By the time they retired to the chamber prepared for them, a comfortable room with actual beds, a luxury they had not enjoyed since leaving the prancing pony, Bilbo felt simultaneously reassured by the ranger's assistance and unsettled by the broader implications of their discussions. Quest for the Crown of Durin was clearly part of a much larger tapestry of events, a single thread in a pattern whose full design remained obscure to most participants. The casual references to ancient enemies, the suggestion that greater powers took interest in their journey, the hints of prophecies and gathering shadows, all pointed to stakes far higher than the simple retrieval of a lost dwarven artifact. As Bilbo settled onto his assigned bed, he found himself reflecting on how far they had already traveled, both physically and metaphorically, from the comfortable certainties of the Shire. Lily and Grim, preparing their own beds nearby, seemed similarly contemplative. Did you ever imagine, Lily asked softly, when we agreed to escort Bilbo and Gandalf to Bree, that we'd end up in a secret ranger outpost discussing ancient evils and hidden mountain sanctuaries? Not specifically, Grim admitted with a wry smile. Though I've learned that any journey involving wizards tends to expand in scope and danger beyond initial expectations. Most accurate observation, Bilbo confirmed, thinking of his own unexpected journey years earlier. Wizards have a remarkable talent for involving one in matters of historical significance, usually without full disclosure of risks involved. Would you have agreed to come if Gandalf had been completely forthright about everything from the beginning? Lily asked curiously. Bilbo considered this question seriously before answering. Probably not, he admitted. My Baggins side would have firmly closed the door and hidden behind it until the wizard departed. But in retrospect, I suspect Gandalf understands us better than we understand ourselves sometimes. He sees the potential for growth and courage that we might not recognize in ourselves. A charitable interpretation, Grim observed. Though it doesn't change the fact that we're now apparently involved in countering the schemes of ancient evils we barely comprehend. True, Bilbo acknowledged. But consider the alternative, remaining safely uninvolved while darkness gathers uncontested. There's something to be said for being part of the resistance, however small our individual roles might seem. As they settled into sleep, Bilbo's last conscious thought was of the tapestry in the main hall, the lone figure standing before the hidden door in the mountain, stars glittering overhead. Soon enough, they would stand in a similar position, facing whatever tests and challenges the ancient sanctuary presented. The outcome of that encounter, he suspected, might have implications far beyond their immediate quest, ripples spreading outward to affect the larger conflicts stirring in the world beyond. In the morning, they would begin final preparations for the most challenging phase of their journey. But for now, the safety of the ranger outpost provided a welcome respite, a momentary haven in what increasingly appeared to be a gathering storm. Conclusion: the fire in the Eastwatch hearth had burned down to glowing embers, casting the room in soft amber light as the company prepared for sleep. Outside, a gentle breeze carried the promise of clearer weather for their departure the next day. Their path was set, their resolve strengthened by the knowledge and assistance provided by their ranger allies. What transpired in the days that followed would later be recorded in both the chronicles of the Rangers and the secret histories of Durin's folk, though the full tale would not become widely known for many years. With Muriel's expert guidance, they traversed the wild lands between the Weather Hills and the Misty Mountains, following hidden paths and ancient trails known only to the Rangers. True to Halden's word, scouts created diversions that led Narin's hunters astray, buying the company precious time as they approached their destination. The journey was not without incident. Twice, they were forced to hide from war patrols, and once they narrowly avoided a band of travelers bearing the Crimson Eye emblem that so concerned their ranger guide. But Muriel's woodcraft proved exceptional, allowing them to move like shadows through the increasingly rugged terrain. On the 17th day after leaving the Eastwatch, they reached the foothills of the Misty Mountains. The great peaks loomed above them, their snow-capped summits gleaming in the summer sun. According to Hilda's translations and the ancient maps, the hidden valley, the secret vale of Durin, lay between two particular mountains, whose profiles resembled a crown when viewed from the correct angle. It was Lily, with her sharp hobbit eyes, who first spotted the formation. "There," she exclaimed, pointing toward a distant gap between peaks. When the light hits them just so, they form a perfect crown shape. Following this crucial landmark, they navigated through treacherous mountain passes and narrow defiles, until, as the sun began to set on Midsummer's Eve, they found themselves standing at the entrance to a secluded valley that seemed untouched by the passage of ages. Ancient dwarvish runes marked stone pillars at the valley's entrance, warnings and welcomes, intertwined in the complex language of Durin's folk. Hilda moved among them with reverent excitement, her fingers tracing characters unseen by dwarvish eyes for thousands of years. They made camp at the base of a smooth cliff face that, according to the ancient texts, concealed the entrance to the sanctuary. As darkness fell and stars began to appear in the velvet sky above, tension and anticipation grew among the company. The constellation should appear directly overhead at midnight, Hilda explained, eyes constantly moving between her notes and the gradually revealing starfield above. When the crown of heaven aligns with the markers carved into the cliff face, the door should be revealed. Hours passed in watchful waiting. Strider and Muriel maintained vigilant guard, while Gandalf conferred quietly with Hilda about the riddles they would face once the entrance appeared. Bilbo found himself unusually calm, reviewing in his mind the various riddles and word games he had encountered throughout his life, from childhood contests in the Shire to his life-or-death exchange with Gollum beneath the mountains. "It's time," Gandalf announced suddenly, lifting his staff toward the sky, where 7 bright stars now formed a perfect crown directly above the cliff face. "The alignment is complete." As if responding to his words, a soft blue glow began to emanate from what had appeared to be natural patterns in the rock face. Lines spread and connected, forming elaborate dwarvish runes that spiraled around a central point in the cliff. The light intensified, revealing an ornate door frame etched into the previously solid-seeming stone, the door of memory Hilda breathed in awe, just as the ancient texts described. First riddle appeared in glowing runes above the doorway. What breaks but never falls, and falls but never breaks. Day and night, Bilbo answered promptly, recalling their earlier discussion at the Prancing Pony. Runes shimmered in acknowledgement, and a second riddle appeared. I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. What am I? A map, Lily responded, after a moment's consideration. Again, the runes flickered and changed, presenting a third challenge. Forward I am heavy, but backward I am not. What am I? This one required longer contemplation before Grim snapped his fingers. Ton. Forward it's ton, a heavy weight. Backward it's not. So the riddles continued, each more complex than the last, testing not just their wit, but their moral character as well. The sixth riddle required them to choose between paths, representing wealth, power, or wisdom. A test that Gandalf advised Bilbo to answer based on his hobbit sensibilities, rather than any grand philosophical considerations. What would mean most to you, Bilbo Baggins of the Shire? The wizard prompted gently. Knowledge, Bilbo answered without hesitation. Not power over others, nor wealth beyond need, but the wisdom to appreciate what truly matters: home, friendship, and stories worth telling. Runes glowed with brilliant intensity at this response, and a final riddle appeared. To enter without intent to possess. Speak the name of that which you seek, but cannot claim. The Crown of Durin, Bilbo stated clearly. We seek it not for ourselves, but to return it to those who may wield it wisely in the coming darkness. With a sound like distant thunder, the hidden door swung slowly inward, revealing a passageway illuminated by a soft light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. The company exchanged glances, each reading their own mix of apprehension and determination in the other's faces. I'll go first, Bilbo volunteered, adjusting Sting at his belt. This was the plan all along, wasn't it? A hobbit to navigate the dwarvish defenses. Not alone, Hilda insisted. I've studied these challenges for too long to remain behind. Besides, you'll need my translations. In the end, they all entered together, their fellowship too tightly bonded by shared dangers to separate now. The passageway led them deep into the mountain, through chambers adorned with intricate carvings depicting the early history of Durin's folk. Hilda moved through these spaces with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by the preservation of art and history long thought lost. The final chamber was vast and circular, its domed ceiling embedded with gems that glittered like stars in the mysterious light. At its center stood a plinth of pure white stone, and upon it rested a guardian, not the construct of metal and stone they had expected, but a figure that seemed composed of light and shadow intertwined, vaguely dwarf-like in form, but larger and more imposing. The watcher at the threshold, Hilda whispered. Not a mechanical guardian, but a magical one, a spirit bound to protect the crown until worthy claimants arrived. Guardian spoke in an ancient form of Khuzdal that even Hilda struggled to fully comprehend. Its challenges were not riddles this time, but questions that probed their intentions, their understanding of responsibility, and their awareness of the crown's true purpose. Gandalf stepped forward, addressing the guardian in its own tongue. A conversation ensued that the others could not follow, but its intensity was evident in the wizard's stance and the fluctuating brightness of the spectral guardian. Finally, the guardian turned its attention to Bilbo, addressing him in the common tongue. "Step forward, small one, you who seek without desire to possess, you who have faced the fire drake and resisted gold sickness, you who values home above glory. Approach and state your purpose." Bilbo moved forward, feeling strangely calm despite the otherworldly nature of the encounter. "I come on behalf of the free peoples of Middle-earth," he stated clearly, "to retrieve the Crown of Durin, so that its powers of foresight and wisdom might help unite the dwarvish kingdoms against the gathering darkness." The guardian studied him with eyes that seemed to peer directly into his soul, measuring every thought and intention. Then, with a gesture that somehow conveyed both solemnity and approval, it stepped aside, revealing what had been concealed behind it. The crown of Durin itself was smaller than Bilbo had imagined, crafted of a silvery metal that was neither silver nor mithril, but something more ancient still. 7 perfect gems were set into its circlet, each capturing and reflecting the light in hypnotic patterns. Runes of power and wisdom adorned its surface, and as Bilbo approached, he felt a strange resonance, as if the crown somehow recognized his presence. "It is not for you to touch," the guardian cautioned, "but you may carry its container." Crystal case materialized beside the crown, perfectly sized to hold the ancient artifact. With the guardian's guidance, the crown was secured within, and Bilbo was entrusted with its safekeeping for the journey outward. They had accomplished their goal. The crown was retrieved, the sanctuary's guardian appeased, the ancient prophecy fulfilled. But their triumph was short-lived. As they emerged from the hidden door back into the starlit valley, they found unwelcome company awaiting them, Naryn, and what remained of his hunting party, alongside several hooded figures whose presence seemed to dim the very starlight around them. "The crown, if you please," Naryn demanded, his warhammer raised threateningly. "You've done the difficult work of retrieving it. Now it shall pass to those who understand its true value. You know not what forces you ally with Naryn of the Blacklocks," Gandalf replied, his voice carrying the power and authority he so rarely displayed. "These servants of the Red Eye use you for their own purposes that would bring ruin to all dwarvish kingdoms, including your own." Uncertainty flickered briefly across Naryn's face, but one of the hooded figures stepped forward, speaking in a voice that seemed to scrape against the mind rather than the ears. The crown's power was never meant to be limited to dwarvish concerns. It hissed. "Its sight can serve greater masters, turning its clarity to higher purposes like domination and darkness." Strider challenged, his sword already drawn. "Your master's purposes are well known to the wise, servant of Mordor." The confrontation that followed would later be recounted in hushed tones by those who survived it. A desperate battle beneath the midsummer stars, with Naryn and his dwarves belatedly realizing the true nature of their allies and turning against them in the midst of the fighting. Gandalf's power flashed like lightning across the valley, driving back the servants of the enemy. Strider and Muriel fought with the coordinated precision of those trained together, while Grim and Lily demonstrated why the Bounders were respected even beyond the Shire's borders. Hilda proved that scholarly pursuits had not dulled her dwarvish fighting spirit, her axe claiming 2 foes before the battle ended. Bilbo, entrusted with the crown's safety, found himself in a familiar role, seeking paths unseen, avoiding direct conflict when possible, yet striking decisively when necessary. Sting glowed blue in his hand, warning of the goblin reinforcements that arrived midway through the battle. Drawn by the commotion, tide turned when Naryn himself, bleeding from multiple wounds, engaged the leader of the hooded figures in direct combat. His war hammer shattered the enemy's blade and crushed the dark sorcery that protected it, though the effort cost the dwarf his life. By battle's end, the enemy forces were routed, the survivors fleeing into the night. But the company had not emerged unscathed. Muriel had suffered a serious wound defending Lily from a goblin spear, and Grimm's left arm hung useless at his side, broken in the desperate fighting. "We cannot linger," Gandalf urged as they tended their wounds. "More will come, and quickly. We must make for the Eastwatch with all possible speed." Their return journey was a blur of forced marches and brief rests, always with the sense of pursuit close behind. The crown, secure in its crystal container and carefully wrapped in Bilbo's spare clothing, was passed between them for safekeeping, never left unguarded even during their brief periods of sleep. Against all expectations, they reached the ranger outpost without further direct confrontation, though signs of pursuit remained constant. Distant howls in the night, the occasional glimpse of riders on the horizon, ravens circling overhead with too much purpose to be natural. At the Eastwatch, Halden greeted their return with relief tinged by urgency. "The ways south and west are watched," he informed them. "But we have prepared an alternative route north to Fornost, then west through lands long abandoned, but still guarded by our people." It was Gandalf who made the decision that would shape the crown's immediate future. "The crown cannot return to Erebor directly," he declared during a council with Halden and the company. "Its retrieval is already known to the enemy, and any direct path to the dwarvish kingdoms would be watched and ambushed." "What do you propose?" Hilda asked, her scholarly detachment temporarily overcome by practical concern. "We separate," the wizard decided. "The crown goes north with Strider and a ranger escort, taking a circuitous route that none would expect. The rest of us travel west as if still carrying it, drawing attention and pursuit away from its true path. A diversion," Bilbo noted, "with ourselves as the bait. A calculated risk," Gandalf corrected, "and our best hope of seeing the crown safely delivered to those who should wield it." So it was decided. The Crown of Durin continued its journey north in Strider's capable hands, while the remainder of the company traveled west toward the Shire, maintaining the pretense that they still carried the precious artifact. Their deception proved successful, drawing multiple ambush attempts that found only determined defenders rather than the prize they sought. By the time they reached Bree, word had reached them through ranger messengers that the crown had safely arrived in dwarvish hands, not at Erebor, but in the Iron Hills, where Hilda's connections had arranged for its secure reception. From there, it will be transported to Erebor under heavy guard, Hilda explained, as they shared a private meal in the same room at the Prancing Pony, where their journey had truly begun. But its powers are already at work. Messages have been sent to all 7 dwarf kingdoms, calling for a council not seen since the days before smog descended upon the lonely mountain. "Then our quest was successful," Lily observed. "Despite all the complications and dangers, successful in its immediate goal," Gandalf cautioned. "But the recognition of our effort by the enemy's servants suggests darker days ahead. The crown's retrieval is but one move in a greater game that continues to unfold, a game in which we hobbits seem to have become unexpected players," Bilbo remarked, thinking of all they had experienced since leaving the Shire's peaceful borders. Their final parting came at the Brandywine Bridge, where Hilda would continue east to the Blue Mountains before eventually making her way back to the Iron Hills. Gandalf, too, announced his departure, citing matters that require attention in the south, his typical cryptic vagueness. Will we ever learn the full significance of what we've done? Bilbo asked the wizard as they said their farewells. Or are we destined to remain unknowing participants in these greater events? All wisdom comes in its proper time, Gandalf replied with a gentle smile. But know this, my dear Bilbo, small hands often move the wheels of the world, while greater eyes are looking elsewhere. Never underestimate the importance of seemingly small decisions and actions. Those parting words, the company disbanded, each returning to their respective lives, forever changed by their shared adventure. Grim and Lily resumed their duties as bounders, though with a broader perspective on the threats that lurked beyond the Shire's borders. Hilda returned to her scholarly pursuits with new first-hand knowledge to incorporate into her historical studies. Bilbo Baggins came home once more to Bag End, hanging up his travel cloak and setting Sting above the mantelpiece, returning to the comfortable routines of hobbit life with the satisfaction of having completed another remarkable journey. Sometimes in the evening, as he sat by his fire working on the manuscript that would eventually become the Crown of Durin, a hobbit's tale, his hand would stray to his pocket, where a certain golden ring rested his lucky token from his first adventure, carried but unused throughout this second quest. In those moments, he would wonder about the words Gandalf had spoken regarding small hands moving the wheels of the world, and whether his own role in these greater events had truly concluded, or merely paused before the next unexpected chapter began. Now, though, the road had gone ever on, and then returned him home again, as all good journeys should. The Crown of Durin was restored to its rightful keepers. The dwarvish kingdoms were moving toward unity in the face of gathering shadows, and a hobbit of the Shire had once again played a crucial role in events, whose full significance might not be understood for generations to come. And that, Bilbo decided, as he added another line to his growing manuscript, was quite enough adventure for one summer, though perhaps not for a lifetime.